There's also the argument that he just didn't have the time to react to that. I mean, she whips that steering wheel, and also 2C versus Billiot acknowledges
where someone was shot and they sped forward. That's the Renee Good video.
Maybe, wait, maybe. Hey, no,
okay, I'm just saying.
No, I don't oppose civil disobedience, but if you engage in civil disobedience, then you should expect to get arrested, particularly if your actions are illegal. That's actually part of
hall monitor
disobedience.
Were you a hall monitor by any chance?
He was a cop.
No, but I was a cop, right?
Oh,
so
okay,
basically,
today we're going to be talking about the ICE shooting of Renee Good that occurred last week. The internet's been abuzz. It has created protests across the country, and there is a large disagreement on what actually happened and why and who is responsible. Was this self-defense a justified shooting, or was this a public execution? We're going to talk about it today, and we're going to go through it, and we got some great guests to do so. We're going to give the ball first to non-smoker, and then we'll just move around. Just be concise, be brief, and then we'll get to the back and forth. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, twitch.tv/non_smoker. Yeah, so I'm actually pretty interested to see where this goes, because I don't really see, well, I understand why there's a controversy, because, you know, partisan brain rot, right? Like, there's just seems to be no way around it. But, yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, a woman was murdered for protesting ICE. It's pretty much that clear to me. There's tons of copium, there's tons of excuses, there's tons of people wanting to play, you know, fucking detective over here or whatever. And really all of it amounts to the fact that they're just running cover for authoritarianism, which is really ironic because all of those people, or many of those people, claim to be small government conservatives. And they have no problem whatsoever with stormtroopers essentially coming in and completely violating people's civil liberties, a rapid expansion of the powers of the federal government where they act with complete impunity and no fear for any repercussions. And they fucking killed a woman and shot her in the fucking head. She was clearly driving away, attempting to drive away. This whole insane argument that she was directing her car towards an officer and about to kill him. I mean, I don't know where this is going to go. I'm interested to hear these two guys who I generally like try to argue the opposite of something that just seems pretty clear to anybody who isn't totally fucking running cover for the president.
Okay, we'll get to it, I'm sure. Lonerbox, what do you got?
I don't know, just looking at case law, it seems that in general, even up to this Supreme Court is not really all that generous towards cops who are standing in front of cars and behaving like assholes. But I don't know, we'll see. Totally unjustified. The defenses range from Trump's absolutely fucking deranged Truth Social post where he spoke about her like ramming into him and it's a miracle he's still alive, to I guess people trying to make it more nuanced. But yeah, I don't know how you can justify it.
Okay, I guess we'll find out. Jebtan, go ahead.
Yeah, I genuinely don't see where the case law argument is all the way up to this current Supreme Court. So yeah, my basic argument framework is vehicles are deadly weapons. A deadly weapon was pointed at least near, more than likely at, the officer. You do not have to wait for a deadly weapon to be actively firing at you or aimed right at your head to defend yourself. And so the officer was justified. Case law backs this up. And basically every case, and I have several cases to directly cite, but one sort of blanket note that at least two of them mentioned specifically is two of them specifically say there is no legal precedent to argue that an officer cannot defend himself in this way with a vehicle in front of him. And one of the core cases I'll be citing is 2C v. Billiot, wherein it's a very similar low-speed situation with a car attempting to flee without hitting an officer, but puts the officer in danger by virtue of driving toward him, even with the wheels jacked all the way to the right from a further distance, and they found him immune from, we found him qualified immune because of it was a reasonable use of force, which is also what would be used to determine criminal charges. So I have more cases than that, but it seems to me basically every case law I've seen, even ones people have brought up to argue against me, has ended up kind of proving my point pretty explicitly. So I'm excited to see what he's going to cite.
Okay, we're going to get into it as we go. Counterpoints, please.
Yeah, I'm here to back up Jed Tan. I want to eliminate all of the soy arguments, and I want the liberal and the lefties to arrive at the two realistically only defensible positions that you have in this argument. One of them is going to be officer caused jeopardy, which means that a police officer acts in such a reckless way that they incite a violent incident, which, by the way, this is relatively novel case law. It's only been used in court in the past like 5 to 10 years, and it still hasn't. I think there's only one case in which it's actually resulted in, I think it was only civil penalties. I don't even think it was criminal penalties against a law enforcement officer. And then that's the only argument that you're going to have, is that by being an officer who was previously dragged in a previous incident, walking in front of the car the first time was officer caused jeopardy, and then walking again around the car and then stepping in front of the vehicle again is officer caused jeopardy. That's all you got. That's like the best argument that the libs and the progressives and the lefties have. Now, also, the only other thing that I think is worth considering was forwarded by my dear friend and parasocial lover, Pisco, which is effectively, would shooting that woman in the face end the threat? And the truth is that the cop would probably have gotten run over anyways had he been 6 inches or a foot to the left. Now, that's the thing is, with that argument, though, I don't think that it's reasonable to think that an officer should be making that calculation in the exact moment. But I do think it's something that law enforcement officers across the United States need to be trained on, because what they were trained on is deadly force, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to yourself or others. Okay, you can use deadly force. That's the way they were trained in the academy. That's the way they're trained in FTO. That's the way they're trained in a billion scenarios that they do during monthly and quarterly trainings. The only way that you change that culture is by revamping the training, by saying there may be scenarios in which you are met with potentially deadly force that is legally justified, but it's inappropriate to do so because using deadly force will not actually resolve the situation to anybody's benefit. And by the way, that's an increase in training, not a criminal or civil indictment. So, yeah, I mean, I have like another 10,000 things, but I'll let it flow for now.
Yeah, we'll get into it
Yep.
as we go. Okay, and with that, we have open crosstalk, and if I tell you to shut up, it's because we can't hear you guys, and I might have questions as we go, but go ahead.
Let me give a disclaimer real quick for people who think that they agree with me to this point, however few there may be in your chat. If you're one of the people who's like, Renee Good was an agitator or a domestic terrorist and so she deserved to die, fuck around, find out, nobody on this panel agrees with you, and that's fucking stupid. And if you're celebrating or digging up criminal records or trying to paint a picture wherein it was actually good that she died, just know that you're not going to be defended, so you should probably turn this off now.
Yeah, or her slam poetry from 5 years ago. Like,
yeah,
that's
or her
relevant.
parental status, or none of it is going to be brought up here because that's not the argument we're making.
Well, what is the argument you're making exactly? Like, is it? Because listen, I'm just gonna say, like, straight up, guys. You know, I'm not a lawyer. You know, like I'm not really capable of having like a citing specific case law or like going into this like I don't know, odd exercise of like trying to hold a trial for this ICE officer. You know, I'm concerned with the bigger implications of this, as I would imagine most people in the audience are. You know, like, what does this really mean for our country? And like, really, like, what were the political, social circumstances that led to this even happening in the first place? So I'm just curious, like, what is your purpose in arguing any of your points then, if you're not trying to defend the ICE officer, if you don't think that ultimately, you know, like her, I don't know, like appearance at this, you know, like little protest she was attempting to hold, like, if you're not against that, like, I'm not sure I really get the bigger picture here.
So to clarify, right, I am defending the ICE officer on the grounds that it was a justified shooting because of the deadly situation he was in. The reason being, I understand the arguments for precedent. Maybe we should, whether or not it's really legally justified, maybe we should can him just to make it clear that this can't happen. I would make in my opinion, even stronger argument to the contrary, that we're always going to be in times of political turmoil, and there's going to be a lot of individuals who are put in situations because of politics that are largely out of their control, and police officers who any precedent on this case will extend to are some of the most easily victimized in that group of political witch hunts, of cases where people expect them to pay for the crimes of a bunch of cops who got away. And so my thought is this: if it's legally justified, it's likely because we see moral justification in shooting at someone who is putting you at risk for your life when you're, in the line of duty as a police officer. If we decide to set that aside for this guy, how many cops are we going to justify violence against? Do we just say that any ICE officer, because if we think that ICE doesn't have jurisdiction and they shouldn't be able to do what they're doing, do we justify any violence against them? Are we allowed to put them in any sort of deadly situation and hope that they wait until we're actively squeezing a trigger to fire back? I don't like that precedent. And so I am defending this officer because I think this officer, to me, demonstrated on multiple different levels, and we can get into that later after Lonerbox gets his part out, demonstrated that he did not go there to kill Renee. He didn't even approach the car wanting to kill Renee. I think both officers demonstrated that on a couple of levels. But he ended up in a deadly situation that in part he did put himself in a bad position for, but the ultimate choice as to whether or not his life was in jeopardy was the person hitting the gas. And then she hit the gas. And Starks v. Black is a court precedent about that sort of jeopardy, right? Officer caused jeopardy, where the officer was found to I think, got civil penalties. He was not immune because of officer-involved jeopardy. They specifically state in that case that the court and the plaintiff both agreed that if he stepped in front of the car before it started moving forward, all three officers would have been justified in shooting. It's because he jumped in front of the car as it was moving that he was not justified, and it was officer-involved jeopardy, because it took the agency from the person driving.
I'm sorry for cutting you off.
That's
but,
fine. It was long.
We're not in court. You know what I mean? Like, I haven't even read the case you're talking about. So for all I know, like, you're interpreting it totally incorrectly. I don't know. But even if I'm going to take your word for that, like, there's just two things I want to point out, and then I'll let this spread out a little bit, so it's not just me and you. But, like, so one thing that you're saying is we're always in times of political turmoil. Let's be clear about something. We are in an unprecedented time of political turmoil. And it's the direct result of the immigration policies of this administration, and particularly the rhetoric around immigration and the rhetoric around Somali immigrants in Minnesota specifically. Had it not been for this president and his rhetoric, which really the foundation of this is just he has a personal grudge against the mayor, the governor, Ilhan Omar, etc., had it not been for that rhetoric, there probably wouldn't have been the level of opposition within that community to ICE, which is exactly what led to this.
What about Jacob Blake? Same state, same kind of situation where an officer who had a justified shooting, it became a social cue for, are you a safe person or a good person? You had to say that the officer who shot Jacob Blake was this evil person, that Jacob Blake didn't deserve to get shot in that situation legally. And it's completely different political circumstances. There wasn't a bunch of, massive, rampant anti-Black. In fact, Trump was arguably doing more at the time to release and pardon Black people than prior presidents had, So it's like we are always in,
I don't know about that,
political enough times to where cops end up
not always
the target.
It's not always. This is in my view anyway. I think it's kind of difficult to argue the opposite, that this is becoming like there's an incredible degree of acceleration in terms of political turmoil and chaos in this country. The country is more divided than ever. I think there's extreme hostility from both sides. And this circumstance, I mean, it's the direct result of the Trump administration redirecting federal agents to Minneapolis because he has a grudge with political figures in that state. And, the other thing that occurred to me when you were talking there is like, it's kind of this slippery slope sort of assumption that you have that like, well, if we rule this case one way, then people are always going to be violent, increasingly more violent towards police officers. I mean, what about the fact that if you rule in the opposite direction, you let this guy go with no consequence, which is probably what's going to happen anyway, that there might actually be more hostility and anger towards specifically ICE, not just in this community, but all over the country. And there will be subsequent protests, riots, endangering the lives of not just ICE and ICE officers, but which, by the way, ICE officers have been the target of violence as a direct result of this administration's rhetoric. but you're going to see violence in communities that is widespread that could impact lots of different people. I mean, like, so
I agree.
I don't really see the slippery slope argument in that
It's
one
not.
direction.
It's not
I'll
that
let
it
you
only
respond,
exists
and I
one
want to get the
way.
other people in, right? I want to get
Yeah,
Counterpoints. I got Lonerbox. I want to make sure that it's.
So I'll go real
more than just
quick. I agree that your slippery slope is possible and mine is possible. And so my thing is, let's default to the law and the legal tradition, because it's the only objective measure that we have set up to ensure that we don't allow slippery slopes to happen, period. And we have a process for changing laws. We don't have a process for changing political opinion on police officers, and it hasn't been very successful in the past 2 decades. So
I want to hear from Lonerbox and Counterpoints. Go ahead. What do you think, Loner?
Coming back to just like the fact of the shooting, when we made this argument, are we in agreement on like just a couple of simple things? So are we in agreement that had the cop jumped out of the way and been unscathed, do we think this driver would have been seen as enough of a threat to the community to shoot her?
No. I don't think
Okay.
there's a threat to the community, in my opinion. I don't know about
Okay.
Connor.
You the same, Connor?
Yeah, I agree. She seems like a normie 37-year-old white woman.
Yeah, so we're not comparing this to like joyriders who get stopped and then they start going again, but they're driving very slowly and they're not in front of anyone, but the cops sometimes shoot them to stop them from.
It's
sometimes ruled
arguable
in
because she's
favor,
impeding traffic, but it's like super weak. It's very weak.
No,
And there are definitely situations wherein I'd grant it, but no, I don't. I'm not giving a fleeing argument here at all.
Okay, so
we
the
can
argument is just that she
eliminate that.
posed a threat to the officer's life.
Yeah, that he would be objectively reasonable in assessing that in that moment.
Even though, and this is obviously going to be like a split decision argument, because obviously he seems to have fired his first shot after doing the whoa, as in like after you hear the bump that's supposedly him getting hit. I don't know if it's actually his phone bumping or on the microphone or something like that, but it seems that he's made the decision to fire the first shot after the car is effectively clear of him.
Well, not effectively clear. So I'm going to bring up case law here, but I want to give a disclaimer. When I'm bringing up case law, it's because I agree also with the moral core and the factual core of the case law. There's something that's been hammered out in, what was it, a Plumhoff versus Rickard or Rickard in the Supreme Court. It establishes something called the perception-reaction gap, meaning there is a gap between when an officer perceives a threat and when he reacts to it, and this will become relevant later. Also a gap between when he perceives a threat to be terminated and when he reacts to that information. I think that accommodates for a couple aspects of this. And one of them is, when the car is essentially in his gut, whether you think it touched him or if he was able to push off with his hand or not, he has already assessed a threat. He's already pulling the firearm. He just hasn't had the chance to aim and shoot yet. And in my opinion, it showed good discipline in that core by the officer to wait until he had a proper shot lined up. It's not that he waited super long, that he had this long deliberation, but yeah, when he was actively sticking his hand out, he hesitated for a split second, but he fired well within that gap. That gap has been found to be as long as 5-6 seconds. This all the way from her gassing it to the third shot happened in about 5 to 6 seconds. So it's like, this is an interaction where everything's happening super fast. He cannot see the wheels of the vehicle. And an argument I've heard, I'm not going to call out any names, that he could see the steering wheel is fucking silly. If he's aiming at someone's head with a gun, what is occluding the steering wheel if you're aiming at someone's head above the steering wheel? Your hand is occluding that steering wheel. He's not going to be able to see or process the information of her hand being in a certain position on a steering wheel if he's lining up a shot clean enough to do what he did in that moment. So I think we're doing what the court says not to do, which is assessing with the benefit of 2020 hindsight, as well as not accounting for the perception reaction gap, which are both case law that I agree with on a moral and factual level as well.
Okay, first of all, Plumhoff Rickard, that was after, in that situation, I don't think the driver, when they started moving again, was actually close to hitting a cop, were they? They started moving again because they were stopped after a 5-minute car chase.
I'm only citing them. I'm only citing them for the concept that became a part of every use of force assessment after the fact, which is the perception reaction gap. It's been cited afterward. Because it was in the Supreme Court. Now all lower courts have to incorporate the perception reaction gap when they're looking at use of force situations, and they have pretty consistently. It's part of the argument of like, why police say you want to mag dump versus not mag dumping, because if you stop shooting and then decide to start shooting again, it's going to be evaluated differently by the courts because there's a moment for you to have a second threat assessment in between those shots. And that's been talked about as well.
You mentioned her. We're assuming, I guess, that he can't see her hands on the steering wheel, even though his phone captured it, and assuming his gun in his hand are big enough to completely obscure that.
Well, his phone's not behind the firearm, right? His phone's here. His eyes are here behind the firearm.
Yeah, but again, we're still assuming that this is obscuring a whole ass human with their arms moving and the wheel. But
so that's definitely part of it. It's not a sufficient part. It's not sufficient to kill it. Like, there's also the argument that he just didn't have the time to react to that. I mean, she whips that steering wheel, and also 2C versus Billiot acknowledges she could very easily just whip the steering wheel the other way and then he's fucked. Which is why the argument that he could just step out of the way of the car is also silly. Because again, you're expecting him to determine 100% with 100% certainty that this woman will not turn the wheel straight or even to the left in that split second. 2C versus Billiot recognizes that an officer does not have the obligation to do so.
But when that's why I'm curious that when you're listing all these stages with which he could make the decision, why didn't you mention the fact that she had reversed first? Doesn't the decision making start when she reverses?
So not necessarily, because if you look at the video, right, when she reverses first, it's kind of a neutral. It's not a neutral action because it definitely shows that she has intent to use that vehicle actively, which I don't think the officer was expecting as he walked in front of it. He doesn't pull his gun out until he notices that the vehicle is backed up and is angled at him. And he's also seeing a woman jump in and scream urgently. I don't know if he's hearing her yell, "Drive, baby, drive," because it's all in the heat of the moment. But it's not like she backed up in a way that seemed like she was neutralizing the threat. If anything, when she backed up and stopped with the car aimed closer to where he was presently and where he was before he moved in front of the car, that clearly raises the potential for a lethal interaction with her. And that's when he started to unholster his weapon. It was immediately before she hit the gas, which, in my opinion, he should have had his gun out far sooner than he did.
Go ahead, Lonerbox.
This is probably
too. So.
I'll say this, and I imagine this is probably where the disagreement is just going to reach a complete brick wall. I don't know how you get past this, but the way I see it right now is that the best way you mentioned at the very beginning that a vehicle is a deadly weapon. Like, kind of, I mean, it's got the capacity to be one, just as like someone's fist do or anything else. A vehicle can be a deadly weapon. The best way to, given that this cop had no reasonable cause to believe that she would be a threat to the community with her vehicle, this cop, the best way to defend yourself against a car that's reversing is to move out of the way. That's the best way. And given that he saw her reversing, still had the time to keep his phone in his hand for whatever reason, and then his first choice is to get his gun out. Again, this is like a car that's just, like you said, it's been reversing, then it's stopped. The fact that he chose to get the gun out rather than step aside,
hold on. He was actively, as he was pulling the gun out, he was continuing to walk across the car in the direction opposite to where she had turned it, right? So she backs up and turns the nose of the car toward the right as he is moving across it to the left. When he pulls his gun out, he's continuing to move toward the left. So he is actively trying to clear himself of the threat. But 2C versus Billiot makes very, very clear that at that close proximity, even at a low speed, the officer does not have to assume that this person is going to purposefully evade them with their car if they hit the gas. It specifically says, from a much farther distance, the officer, one, cannot determine the intent of the driver, so he can't just assume she is going to do everything she can to protect his safety. That is us asking the officer to completely surrender his safety to the whims of the driver. And two, that vehicles don't move in a straight line from where they are to where they are pointed, that they move in an arc. And especially at the proximity this officer was at, that's super material to whether or not his life is in danger. And you're asking him to assess her intent, trust her enough to say that she's definitely going to try to evade me, and not shoot. In 2C versus Billiot, the court concedes the guy was actively trying to flee, and he was trying to flee from a distance of about 25 feet, and he had his wheel turned to the right, and the lane he was going to was open. There was no argument for fleeing, and they still said it was a justified shoot for the officer to fire on him, because the officer doesn't have to trust that with the car facing him, that the driver is going to turn right just because it looks like he will.
Okay. Again, he saw her reversing before she started moving. So he makes that decision to, and actually, you missed out something as well. He walks not just to the side, but he walks towards the car, to the side when she's reversing. And you can see how slow he's walking as well. Like, it's not like this, even in say a couple of seconds, like, it's more than enough time to move out to the side. I don't know. He made a decision. He made a decision to either get out of the way or to just edge towards the car, still holding his phone, which I think is insanely irresponsible. And obviously, Fourth Amendment, like, you have to consider the fact, like, the totality of the situation, not just the moment itself.
But in the totality of the situation,
let him finish,
even
let him
more
finish,
egregious
please.
than this.
No, let Lonerbox finish, and then we can get countering.
Yeah, the best way to not let a car be a threat is if it's moving, get out of the way. And he had time to get out of the way.
Only if you assume it's his responsibility to trust her that she will turn right the whole time, which established case law says it is not his obligation. And again, factually and morally, I also agree that it's not his obligation, especially from that proximity.
Go ahead, Counterpoints.
So he's already at his right side of the car, or the edge of the car, facing the front. It's not his responsibility to just go one other step right.
No.
Then to assume that she'll probably won't turn left and try to ram him from like 5 feet away.
So he's not 5 feet away. One. So he can turn right.
I mean, when she reversed.
He can keep stepping right.
Just to the point, because he's not 5 feet away, there is no possible way she could have hit him. Even
That's
if
not true at all.
After going through the right, if she spun it to the left afterward, she was already too far. There was no possible way. Physics doesn't work like that. They don't have
That's
a 0.3
just not true, and it's also
turn radius
operating
on
on
the
2020 hindsight.
Yes.
And one, it's not true, and two, it's operating on
physically
2020
impossible.
hindsight. So if he starts moving out of the way, and we don't take for granted the 2020 hindsight that she had the wheel jack to the right, she could very easily have kept that wheel straight or moved it to the left and killed him.
No, that was physically impossible at the distance.
You're
Wait,
assuming.
you're
Yes, you're only assuming this based on the position of the car,
based on
as he is taking the first shot, not as he is perceiving the threat, which is
even
the
as
moment
he's
she
perceiving
gasses
the threat,
forward.
Again, he can see clearly the wheel being spun to the right. That's clear on the video
that's
from his
after
perspective.
he's perceived the threat.
And
after he's perceived the
what
threat.
direction does a car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
Wick, when did he perceive the
What direction
threat?
does a car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
Again, I'm going to ask you because you're
I'm going to keep
determining
asking
that
this
this
until you answer the
happened.
question. What direction does the car go when you turn the wheel to the right?
You said after
what
he
direction
perceived
does
the
the car
threat,
go when you tilt the wheel
he
to the
saw
right?
the wheel.
The fact that you're not answering this
before he
question kind of
perceived
gives
the
the lie
threat.
to your whole argument.
No, it's because
the fact
you're
that you refuse
embedding
to
a
answer
lie.
this question gives the lie to your whole
Sure,
argument.
you
Let's give it to
can
Counterpoints.
keep rambling.
It
So
absolutely
anyway,
he's claiming he couldn't see the wheel for the gun.
you're
right?
embedding a lie in
He
your question.
absolutely can see the wheel.
I'm going to keep going. You're
Yeah,
embedding
you're
a
just
lie in
lying
your
about it.
question, which is that steering wheel was turning right before or at the moment that he perceived the threat. The wheel was not turned right until he had already started on. I'm not going to. Okay, I'm not going to be interrupted.
Right. What direction does it go?
He started pulling his gun out right as she hit the gas. She did not turn her wheel to the right until after he perceived the threat and decided to shoot.
She was
the
turning
pulling of
wheel
the
to the right
gun
well
and
before
firing
that.
of the gun
Before
was
you
a
heard the
single
engine
threat.
rev
Even
go
if,
forward?
hold on, can I?
Yeah, please go.
Because even if you say, oh, well, when you turn your wheel to the right, it's turning to the right.
Yes.
Okay. Even if we say that, what you guys are ignoring that Jeb Tan has said repeatedly that you probably need to conceptualize is action, reaction, gap. So listen to me real quick. I have already said this twice. And so if you bring it up as a counter argument, I'm going to point out that I've already pointed it out. Officer caused jeopardy. This guy has been dragged from a car previously. He's walking up on a hostile situation. He steps in the car, in front of the car once. He has a cell phone out. He gets a video of her face, walks to the back of the vehicle, gets the license plate. At that point, in my humble opinion, he can coordinate with local law enforcement where if he wants to take her in on federal charges, he can take her in on federal charges for impeding a ICE operation. If he wants to get her on local charges for obstructing a roadway or civil disobedience or some shit like that, he can write up a warrant and he can pass it off to the local municipality. So he has what he needs for a criminal warrant and to put her in jail. But most of the time, if you can put your hands on someone as a cop, you do it in the moment, okay? So he goes around the car again, and he hears his buddies call out. All of this elapses in less than 10 seconds, and the movement from the car moving forward to shots fired is probably less than 3 seconds. And from the first shot fired to the last shot fired is probably less than a second. So we're talking about a situation that's like less than a total of 10 seconds. So if you were to ask me tactically, Connor, you're in this exact same scenario, how do you do it? I approach from the passenger side. I say, we're giving you a lawful order. You're under detention. You are not allowed to take off. And if you take off, I'm getting a warrant for your arrest. Like, I'm screaming that through the window because it's not worth killing me to get the arrest right there. But that's not what that officer chooses to do. That officer, trying to back up his buddies, goes around the front of the vehicle. She backs up, and then she starts cutting her wheel to the right. And I've seen the camera footage. She's smiling. She thinks she's doing something cheeky. She thinks that interrupting a law enforcement operation and then fleeing, eluding law enforcement officers who have already notified her that she's being detained is a fun game on a Saturday afternoon. And so what ends up happening is she doesn't cut her wheel. Well, she does cut her wheel enough, let's be real, but she decides it's worth it to risk it to take off in a motor vehicle and maybe hit a cop right in front of her car. Because let's be real, they were only off, even if she totally missed the guy, she missed the guy by inches. Less than a foot, she missed the guy. And in adrenaline,
and only because he did continue to try to get out of the way.
You don't do that kind of shit unless you're willing to take on risk or danger. So then, to reiterate what Jeb Tan has said, action-reaction gap. So he's by the front tail light, and he's already saying, this bitch is about to hit me with her fucking car. Holy shit. And he's pulling the gun and aiming as she's gunning the vehicle. By the time that he already realizes that the vehicle may have cleared him, the trigger's already pulled. His brain function's already gone. And you guys need to get action-reaction gap into your mind as a concept, and you need to jam it into your fucking frontal lobe.
I understand.
So if non-smoker says, real quick, just last point. If non-smoker says, oh, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a cop, I'm just worried about the general trends of immigration. We can talk about like mass deportation operations if you want. We're talking about cop shootings because what you're saying is you want to rewrite the entire book on when a law enforcement officer is allowed to use deadly force.
Can I respond to being called out?
Everyone can respond. I know Lonerbox wanted to say something. I want to say something.
Yeah. Okay. So one thing as well, again, I'm guessing at a human level, I don't know the law on this, but when it comes to that 5-second or 3-second action-reaction gap, I'm sure this is very situational, right? Like if a car is coming at you at 100 miles an hour, that's like 200 meters away, 5 seconds before it reaches you. So I'm guessing you probably, in that situation, might have to narrow your, I don't think you can shoot at a car that's 200 meters away from you, coming towards you, even if it's only 5 seconds, right? So in this case, I think the significance of her reversing is quite big then, because again, his priority there, he's not necessarily to be a threat to the community. His priority there is to protect himself. How is firing a gun at her going to help him at that point?
So yeah, this is a shitty argument
I brought up.
And I didn't want to name anybody by name who's not present.
You can just address the argument if.
Yeah, I'll address the argument. But it's one that's been so annoying. So the standard is not guaranteed threat elimination. The standard is, can you reasonably believe it is reducing the threat? So let's go down kind of mathematically. Let's assume that an accelerating driver is 100% likely to be accelerating in your direction when the car is pointed in your direction. So if you shoot them, even if it only goes down by 1%, which obviously it goes down by far more, it's probably more like a 50-50 split, whether or not a dead person's foot will lead foot on the pedal or they'll slump off to the side and it will come off the pedal, it necessarily reduces the risk. Now, when it comes to the steering wheel, can you guarantee steering control, right? If the cop has to assume that the person can have the intention to steer the car toward them, and that is a necessary aspect of the threat assessment, can a dead person steer a wheel as easily as an alive person? No. So in that way, it also necessarily reduces the threat, because it's not a guarantee that they're accelerating, which it is if they're alive and accelerating, and it's a lot less likely that they'll be able to control the car in a way that can harm you.
It's almost certainly
if you shoot
in any situation where the driver is shot that they will go lead foot just because of how people normally drive.
Oh, come on.
Not true.
You've seen 100 people shot in the face driving cars, and you know 99 times out of 100 they all went
Grand Theft Auto, if you do it, they do.
Look,
in GTA 5, they always keep going.
That's not the case.
But show me one.
Hold on. If it's 50-50, this should be an easy thing for you to prove right now. Show me a case where someone is speeding and then it drives, right? Like is starting to accelerate and they drive and then they stop.
Sure, we'll
I
do
haven't
that when you
seen
show
that-
me a case law that looks just like
Because I
this
can
one,
show you
where
a
the
video where
officer
the
is
other
guilty.
thing
Wait,
happened,
wait, hold
where
on,
someone
hold
was
on.
shot
Wait,
and they
wait,
sped
which-
forward.
Then why
That's
was
the
our
Renee Good
ROE?
video.
Maybe wait,
Hold on,
maybe.
based off of
Hey,
this
no,
logic.
wait,
Okay,
wait,
I'm just
stop.
saying.
No, Wick. Based off of your logic,
I
why
don't
in
need
Iraq
logic, you just
was
need an
it our
example.
rules of engagement to shoot drivers? Did we assume that every VBIED
Yeah.
was going to go lead foot and blow us up anyways?
Hold on. We
That's
shot
bullshit.
them at distance,
Like you made a
at
totally
range.
like
Why does that
unfalsifiable
matter if they're
argument.
going to
Hold
die
on.
and hit
You
the
don't
gas
think the
anyway?
ranges matter when it comes to accelerations and things like that?
I'm sure it does,
Not-
but at the same time, saying like, oh,
That's why we did. We
not
also had
only
multiple
does
barricades,
does
like so that they would
90%
hit
of
the
people who get
barricades and
shot
they couldn't
driving
steer
a car
around.
lead
There's a
foot,
whole
but also the cops should know that before the scenario is fucking insane. Like that's
wild.
that's a crazy talking point.
Well,
But I want
okay,
to give
just-
the I'm trying not to debate, and I failed at that, but that's okay. We're gonna give it to what's his face, non-smoker, and we're gonna give it to Lonerbox, and they can respond.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I almost jumped in there, but because I also feel like even if it's not 99% of the time, there is always the risk someone could go lead foot. I don't know. That should maybe factor into your decision making if you're the cop. It does present. It is a moving vehicle where nobody's consciously operating it, flying at a particular speed. It does present a danger to the people in the immediate area. I don't know. Worthwhile argument. Just wanted to respond to what Connor said. To me, I mean, I almost feel like bad being here because I don't know if I'm the best opponent for these guys because I don't have a broad list of like examples of case law to cite and stuff. I'm not a lawyer, you know, like I'm a streamer, political commentator,
They aren't
right?
lawyers either, so
And
it's okay.
yeah, they get moonlight as I believe Jeb is a lawyer. He seems very informed.
Josiah did too. He got mad at me when he found out I wasn't.
So well, good on you. So listen, Connor had said, you know, if I want to talk about immigration policy, I actually don't. I want to talk about the rhetoric from this administration, which has caused a 1,300% increase in violent incidents towards ICE officers from 2024. There was a 1,300% increase in 2025 of violent incidents towards ICE officers and violent incidents involving ICE officers. And to me, there's a clear, direct correlation. It's as clear as day with the rhetoric from this administration, the fact that this administration uses ICE and their highly visible tactics, at whether it's directly at this administration's behest or not, I think it's kind of unquestionable. They use it as a marketing tactic for the legions of retards who support Trump. And I think that is a much bigger problem. I think that's the root of this problem, and that will be the root of every subsequent violent incident involving ICE until he's out of office. And this is a much, much bigger problem because I really disagree with Jeb on that point that, you know, well, there's always periods of political turmoil. No, this is a period of a particularly like intense degree of political turmoil on this specific issue. And, you know, it's like one of the hallmark, campaign things that Trump, included in his, whatever, campaigning, not to sound redundant, but you get the idea here. So I'm not interested in talking about even whether or not we should deport people or whatever. You know, I think there's a humane way to do that. I'm talking about the rhetoric from the president.
Sure.
Yeah.
But Jeb,
Okay.
may I, just because I want to isolate this argument real quick?
Yep.
So the reason why Jeb and I are so passionate about the details of the micro incident, pulling trigger, adrenaline, action, reaction, are vehicles deadly weapons, all that kind of stuff, is because that doesn't just apply to this scenario. This applies to a shitload of law enforcement interactions. And I think the argumentation that you guys are making actually you might not be meaning to do it, but it's almost implied that you're allowed to engage in civil disobedience and violate nonviolent laws without fear of detention. And then if you're detained, you're allowed to flee and elude. And if you endanger people while you're fleeing and eluding, cops should just sit back and take it. And so it's just like totally, you might not be saying it, but the implications of your line of rhetoric basically mean that we should just like throw low-level law enforcement out of the window.
Wait, am I
okay?
misunderstanding?
Hold on, but
Are you
I'm
opposed
not
to civil
misunderstanding, and I do
disobedience?
want to address what you said. So real quick, while I
Well,
still
wait,
have
but you're gonna like throw a
Please.
bunch of points. You
Please.
oppose civil disobedience?
No, I don't oppose civil disobedience. But if you
Oh,
engage
okay.
in civil disobedience, then you should expect to get arrested, particularly if your actions are illegal. That's actually
Were you
part
a
of
hall
civil
monitor?
disobedience.
Were you a hall monitor by any chance?
He was a cop.
No, but I was a cop, right?
Oh,
So
okay, that's what it
basically,
is.
no, I'm
Okay.
kidding. But
We've met previously. Hold on. I'm not done yet because I wanted to address what he said with the ICE thing. So with the ICE thing, with the 1,300% increase in violence towards ICE, I can agree with you descriptively that this is just caused by the visible, high tempo mass deportation operation that the current administration is engaged in. But then that's kind of the question is, if this is already the law of the land, and then if they're enforcing existing laws, do you have the right to engage in civil disobedience without arrest? Do you have the right to flee and elude from law enforcement officers? Do you have the right to endanger other people during the fleeing and eluding? And I think Jebtan and I are saying, no. If you want to engage in civil disobedience and you hate mass deportation operations, that's awesome. Go vote and engage in civil disobedience, but expect to get arrested. And also don't hurt or kill people while you're engaged in civil disobedience. It's actually relatively simple.
And let me touch on, I want to zoom back out. Because I can concede a point non-smoker made very easily. He's right. Trump's rhetoric absolutely, before this situation and after this situation, is not only non-productive, it's outright evil, dishonest, and abusive. 100%. If I can concede that that did have a significant impact, let me lay out some other facts, which is I don't think it would have nearly as inflamed an impact if there wasn't an entire media apparatus dedicated to attacking cops and saying they're all racist and want to kill people every time a shooting happens that gets publicized ever. And I can evidence this by prior to Trump's ICE rhetoric, during, again, the Summer of Love, Jacob Blake, and a bunch of other totally justified shootings that people disregarded information on and just decided was evil racist cops. I think at least equally the anti-police, I'm not even going to attribute it to a political party, but the anti-police rhetoric that is so casual and so common now that I think this is 100% going to contribute to is at least as much, if not more, at fault because we saw the same kind of things happening even prior to Trump's rhetoric. He definitely does make it worse, specifically for ICE members. But I don't want to pretend that if we deal with Trump's rhetoric, the problem is now solved, or even mostly solved, because this existed about 80% to the strength that it is right now in this circumstance before Trump's ICE rhetoric even began.
Wait,
I think that's fair.
It's very telling that you said you couldn't attribute it to a party, though, right? Because we're talking about some.
Well,
like,
I can. I was trying to be
far,
fair.
Go ahead.
Well,
go
no,
ahead,
you're
Lauren,
not trying to be
please.
that. Well, no, you're being honest. Maybe it's accidental, but the fact is that when it comes to cop killings and the way that some like ultra progressives or left wingers and media people might are more or less charitable towards them, comparing that to the intensification that comes from the Trump administration and the way that he talks about migrants or talking about how his political opponents are liable for execution for treason, and given the fact that like it seems like quite a lot of the action on deploying people to Minnesota and the interest he's taken there, a lot of it was inspired by a fucking shitty documentary made by some retarded 20-something who was surprised that some daycares are open till 10 p.m.
Yeah, so now I do have to attribute it. It's not. I'm not talking about the yuckiness of the specific rhetoric. I'm talking about its impact. And now I do have to go into the Dems hate cops argument because it's a strong one, but I was trying to avoid it because it's a longer one. Mainstream Democrats said that the cop who killed Jacob Blake should be tried for murder and convicted of murder. Mainstream Democrats said that Kyle Rittenhouse should be tried and convicted of murder. Mainstream Democrats over and over and over again have sided with the blatantly and obviously wrong side against cops and against the right to self-defense with a firearm over and over and over consistently. And I was willing to concede that Trump not only had an impact, but a significant impact on the violence against ICE and the violence against police at large. But you have to concede, if you're being factually honest, that the Democrats are just as at fault.
Not just as. Absolutely not. The Trump
Against
admin
police? Are you kidding?
No, we're not talking
I
about
have a
against police. We're
response.
talking about the environment in
Well, that's
general.
what
Yeah,
that's the
obviously.
claim I'm asking for you to concede for.
Okay, $50
Again, if
just
you're
real
talking
quick.
about just ICE, I get it.
$50, and I will interrupt the panel for $50 donations, okay? $50 donation from a Dat Reshi guy to say, will Connor or Jeb acknowledge that she wasn't even participating in civil disobedience? She was just in her car. Officers came up aggressively, flaming tensions, causing a panic, and put themselves and everyone around them in danger. What did she do?
Yeah,
don't
absolutely not.
I don't
Absolutely not.
I think her wife herself
Jeb,
admitted.
hold on. I want to tell this guy to take his $50 and stick it right back up his own ass.
Sorry, I'm being
No,
nice.
keep
There's
giving me
3
more money.
lanes in this roadway. There's ICE conducting lawful law enforcement operations up the block. She is moving back and forth while honking at the federal agents and basically obstructing 2 lanes of roadway. She lets civilians pass, but when the law enforcement officers are coming up to her, she's talking shit to them. No, 100% she was engaged in civil disobedience. And it's almost like degrading to what she was trying to do to say that she wasn't engaged in civil disobedience. So take your $50 super chat, roll it up into a tiny fucking wad, and stick it up your ass, dummy.
I'd like to respond to Jeb if I could have the floor for a moment. So I actually see your point. I do. I do happen to think that one thing that probably should be acknowledged anyway is the killing Jacob Blake. The killing you keep referencing, it was a few months after George Floyd.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to excuse the rhetoric necessarily around that, but I guess what I'm suggesting is like Democrats trying to win brownie points with constituents who are already justifiably angry towards police. Maybe not it's not justifiable to say all cops, but at the time in the country, there was a justifiable anger towards the hostile, brutal tactics of some officers, which had been a historic problem, kind of manifested in one really publicized incident. But yeah, like just going back to Trump, and listen, anybody who knows me knows I'm not one of these like Trump is the root of everything kind of people. Trump is the culmination of lots of problems, right? But there is something to the idea of like, you don't pour gasoline on a fucking fire. And that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, I think part of his goal in his second term, I think, is gathering as much political clout as he can so he can wield it after he leaves office. And he can sort of have a say in who will be president or what happens within his party even after his tenure is over. And I think a lot of that depends on him appeasing, once again, the legions of brain-rotted retards who support him. And that could mean watching, the video of this woman being shot in the fucking head, and without even taking 2 seconds to analyze it, as you guys have clearly put all this time and effort into thinking out case law and all these different examples, the president just says, oh yeah, she was her wife is clearly a professional agitator, and he was just doing his job, and it's things like that it hypes up his base, but it also ignites like a degree of like furious anger towards not just Trump but ICE, right? It's
no, and I agree.
This problem.
And I so badly, and like this is what I've wanted on both sides for a long time in a lot of these situations. I want so badly to have that conversation in its entirety. I want so badly to have a comprehensive conversation about a month-long break in ICE enforcement so they can get better training, or getting body cams, even though I think they are already trying to deploy body cams. They just haven't yet because they're rolling them out. I want so badly to have those conversations, but it is impossible to have that conversation when a whole side of the conversation about this issue is being convinced that not only was this an unjustified shooting, but that ICE is out there looking for excuses to kill not only illegal immigrants, but also civilians. And that they are the Gestapo, and that they are going door to door just itching, looking for a reason to send you away or kill you. And it's like, we can't have the real conversations about, if everybody was able to unify on this subject, if this was a justified shooting, but Trump and Kristi Noem's statements were at least in part unacceptable, then we could get a lot more pressure on them. But Trump gets to hide behind the fact that the other half of the situation is equally delusional about this being cut and dry murder.
Like,
No,
hold on.
even
Can
if-
If you think
even
this
if
is
we're coming
cut
back to
and
your-
dry
can
murder,
I just ask
you're
you just a
delusional.
temperature check question
Equally.
here? Do you think it is
Yeah.
entirely super clear from the jump that this was entirely justified and no one should have looked into it or questioned it?
Of course not.
Okay,
Neither side thinks
excellent. But the problem is, when many of us are looking into it and questioning it, we may not be lawyers, we may not know the legality involved, but I can tell you 100% certainty now that I've looked at it that it wasn't unnecessary shooting.
Mm,
Whether it was
you said it
justified,
was
whether
cut and dry
legally,
murder.
it was absolutely
backpedal.
unnecessary. Had
Hold
he
on.
not
You
shot,
said it was cut and
hold
dry
on,
murder.
let me finish. Had he not shot, no one would have died. Can we acknowledge that fact?
You
Even
said
with
it was
20/20
cut and
hindsight.
dry
Can we
murder. You are
acknowledge
part
that?
of the problem.
Can
That
we
I-
acknowledge
Stop trying to
that?
back away.
Yeah,
I
you
said
can't
it
acknowledge
is
that?
equally
You can't?
delusional
Okay,
to
great.
say
Then
that
we're
it was
stuck.
cut and dry
Because
murder.
if we can't
You know,
acknowledge
you
basic
said it was
reality,
cut and
we
dry
can't move
murder,
forward.
and now you're
This
backpedaling
is
off
a
that
basic
position
reality
because
thing.
your
Can you just
position was
acknowledge
equally
the fact
delusional
that
to
if he
Trump's
had
that it
not
was cut and
shot,
dry murder.
no one would have died.
That's my point. You can talk through it because it's a good point, but I'm not going to let you
answer
jump
my
off it.
question because my
You
question
said it was cut
fills
and
your
dry murder.
argument.
Did you say it was cut and dry murder?
Hold on. No, I did
What was
not.
my argument that it kills? What was my
I
argument?
said, can we
What
acknowledge?
was my argument?
Can we acknowledge
was my argument?
that if she had not shot, if
I'm not
he
gonna
had
answer
not
till you
shot,
answer.
no one would have died. You can't answer my question? Are you refusing to answer
What
my
was
question?
my
We can move
argument
on.
that you just killed?
Wait,
What was
you
my
think,
argument that
you think
just
cut
killed?
and dry? Hang on, just to be clear, you think cut and dry murder is is as delusional as what Trump said?
Yeah.
Trump saying the obviously professional agitator, very disorderly,
Yeah.
violently, willfully, and viciously ran over
Yeah.
the ICE officer.
Yeah.
Recovering in hospital, so he's
So in
still
both
alive.
of
No, these
yeah,
are not
both of
equally-
those.
You did this. Hang on, you did, I'll call out what we did earlier with law
I can
enforcement as
explain
well.
why.
But when it comes to your earlier question
Okay.
about law enforcement and comparing Dems and Republicans, even then, you can talk about the way that Dems treat ICE, but comparing that to like Trump, like, okay, generally Trump loves law enforcement until they're not on his side,
I'm
right? The way he
comparing it
talks
to the
about DOJ, the way that
outcomes.
he spoke. Not even the outcomes. My
outcomes were 80% there
politics
before
is
this
listen.
all started.
My American politics is rusty. Okay, I don't recall Democrats ever pardoning any BLM rioters who attacked cops. Trump pardoned 1,600 J6 protesters, many of whom fought with
That
cops.
has nothing to do with the ICE. That has nothing to do with the ICE violence.
Attitudes
because if
towards
that
law
had to do
enforcement,
with the
fact that
ICE violence,
Republicans will fight with cops as soon as they don't. As soon as
The
they don't
ICE
support them.
violence would have started in 2020, not 2024, if that were the case.
So now it's just ICE, not law enforcement, just ICE.
No, he cited ICE. I'm responding to his argument when I say
Well,
that.
earlier
Like,
you were
you're
saying law
acting like
enforcement, but
I'm
if you
the
want to
one
narrow it down
talking-
to ICE, that's
Yes,
okay.
Because I am making a greater argument about law enforcement. But when I'm responding to him, when we're talking about Trump's rhetoric, he directly cited the 1,300% increase in violence against ICE. So yes, that's why I'm going to bring up ICE when it comes to Trump's rhetoric, because that's the outcome he was wanting me to compare. So I was comparing that outcome to the fact that 80% of this fucking vitriol existed prior to Trump's ICE rhetoric.
So just to clarify, so it's both sides bad for ICE, but not for law enforcement in general.
It's both sides bad for both, but obviously Trump's impact is a lot more severe on ICE, and it gives a better argument for the Democrats. So I was being charitable, but every time I've been charitable, you've tried to fucking shit on me for it. So I guess I won't be charitable. Yes, Democrats, the argument is even better for Democrats when you're talking only about ICE. But if we take it to law enforcement in general, Democrats hold way higher a share of the blame for the anti-cop rhetoric. 100%. They hold more of the blame.
Okay,
That's
$50.
not even
just
disputable.
real quick, $50 from Zonia for a question for Jeb and Connor. Thoughts on the idea that the ICE officers are the professionals and should be understanding that civvies are going to panic and poorly handle these situations, and so the officers should have worked to de-escalate the situation.
I'm gonna have a more soy answer than Jeb.
Wait, did you just put that helmet on now?
No, I'll probably be pretty soy about it too, honestly. I've been pretty soy this whole time, and I'm getting attacked by Lonerbox for it.
Well, Lonerbox is welcome to attack me. Jesus, it's been a while. I would fucking
I'm
love to
attacking
get
the argument, to be
Jeb,
fair.
most people
No, I know, but you're
associate law
attacking my most
enforcement and
charitable
ICE
arguments and not
to
the
be
meaner
similar
ones.
things.
I want
Well, you're
to
saying
answer
it's charitable, but then even then you said you were being
$50.
specific. Even then you said you were being specific to ICE, but then at the end of your last statement you went back to cops again. So I don't know what you're.
But I explained
I want
why.
to-
I explained why. It's not a mystery.
I want to answer the $50 super chat.
Counterpoints answer. Go ahead.
Yeah.
All right. Yes, 100%. A term that everybody at this argument, soy lib, soy lefty, soy progressive, chud righty, chud libertarian, chud conservatarian, you should all Google officer caused jeopardy. It's a relatively novel legal idea that officers can legally justify use of force by escalating scenarios unnecessarily. As a matter of fact, what I have said twice now is, considering that the officer was already previously dragged by another vehicle, resulting in 12 stitches, I find it fucking insane that he was willing to step in front of a vehicle, not once, but twice, particularly when he knew that the driver was going to be detained. That's fucking crazy. And yes, law enforcement officers should be trained to a higher standard.
Yep. I agree. I don't think it's a great argument for this one.
Doesn't mean she's allowed to write him over, though.
Yeah, that's my thing. Specifically because of the distinction made in Starks v. Black and 2C versus Billiot, I don't agree it's as applicable to this situation. But I agree. ICE and police have a higher standard. So that's why I say there's no fleeing argument, right? If they try to de-escalate and she drove off and put no one's life in danger, I don't think they would have had the right to pop shots at her, because the totality of the circumstances doesn't point toward somebody who is trying to harm anyone. Once her car is pointing at an officer and there's an officer right here and she decides to put her foot on the gas at all, she has now fundamentally changed that calculation and made it clear that she is at least willing to have an officer's life be in danger in order to flee. And that is all the officer should need and needs legally to fire a shot. Because all it takes, it doesn't take her being a bloodthirsty murderer, and I don't think she is. All it takes is for the officer to assume she is willing to seriously harm him in order to flee for him to shoot.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Response to that, or?
Well, I don't know if I should, because again, it's like, it's sort of weird. I don't know if this is just me. Someone else maybe can add to this. It kind of feels like this is what I'm hearing from you guys collectively, mostly from Jeb, which is essentially you don't support the fact that the woman was shot. You think that Trump's rhetoric is partially responsible for the outcome in this situation. You think that ICE officers do not have the proper level of training or preparation. You're even willing to consider the fact that he made a really bad judgment call. I mean, Connor's essentially saying that having been dragged by a car previously to then even go into this situation. So all of those things are true, but what you're saying is, essentially in that one moment, he had a reasonable, he had reason to assume that she might possibly hit him with his car, hit him with her car, and in a split second, he made the wrong decision and killed her, and therefore it's not a murder. And
legally, I don't make the right decision.
Yeah, I don't think he made the wrong decision in shooting. To be clear,
hold on, you don't think he made the wrong
don't.
decision, even with hindsight?
No.
No,
because
matter of fact, I want to flip this real quick. I want to ask you guys.
Because in hindsight, I still know
hold on,
he didn't
Jeff,
have
let me ask him a question.
Let
me ask him a question. So you're a citizen engaged in civil disobedience. You are notified by law enforcement officers that you are now detained. Get out of the car. Okay, they have lights and sirens. They have a armor vest with a tape on top of it that says police. Okay, do you, as a citizen, have a duty to keep your vehicle stationary and surrender to law enforcement? Yes or no?
Yes, of course. My argument's never been that she's not retarded. She's absolutely retarded in what she did.
I believe he was asking me.
I was asking the lefties, but
my bad.
I mean, I'm happy to hear.
Sure,
that.
I mean, by the letter of the law, and I think just to reduce the probability that shit goes sideways, you should get out of your car.
Okay. Now there's a cop. There's a cop standing in front of your car, and you're turning all the way to the right because you want to escape, but it's going to be close. Okay, it's going to be close. All right, like you want to escape. You decided I don't want to go to jail tonight. I want to go to jail tomorrow. I got like ballet recital at 6 p.m. with like doggy ballet with my black Labrador. I don't want to go to jail tonight. I'll go to jail tomorrow. So I'm gonna get out of here. So I cut my wheel to the right, and I'm gonna gun the accelerator, but it's looking kind of close. Do you think that I should A, gun the accelerator, or B, say, this is a bad idea, let's stop?
I think, what's interesting is I feel like you guys are granting to the officer,
No, we're not.
the you don't even know what I'm going to say.
Yeah, you're probably saying that we're giving him too much latitude.
No, you got to just let me finish like a statement, dude. You're like up here, like you're granting to the officer that I guess in a moment he may, huh?
I said, I listened to y'all for like 30 minutes, but go off.
Well, I'm trying to just respond to your one fucking point. Is that all right? Okay.
The floor is yours.
Jesus Christ, dude.
Just go.
Put your fucking helmet on.
Just drive. Drive forward.
Look.
Point the wheels at his directions and go. Got it. Go.
Okay. Look.
Turn your proverbial wheels. Drive
you're
now.
Willing to. Okay. Jesus Christ, dude. You're willing to acknowledge to some extent that he made a judgment call in walking over to the car, which in your words is insane, right? Because he had been dragged by a car previously, and I guess in that moment he made a decision which you're calling crazy, but we're left to assume that he did that, I guess presumably because he felt like that was the best way to diffuse the situation or something like that. I don't know if you're exactly making that argument, but that's kind of how I'm interpreting it. I don't know. I guess it's kind of weird because when we're describing the sequence of actions she took, it seems like you're describing it like it's this perfectly logical thing, when I think the reality of the situation is, probably from both their vantage points, that all of this happened really, really quickly, and it's totally possible that someone made, the driver, Renee Good, made like a panicked decision to pull her car away when she absolutely shouldn't have. And I don't think it's really quite as like coherent as you're describing of, oh, I think that I should pull away for this and that reason, and this is the lot. I think it was more just like, hey, this looks like a bad situation. I better get the fuck out of here. And, to that extent, I'm actually willing to agree with a lot of people who say she probably shouldn't have put herself in the middle of that situation to begin with. However, I also think that the officer's role in that situation, in my view, should really be de-escalating. If somebody's coming in and they're not really being rational, their job is to try and lower the temperature. And it didn't seem like they were doing that. It looked to me, anyway, on the video, like they're surrounding her, and it's becoming more hostile of an encounter, which causes her to then sort of defiantly smile and act like, which a lot of people do when they're nervous, by the way. They're panicking, they don't know what to do. I don't really think she was doing it as like a insult to the cops. I think a lot of people do that stuff when they don't know how to react, and then pull their car away like stupidly because she was panicked. And yes. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you agree with that.
No, I agree with 70% of what you said. But this is why I'm on the WIC TV panel show, the premier entertainment platform for political commentary that should have easily surpassed Lex Friedman and all those other fake ass fucking podcasters. He should be at 1 million subs right now. And I came onto the
Blaze me harder, Daddy. Okay,
political
keep going.
commentary panel show in order to remind liberals, because this is actually my frustration, okay? Remind liberals and progressives that there can be something morally unjust happening in the country that is legal. We can look back at civil rights, we can look at the slavery, we can look at all that kind of shit, and that civil disobedience can be the right thing to do, which we have a lot of heroes in American history who have engaged in civil disobedience, but you should expect to get incarcerated if you're engaged in illegal civil disobedience. And so you're right. In my opinion, Renee Good probably panicked because she was like, oh shit, I signed up in order to fuck with the Gestapo because I think the mass deportation operations are bad. And this is not a conscious thought. This is pure adrenaline. This is raw emotion. It's not a conscious narrative. But then she's like, oh shit, 3 dudes in body armor are about to come fucking arrest me. I need to get the fuck out of here. And then she guns it. Whereas I would hope that because WIC TV will soon be a multi-million subscriber YouTube show with millions of views, now the liberals who want to engage in civil disobedience will be like, damn, I heard that Connor guy talk the other day. I was ready to engage in civil disobedience, but I'm going to mentally prepare for the fact that I might actually get detained and arrested, and I might actually have an adrenaline dump, and I might do stupid shit.
Well, let WIC TV, a future multi-millionaire streamer or whatever, make $50 more from Zonia. Thank you. To ask Lonerbox and non-smoker question. Is there any responsibility upon the protesters for going out of their way to antagonize and confront and even obstruct a bunch of hot-headed goons with guns, especially in the heat of an anti-ICE protest? Should we see them as victims?
You can still be a victim and still be making a bad decision. I don't know why people don't get that. Whatever her, like the whole ethos of civil disobedience, at least when it's successful in the United States, like Martin Luther King, is you engage in civil disobedience and you expect to get arrested. Like getting arrested is part of the civil disobedience. That's what your way of saying that we're going to protest disobediently something about the society, but we're also doing so as part of the society. And you demonstrate that by getting arrested. That's why they got themselves jailed quite a lot. Whatever this woman's opinion was on ICE that might have been exaggerated by what she'd heard on social media or from even Dems, one true opinion she would have had about ICE is that they're going into these areas with pretext from Trump, basically calling anyone who fucks with them or any of their political opposition as terrorists. So that's kind of an issue as well. That might have explained why she was afraid and why she made that jerk reaction to flee. Again, I don't think that's a good decision. But as far as the behavior of the cops beforehand as well, and like the lack of de-escalation, get out of the fucking car and standing in front, and the guy playing around with his phone, like this will all be considered if it ever goes to a court case, as will the severity of the initial crime that she was supposedly committing. So but as far as case law goes, like I wanted to bring back a few examples that you brought up earlier. Like you mentioned, what was it, Tusi versus Billiard. But again, I don't know if you mentioned this, but again, the issue with this person and the big difference was that, like a lot of these cases, this was a joyrider, right? They were a threat to the public. I don't know if Connor might have mentioned Barnes v. Felix. That
wasn't the reason why they found him reasonable, though. That wasn't part of why they found him reasonable. They found him reasonable strictly from the threat to himself part of the evaluation as well.
Okay. And in Barnes v. Felix, was it Connor who brought that up, or was that you?
Probably me.
Last year.
He was citing specific case law. The only thing that I brought up is officer caused jeopardy. That's the only.
Yeah, because this was one, like, because Barnes v. Felix was outside of joyriding, because this was a case where, and again, the chronology on this is kind of odd if you're familiar with it, but like the guy gets pulled over for toll violations, and the officer talks to him for like 2 minutes, trying to get his identification, tells him to get out of the car. The guy opens the door, but then turns the ignition on, and now the case says that the cop afterwards jumped onto the door sill of the car, and then
after
the driver
it was
started
moving even.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing about the chronology, because they say this all happened within 2 seconds, and in the initial thing from the initial courthouse, they said that they could only consider the 2 seconds when the car starts driving and when the cop fires, not him deciding to jump on the door sill. Because I'm going to ask the obvious question is, like, the car starts moving, how long do you have to jump on the door sill before it's gone?
Right.
So it's like, it's kind of happened. The decision is more or less being made at the same time that he probably turns the ignition on rather than the car starts moving. But obviously, because the cop has put himself in that position, he starts firing and he does not get qualified immunity, or it's seen as a Fourth Amendment violation.
So what happened was the Supreme Court didn't rule finally on the immunity. They ruled Fifth Circuit, and this is like a procedural thing that we should bring up. The Fifth Circuit was the only appellate court of my knowledge that was using that moment of threat doctrine you referred to, where they only look at the 2 seconds. The Supreme Court only ruled on whether or not that was the right way to look at it. They said, definitely not. You need to use what the rest of the circuits are doing, which is totality of the circumstances. So all the other case law I'm referencing was under totality. Then they threw it back to the Fifth Circuit to look at it under the totality of circumstances, and they did rule in the officer's favor, which I actually think there is a better case for ruling against that officer than there is this ICE officer, because he did jump on the car after it was moving, but they, as you said, referenced that perception to reaction gap and argued that he didn't jump on it while it was moving. He decided to jump on it before it was moving, and then it moved, and then he jumped, and so that just happened to be the case. I also struggle with you on the length of the perception reaction gap, because as I've heard the chronology of those events, that doesn't seem to be the case to me. But even under totality of circumstances, the idea that as long as the decision for use of force or of officer-created jeopardy happens before the victim has the opportunity to end the violence themselves, the officer is justified, because, like in this circumstance, the fact that he stepped in front as she backed up meant the person who made the final decision as to whether or not this was going to be a lethal circumstance was Renee when she hit the gas.
Wait, out of interest, I was aware of the Supreme Court not actually making the decision, just saying this is how you have to consider it. Out of interest, morally, Connor, what do you think of that? Cop tells a guy to come out of the car. He's got his door open. He turns the ignition on, and then I guess within like less than a second afterwards, the cop jumps on the door sill, and then the car starts moving, and then he shoots the guy.
And then shoots the guy once the car starts moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's officer caused jeopardy. Like the reason why I keep repeating this concept is just because
when you say officer caused jeopardy, do you mean that it was a justified shooting or not, though?
Okay, so I'm not evading. I'll try to answer as directly and briefly as possible. We both have responsibilities. Officers are supposed to enforce the law. Citizens are supposed to, you cannot escape the ride. You can escape the rap. Okay? So if an officer tells you that you need to be detained and go to jail, it's your duty as a citizen to surrender unless you actually think that they're like gonna murder you, right? So that person, by starting their car and driving, did not fulfill that responsibility, but that officer further endangered the situation because he could have let him go, got his license plate, written down his description, put a warrant out for his arrest, and they could have gotten him at a later time that would be infinitely safer. And now a human being is dead. And so in my world, at least if I could write law about this right now, I would say that we should train the public on this. Cops shouldn't be criminally held liable for officer caused jeopardy unless it's particularly egregious, but it should open them to civil suit 100%. Like it should waive their sovereign immunity if officer caused jeopardy.
This officer, this ICE agent specifically, be open to civil suit by Renee Good's surviving family?
I don't know if it should be adjudicated in Renee Good's family, if Renee Good's family's favor, because I think that she has partial the responsibility, but I do think that the ICE should be open for civil suit. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as like whether like the civil part.
Sorry, Loner, did I answer your question?
I think so. I think
okay.
These are all going to be long answers.
In summary, it sounded like a justified shooting then, right?
Well, it's justified because we have a very specific and limited threshold for justifying lethal force, which is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Well, that guy started his car and started driving, and the cop's on the car. He's putting the cop in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Deadly force is met. The cop can kill the guy in order to hopefully he takes his foot off the gas because he's dead. And then the cop doesn't get dragged 75 feet and get injured and or killed by the car. But the police officer, if he had done his procedures, his tactics and techniques properly, called in the license plate first, saw who the driver was, and then the driver starts the car and takes off, well, that cop could just take a step back and be like, okay, I got your license plate. I know what you look like. I'm going to write up a report and a warrant, and we'll catch you at another time that's not going to put my life or your life in as much danger. And I think cops and the public should both be trained on that expectation.
Yeah, that's the bit I think we'll probably never agree on. Like, I don't see how, because as far even for precedent or even just for setting an example, the idea that a cop can remember, and maybe if this was a situation where but even if it were like a murderer in the car, like a joyrider, the idea of like you see the guy turn the ignition on with his door open, and then you jump onto the door sill and just like you're standing on the edge of a car, knowing that it is probably about to move, and then you decide, well, now my life's in danger.
But the law enforcement
you might as well just take his gun out and say, if you move, I'm going to shoot you, right? Like,
but the law enforcement officer, well, I agree with you there. But the law enforcement this is one of the things that I'm getting pissed off with my chat about too. The law enforcement officer is doing their duly sworn job. They wake up, they put on soft armor, they put on a battle belt, they go out into the world, they look for law offenders, they arrest them. That is their job. The other person is a criminal who's trying to evade consequence. And so to weigh these people as equally responsible and acting in an equally responsible way, I think is a recipe for like civilizational dissolution.
As in, you
Yeah.
think the cops should be held to a higher standard or lower because
No,
they're
I think the
criminal?
cops should be held to a higher standard. But I think to say, so as an example, let's use the example that you just said. As a matter of fact, I think this is probably a problem in the United Kingdom. So let's say it is a murderer. Let's say it is a joyrider. And the cop is like, I don't want to let this guy go, but I want to try to arrest him. So I'm going to jump into the window because I think the stakes are this high and I want to protect members of the public. And then the guy doesn't stop after he screams a couple of times. And he's like, if you don't stop, I'm going to kill you. And then the guy still doesn't stop. Well, at that point, if the cop shoots the guy, do you want the cop to go to jail for that? For stopping a homicide suspect who refused lawful orders, who fled and eluded law enforcement, and who also put the cop's life in jail? You want to put the cop in jail for that kind of behavior.
If the person's a homicide subject, everything changes, right? Like, but I think this person was toll violations is what he was suspected of.
Yeah.
Okay,
for
let's move
sure.
on. I do want to move off the toll violation guy because
Yeah, can I zoom it out a little bit,
Can I get the $50? I got a $50.
I mean, yeah,
question.
you can do whatever you want. You're sure.
$50 from this is for Connor from Dat Reshi guy. Thank you for the $50. Okay, Connor, couldn't you say that ICE therefore had the ability to let her go then, since he had already recorded her face, license plate, and the make model of her car? She was actively letting civvies go by her, so I don't see the danger she posed.
Not only could I say that, I said it earlier in the debate.
No, I disagree. I hard disagree. License plate only fucking matters if the state and local cops are actually going to cooperate with you and tell you where they've seen that license plate. ICE doesn't do traffic patrols. They're never going to see that license plate again unless the state and local cops cooperate, and the state and local cops aren't going to cooperate. The license plate is not part of their evaluation, and it can't be.
Okay, at the risk of disagreeing with my debate partner, okay?
How dare you?
The law, as far as I read today, ICE is allowed to enforce immigrations and customs enforcement, but they're also allowed to arrest U.S. citizens who are interfering with their lawful operations. So they had the right to detain her, arrest her in reference to what she was doing.
They're allowed to, but how are they going to find her?
Well, I was going to get to you.
Yeah.
In reference to local infractions, let's say that they wanted to hit her with like a local traffic violation for obstructing the roadway, or let's say they wanted to hit her with, some kind of noise ordinance or something. They would have to call a local police officer, at which point she would still be subject to detention. Okay. But my point is that arresting somebody who is interfering in ICE operations is not worth their life, and it's not worth the life of the ICE operator. And so therefore, stepping to the passenger side, giving lawful commands, reporting it to the local authorities, even if they're not going to do anything about it, that is the more moral choice.
Sure. Again, but that's more of a 2020 hindsight one where it's like, if you know she's going to get shot.
I would still argue
end.
that he should have knowingly not stepped in front of the vehicle, 100%.
Sure.
Like
so,
it's a tactical thing. He shouldn't be punished for it. But he should have stepped in front of the vehicle.
Do you think
when we talk about officer
this
created...
is to you both, actually, to Jebtan and to Counter, because I'm just really curious. So I understand that you don't think there should be any legal penalties. Do you think he should lose his job?
No, I think he acted in accordance to his training.
He did violate his training though by moving in front of the vehicle.
No, you cited DOJ policy and the DHS policy. Yeah, the DHS policy. Also, again, it also doesn't exactly cover the situation he was in, and that he didn't act in accordance with his training, as far as I'm concerned. If you leave a gray area and an officer operates within that gray area, you can't fire him for operating within an area that your training doesn't cover because your training's not good enough. This is the same reason with like they are told specifically, do not go in front of a car unless it is like turned off or something. I forget the exact word.
All right. So what DHS policy are you citing?
Yeah, let me see that DHS
let me
policy.
Bring it up. Kamikaze might have it. Kamikaze, you're in chat still. Just DM it to me.
Because I could definitely be convinced that he should lose his job, and I think he should probably personally resign anyway. So I do want to give this its time, but I did want to touch on the officer created jeopardy thing.
Yeah, I wanted to come back to Connor as well, because I think we might have been miscommunicating with the murder suspect thing. But like, given that it wasn't a murder suspect, it was a tolling violation or whatever. Like, even then, like, do you think there should be no punishment for the cop doing that?
No, I actually think that if we did the standard, because I think the standard actually existed in my department. If we did the standard, like, because we were told it's not worth your life. right? Like don't die for a fucking parking ticket, right? We also had a standard so sorry, just try to give me 2 minutes, okay? I'll try to be as brief as I can. There's perverse incentives and there's different standards for different municipalities, okay? So as a city cop, I was told that if there's somebody who flees and eludes off of a traffic stop and they have not committed a violent felony, you are not permitted to pursue because the added danger to the officer, to the other driver, and to members of the public is too great, and people have been killed in these scenarios. But what that's done in Orange County, Florida, is there are gangs who know that Orange County Sheriff's Office does not pursue, and as a result, every single traffic stop that these gang members get on, they flee. So you've now created a perverse incentive where a criminal organization knows the rules and is flouting the rules, creating a more dangerous, more lawless community. And what's interesting about that is that state police don't have that rule. So if a sheriff's deputy tries to pull you over in Orange County, they won't pursue. If you get pulled over by a same deputy in Lake County, they will pursue. If a state trooper gets a hair up their ass, they can pursue. And so that variability in like the social fabric keeps like bad guys on their toes where they're not able to take advantage of society's weakness, I suppose. Yeah. So that's where I would have a multivariate calculus for this.
Well, it sounds like the severity of the crime also holds like quite a lot of weight for you then, because when it comes to the
it does. Violent
very
felonies,
limited, yeah.
Violence felonies, almost every jurisdiction can pursue, even the pussy ones.
Yeah, I feel like looking at the additional opinions of people like Kavanaugh and Alito and Thomas, like they seem to be very much of the idea that like even traffic violators shouldn't really be underestimated because, you know, like there's Ted Bundy and Timothy McVeigh were both pulled over, and, you know, someone who's willing to run away after a traffic violation might be the kind of person who's up to all kinds of nonsense in society. So,
well, not
but
just
yeah,
that, there's a logical extension here too, where traffic can become something that risky behavior adds up to death. So as an example, in the state of Georgia, Georgia State Police got sued by a gentleman who went all the way up to the Supreme Court because he was pitted at 90 miles an hour where they hit his car at a 3/4 angle. His car like struck a tree or something, and he was paralyzed from the neck down for the rest of his life. And he was trying to sue, stating that it was law enforcement's fault that he was paralyzed. And I think the way that the Supreme Court ruled was that by taking on the risky elements himself, and by risking other members of the public, he was the sole person responsible, and you couldn't hold law enforcement responsible for his injuries.
Yeah, my other issue with the traffic one too
Or potential death.
I think it depends, and this is also my argument with the officer-created jeopardy. Minnesota, the state, has actually pretty coherent law, and I was going to bring this up because if this were to be a state charge in any way, I think the officer is actually justified on 2 counts, because one of the things they talk about is if someone is fleeing, you can't shoot them. If someone is fleeing a felony offense, so not necessarily a murder, but a felony offense, you can justify a shooting. Now, what possible felony offense could this woman have been suspected of? And fleeing, resisting arrest in a way that threatens the life of an officer or anyone is a felony in Minnesota. So I think certain types of fleeing can absolutely justify a conversation about someone being shot to protect the rest of the public, and I think that conversation can happen. I don't think this one was one of them, to be clear. That's why I ceded to you immediately, so we didn't have to waste time on that topic. But I sympathize a lot with Kavanaugh's and Alito's arguments as to the traffic infraction thing, because you'll see officers pop up for traffic infractions and get shot in the face in California. It's happened 3 times in the past, I think, 6 years here, where you pull up to a cop pulls up to a traffic stop and gets shot in the face. So you really don't ever know, but I understand what you're saying with the precedent being bad. And that's why with the officer-created jeopardy thing, I think the evaluation you need to make is the direct relationship between who created the final jeopardy, so to speak, who created the threat to the life of the officer. In Starks versus Black, right, the officer was found to not be immune because he ultimately made the final decision that put him in the jeopardy he was in to shoot. In this case, I think that direct relationship is not there in the case of the ICE agent, because he stepped in front after she has stopped the car and pointed it at him, and she had the final choice as to whether or not it was a lethal situation that would justify the shooting. In the Felix one, I have the same exact conflict that Lonerbox has, where I really need to dive deeper in the chronology of the situation, because to me, on its face, it seems that the cop was the one who made the final decision to put him in jeopardy, and he did not potentially give Barnes enough time to stop that vehicle before he shot. But I don't know, because I don't know if there's video, and if there is, I'll watch it. I don't have an opinion either way until I see it. The main determining factor for officer created jeopardy is, did the officer make the final decision that made the unsafe situation? Because otherwise, if we zoom it out as far as if he didn't make the initial correct strategic situation, you can justify a lot of really violent actions and lethal situations for cops. And I don't think that's a good precedent to set.
Yeah, well, I think that's the problem with the traffic stop argument, because like just because there are some people who might pull out a gun and shoot a cop because they don't want a ticket, you can't you have to acknowledge that the majority of traffic stops are not like this. So that there's an issue where something escalates, then you have to consider the escalation as it's happening, not just like anticipating it. Which is why, again, you would lean towards de-escalation. Also, to be clear, I'm not conflicted at all on Barnes. I think the cop throwing himself onto that car after the ignition had been engaged, it was just such a ridiculous decision to me. Now, it might influence whether
I lean
or not
toward
it's like
that
a murder
as well.
or something, but definitely, I don't really think you should be a cop after behaving like that. I think the Renee situation is just like a lesser version of that, with the guy with his phone and everything else.
Loner, that's
phone
kind of
is
what I was going to
immaterial
ask,
to me.
though, and I think you kind of answered it right there. So I'll just say, if the policy is, if you don't have a violent felony, you cannot, engage in officer cause jeopardy or whatever in order to attempt to stop somebody from fleeing. Because once again, this is a relatively, I think officer cause jeopardy has been something that's only been argued in the past 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, it's true.
So officer cause jeopardy, if you want to, this is actually kind of the solution oriented thing. If you wanted to explore the nuances of officer cause jeopardy, rewrite use of force policy to consider the kinds of crimes that are occurring and the kind of contextual information available to a law enforcement officer during a stop, and then give them guidelines on how to conduct themselves based off the kind of the stop, I would back you 100% on writing a sane policy and then firing people or opening people up to civil suit based off of violations of that policy. What I'm afraid of, though, is that I feel like once we start going down this road, like Jeb was saying earlier, libs and progressives oftentimes take it too far, where they basically want to punish people for being law enforcement officers engaged in their lawful duties, rather than coming up with a sane balance between public safety and officer safety and the lawful execution of duties.
Can I?
Yeah, well, I mean,
ahead.
if it makes you feel any better, it's like, I know that right wingers, and you mentioned the UK earlier. Despite the fact that, just to be clear, I think we have a fairly much lower murder rate than they have in the United States. But yeah, we occasionally will have right-wingers getting upset because there will be a case where a cop is prosecuted because they kept up a pursuit that they weren't supposed to. They should have disengaged from the pursuit because it was making things more dangerous. And the person who they were pursuing ended up hitting 2 people or something like that. And maybe if they'd been caught earlier, or maybe the person they're pursuing just goes on to kill people afterwards, so maybe they wouldn't have done it if they got caught. But then I guess the other people would argue that on the other side, long term, you just kind of want to veer towards majority situations. So even though there will be situations like that where a cop gets prosecuted for not letting someone go, even though they probably should have kept going after them, the majority of the situation, you want to lean towards de-escalation. And I feel like when you see these more muddy situations in the United States, like Barnes, then it's it seems to be cops behaving in a very stupid way.
Yeah, this is weirdly Darwinian and fucked up, but I'm going to bring it up. Because I do think it's a wide gulf between Europeans and Americans when it comes to violence. So when it comes to American like schizophrenics, mentally ill people, or people with disabilities that causes them to act erratically and violently, law enforcement just kills them. It's actually like weirdly enough like a form of like social Darwinism. Whereas I think that in Europe, what you guys typically do based off of the law enforcement tactics that I've seen is they willfully use riot shields, cops who are kind of trained in takedowns, tasers, and exhaustion to take down knife wielding, machete wielding, and like hand tool wielding suspects. And then the suspect lives. Now, from the conservative standpoint, it's like, well, you just arrested a schizophrenic who's just going to get out of jail in 30 days and they're going to recommit schizophrenic crimes. Whereas if you're actually an empathetic human being, then like, well, maybe we could get them treatment, maybe we could get them medication, maybe we could reduce the amount of schizophrenic violent breaks that they have, et cetera, and we didn't just waste somebody who was having a medical breakdown. I think that we could move towards the European direction in reference to not mass slaughtering schizophrenic people in the street. But we would need like a total cultural reorientation, because right now, as it's written, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, basically a cop can shoot you at that point.
One of the things that I want to touch on here, in Minnesota, there are tons of videos coming out where ICE seems to be escalating the situation. I've seen videos of them pointing what I assumed are armed pistols in the faces of protesters who don't seem to be doing anything, at least in the clips. There has been a lot of criticism of ICE. Police in general are trained to de-escalate the situation, but it seems that ICE either isn't being trained that way or isn't following that training. What should be done, if anything, in order to correct that situation, if you think it's a situation that needs correcting? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was muted. I think what I would like to have a conversation about is potentially funding being approved. And I know everyone's like, they have such a big budget. You have to remember, this is a federal immigration force. It does not have any support from the most important localities and states that they're trying to act in. So it's not like Obama, where they can do it with 5,000 to 10,000 agents. I think there should be a pause on ICE enforcement for about a month, and there needs to be retraining of ICE officers.
About a month. What do you mean by that?
Like, you essentially recall ICE agents. They're all going to training for a month to get better use of force training and whatnot and things like that. And then they go back out with the better training. Because I think it'll serve two purposes. One, they'll get the better training, but I don't think training is the issue when you look at Minneapolis. What I see in Minneapolis from before ICE and after is a community that has been empowered by both the local culture and the local leadership to purposefully agitate and antagonize law enforcement of all kinds. And I think they not only need better training, but ICE needs like a month pause of living in that world, because we do have to acknowledge at some point, because everybody doesn't want to give credit for the perception reaction gap and for the lack of 2020 hindsight. Sorry, my camera got fucked up. That it's all a part of, they don't want to treat these police like human beings. And these are humans that are being purposefully agitated, harassed, and antagonized day after day after day. And you wonder why in this one locality there seems to be a ton of issues, but then we want to pretend that this locality isn't the problem, when this is a federal law enforcement arm that seems to just have the same concentrated issue of use of force incidents in the same place that local law enforcement tends to have, and state law enforcement tends to have the same concentrated issue of use of force incidents. To act like the leadership and the culture around law enforcement in Minneapolis isn't at least in part at fault is not only naive, I think it's purposefully stoking the continuation of this problem to serve a political aim at this point. If so many guys in so many different uniforms are having the same exact fucking problem, at what point do we say, all right, we blame Trump primarily, we blame ICE primarily, but maybe there is a Minneapolis problem among this all, and it's not insignificant.
I feel like it'd be much. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I feel like it'd be much easier to decide. I was muted on my end. I feel like it'd be much easier to decide where the problem is if we didn't have Trump deploying these people to places where the states are not really wanting them there and where there's a lack of cooperation. Sorry, does anyone know exactly why 2,000 federal agents were deployed to Minneapolis?
Yeah, wasn't it because the Somalis were abusing the daycare systems or something?
So there's a lot of allegations.
Wait, that's an incomplete sentence. They were accused of fucking about and committing fraud by a bedwetting fucking retard who can barely say words properly.
Yeah, so I assume the other bedwetting R-slur that is currently our president took that at face value and then thought the fastest way to deal with that was deploying 2,000 ICE agents. So, yeah.
And then obviously Trump is telling them that they're going in there and encountering all these blue cities full of communists and Antifa and terrorists. Like the amount of time I just see the words terrorist like applied to just like general populations or crowds of protesters right now is fucking insane. I think that environment you're never going to have like any kind of.
Americans, unfortunately, are getting hoisted by our own petard. There was a bunch of people like non-smoker in the 2000s that were like, the invasion of Iraq is a pretext by the military-industrial complex and the deep state to erode our social liberties, and as a result, use terrorism as a pretext.
Well, I said that about the Patriot Act.
On domestic insurgency or domestic protest against the central federal government. And what happened was conservatives and conservatarians for me were like, oh, that's a fever dream. You're exaggerating. George Lucas is a crank. You know, like that speech where it's like, oh, this is how democracy dies, to applause. You know, like that, like we all thought George Lucas was a loser and an F slur for making it so on the nose. And then the Trump administration was like, nah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that for real. Like we're just going to take war on terror propaganda and we're just going to apply it to everyone who is not us. And he made George Lucas a prescient social commentator, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, I think one very simple. So one very simple start would just be like you should generally before Trump in the good old days.
No, you could say that George W. Bush and Mitt Romney and the Republicans paved the way for Trump, and you're not going to get any arguments from me. They thought that a sane person.
I don't disagree with that. Yeah, I don't say Republican media. Yeah, of course.
Obama did,
and they were wrong.
But yeah,
I remember watching Fox News in like 2010. Yeah, they were always kind of there was definitely
they were always making excuses for it. They're like, well, we'll just abuse our civil liberties and torture a few Muslims, and it's never going to get misused. And then
But I think the big change that happened right now with.
What's the music with the bald guy, the bald Jewish guy?
The what?
The bald
Stephen
Jewish
Miller.
Guy. No, not Stephen Miller.
Oh.
The
you got to narrow it down further than that.
There's more than one bald Jewish guy.
Yeah.
Does nobody know about the old Jewish guy that I'm talking about?
The
I know a
bald
lot of
Jewish
old
guy
bald
is
Jewish
not very
guys.
helpful. And
Larry David.
There
David.
we go. That's one of them.
Dude, what TV show does Larry David do?
Curb Your Enthusiasm.
There you go. Play the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Boom. There you go.
Okay. So yeah, I was just saying that the significant change with ICE is obviously before this Trump term, states would cooperate with ICE in the way that they please. So some would be much more cooperative. They would turn over people very aggressively, and others would turn over like violent criminals, but let the other ones kind of chill with the sanctuary state of California. I feel like that's the only sensible way to do it, because it seems that any kind of superimposition of federal enforcement through ICE onto these states is always going to have a pretext of friction, especially when Trump is calling them a bunch of fucking Antifa terrorists. But
okay, let me get to the general super chats real quick. We'll get through them so I don't miss them. And then we'll get to the $50 one Zonia just did in a second. I promise we'll get there. $10.
Damn, Zonia, you get a fucking IT job? Share some of the wealth.
I never answered Zonia's question to me, by the way, but
we'll do that real quick. Then we'll get to these super chats real quick.
Yeah, I mean, look, I flat out, and I understand where Zonia's coming from, I think, and this goes into a lot of the stuff Jeb is saying about cops and ICE officers being human beings and so forth. I just straight up don't like the precedent that people should take it as normal, that we should be afraid of law enforcement to the extent that we are. I think that that's a really bad place to be in as a society and as a country.
$10 from Gelatinous Rube. Excited for Wick to turn towards the camera, bleary-eyed, and ask, We didn't just see her drive towards him, right? Right? Like he's running a sociological experiment in Stanford. Don't cry, Lonerbox. Okay, thank you for
I'll
10.
do my best.
$20 from Zonia TV. Oh, damn, we got non-smoker in the house. Oh, yeah, but I love all these people. Give Connor, Jeptan, Lonerbox, and non-smoker my love. There you go, love.
Share the love, Zonia. Good God.
five gift memberships from AKA Batozai. Thank you. 10 gift memberships from Zonia TV, who is single-handedly funding my channel today. Apparently, I
She's
appreciate
become an
that.
oiler. That's amazing.
Jeez, I appreciate it. Kelly Whalen for $10. The Supreme Court has not answered the question regarding self-induced danger from officer, which is a pertinent question. Direction of wheel doesn't matter. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Bellrunner to say, assume she was negligent of officer harm. Is it fair or sane to label it domestic terrorism or anti-ICE left-wing violence?
No.
No, yeah, that's why I tried to head that one off, so no one would think they were agreeing with me while simultaneously thinking that was okay.
Sure.
She was a 37-year-old crunchy lesbian dog mom.
Yeah.
I don't think she was a left-wing Antifa terrorist.
Yeah.
Whereas,
If anything, she furthers my argument that general left liberal rhetoric is putting people in a lot of jeopardy and danger. But no, she's not.
Well, I have to thank Zonia because she came over and oiled. I'm not even going to say how much because she was too nice about it. I just wanted 20, Zonia. Good God.
She's redistributing the wealth.
Thank you, Zonia. Thank you. Everybody in chat say thank you, Zonia, please.
Thank you, Zonia. Okay, $2 from Kelly Whalen. Connor is exactly right. $2 from Gelatinous Rube. Can a dead driver keep maneuvering? Yes or no? $10 from Gelatinous Rube. Remember, their entire narrative collapsed in 48 hours. Every single point of the left was wrong. She did know they were ICE. She did see their approach. She did know an officer was in front of her. $10 more from Gelatinous Rube, who's also helping me out. Thank you. Says, sending money to reward Wick for finally having Jeb Tam back on, not for his obvious moral failings and lying about a shooting on video. Whatever course is paying, it's not worth your soul, buddy. So, one, not being paid by anyone right now except for Zonia and you, and Jeb Tan's never been banned from my show.
Yeah, no, I clarified that in the chat. The reason I haven't been on is specifically because I think it is dog shit, the platform Destiny, and so I was not asking to go on. Wick never banned me from going on. That anti-platforming of Destiny protest will likely continue after this, but because of the danger I think the inflammation of anti-cop rhetoric poses right now, this particular subject kind of hit a nerve, and I wanted to make sure I was on a platform about it.
Sure. $5 from Maliceness. ICE is clearly acting out of their jurisdiction. They should have no reason to even be approaching citizens because their job is to arrest illegals.
That's not even true. They're federal police. Like, dude, just focus on officer-caused jeopardy and whether or not law enforcement officers should be trained on whether or not their use of deadly force will actually end the threat. Those are the two strong arguments. Saying that federal law enforcement officers don't have the ability to interact or detain U.S. citizens is fucking soy cope.
Remember not to give $50 answers for $5 super chats, okay? We give $5 answers for $5 super chats, $50 answers for the $50. Let's go.
Okay, I'm sorry I gave them a Zonia tier super chat for $5. My bad.
Okay, €6. The brown shirts here. To the brown shirts here. Are you okay with racial profiling? Are you okay with razzias? Are you okay with faceless goons uploading face shots to Palantir?
I mean, if you're immigration enforcement and you're in a locality because of a certain immigrant group, yeah, I think racial profiling is fine.
Yeah.
I think racial profiling for things unrelated to race is not okay. But I think, say, and I'll make it central to my community, if you're in Southern California and Mexican immigration is the main problem, it's okay to maybe pull over significantly lower proportions of white people than Mexican people and ask them for their citizenship.
I'm still with I hope Jeb backs me up on this. I'm still with the Fourth Amendment of the United States. So I think you have to have a preceding violation before a law enforcement officer can interact with you.
But
if you have like a traffic stop, or you have a safety violation, or you have a workplace violation, or you have a crime, and then you start pulling the thread on immigration status, that's totally fine. Walking around asking random brown people in Southern California whether or not they're citizens, not so much.
Okay.
Sure. Outside of a targeted raid, that would not be justified.
Gotta get through these. Gotta get through these. We're gonna rapid fire them off. $5 from Durant to say, to the point of racist cops officers, we can point to the Third Reich doing dog whistles displayed by DHS. Gnome's podium, one of ours, all of yours, quote. $5 from Alishness. The thing is that the woman could have used every slur on earth at him. He put himself in danger by leaving his vehicle to approach her. He instigated. $5 from Gelatinous
He's
Fruit.
a police officer.
That's an insane level of
let me get through
abstraction.
these.
He
Let me get
shouldn't
through
have even
these.
left the car.
I gotta get through these so we can get back to the discussion. How can Gelatinous Rube? How can Loner talk about January 6th when there's a genocide in Gaza? I told you not to cry. To be clear, Lonerbox
The
isn't one
equivalent
of those.
of a million January 6s.
Okay. Audacity, tier 2 membership for 16 months. Thank you, buddy. None of this would have happened if everyone involved had the proper tires and inflated to the proper pressure. Safety first with proper maintenance. Cool. $5 from Rise. Would Connor have shot her 3 times in the same circumstances when he was a cop?
Nope. As a matter of fact, I've already articulated it twice. I would have approached the passenger side. I would have given them lawful orders. And if she took off, I would have written a warrant for her arrest.
$2 from Gelatinous Rube. Counterpoints.
Thank you for your service.
Yes.
Sorry.
Counterpoint. That's a reasonable. That's what I think all reasonable people should answer because it's the only reasonable choice. But $2 from Gelatinous Rube. Counterpoints calls civil rights morally unjust. I don't know if that's true. $5 from New York Shade. The libs keep assuming she was panicked when the evidence shows the contrary. She was clearly smiling and antagonizing the agents throughout.
That was her wife. Her wife said, "Why don't you go get lunch, fat boy," or something like that. That wasn't even the driver. So I don't want to.
Is that allowed in the US? In the UK, if you swear at a cop, they can like fuck you up.
Yeah, and this is the United States.
In the
So
US,
it's actually your God-given right to
want.
cuss at police officers. I think it's ugly behavior, but it is your God-given right.
Wait, is that real, Loner? If you cuss at a cop, they could rock your shit?
You're disturbing the Queen's peace.
In context, but yeah, they can take it as a.
They can also arrest you guys for tweets, can't they? It's weird.
Yeah, I joked with someone about it. Someone in
think.
Wix Discord said we should do it like the French cops and showed French cops beating a dude who was just yelling at him. And I was like, we don't need to do that because in America we're rugged individualists that can kick punk kids' asses ourselves. Okay, we don't need the cops to do it. An innocent passerby will come and kick that kid's ass.
$5 from
Cops
Robin
don't need
Page.
to.
The U.S. has a duty to enforce our border laws. There is no right to reside in the U.S. except for citizens. 100 ARS from that's like $2, man. From Real Serious. Seems Loner and
Hey,
non.
don't you dog on Real Serious? Real Serious is
He's
my
a
boy.
good guy. I love him, right? But he always does this thing where it looks like a lot of money, but it's like $2.
It's Argentinian pesos. It's not his fault he lives in South America.
I know. Seems
It
Loner
is.
and non-smoker are more so debating what ICE was doing there, which many of us agree with, versus Connor and Jeb focusing on the specific timeline of events and case law as it relates to the incident. $2 from Kelly. Wayland to say Jeb is exactly correct. $5 from Odashara to say, in Connor's world, the cop can put himself in as much danger as they want to justify lethal force. No personal responsibility.
I feel like he had a stricter view on that than me. Yeah.
£5 from Riz. What the fuck says, would you expect other cops to shoot in the same circumstances as with Good going forward? Should that be accepted policy for all cops and ICE agents?
Sorry, bro. You're trying to rush us because they're like low dollar
Yeah,
amounts.
okay.
Like,
I got you. No, good. You're doing it right. Officer create 100 ARS for Real Serious.
Your chat is paying you an above average wage to get questions answered and you're rushing them. Stop being such a slut. I'm not going anywhere. If you want me to answer the question, ask the question.
Answer the question.
I don't remember it now.
Okay, would you expect other
you.
cops to shoot in the same circumstances as with Good going forward? Should that be accepted policy for all cops or ICE agents?
I think they should. I think police officer or should versus will. Law enforcement departments should rewrite policy to include officer imposed jeopardy.
Yeah, well, and one thing I need to stress so much because I've had to deliberate this and people just ignore it. You have to be specific when you say circumstances. Well, if you say circumstances and you mean from the beginning of the interaction, both Connor and I have both said no. But if you're saying should other officers shoot in the same circumstances, meaning once the vehicle had backed up and she decided to hit the gas, I think every single officer should shoot at that moment 100% of the time. But yes, if you're zooming out, that's where I think we both agree the policy should absolutely be better. But if you're zooming in all the way to when he has a car pointed at him and then she hits the gas, I do not think any officer has the obligation, nor should they try to put upon themselves the burden of determining the direction of the vehicle that is mere feet away from them when it hits the gas, because more officers will die than will allow a person to safely flee in that circumstance.
Okay, 100 ARS from Real Serious. Officer created jeopardy. I thought it was Alex Trebek. Thank you. 2 euros from DT. I think it's euros. Hooded brown shirts feds are not good cops. Miso Kovac for 5 euros. So basically, American cops are regarded NPCs, and they're not responsible if you accidentally trigger their kill animation. What's the point of cops again?
Their kill animation.
$10 from Malik Demain.
Wait. Out of interest, before because something you mentioned, does that mean? I can't remember. Did the other cops pull their weapons out as well, or was it just the guy who shot?
No, just the guy.
It was just the guy who shot.
Does that mean that the other officers were in the wrong for not drawing their weapons?
I just don't know that they were making the same deliberation. I don't think they have the same point of view as the one. Like, obviously, everybody's perspective gives them a different threat perception to make. If the officer from the side is he's got head in a window, he can't totally tell where his officer is, and also he didn't really have a hand free. I don't know what officers around him were doing because none of the video gave me a great view of them.
There's one like just on the left side of the car, isn't he? Like, so he's at the left side, and then the other guy's at the.
But he's the one reaching
corner.
in to the door and like trying to get her out. So I don't know that he had a hand free.
My suspicion would be that they were also making the instantaneous calculation of is he going to get out of the way or not, right? Because as he was drawing, he was still stepping out of the way. Like, you can act to save the life of other people, so they probably could have technically drawn and fired if they wanted to. But again, they might have been like, oh shit, it's about to pop off, I don't want to make this worse, right?
Okay. $10.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, did that answer your question, Loner?
Yeah.
Okay. $10 from Malik Demates. If ICE wants the respect of the public, if they should probably stop sending illiterate cowboys with 2 weeks of training and a presumption of immunity to assault high schoolers and soccer moms.
Well, now you just don't want any cops.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is a $50 one from Zonia. Panel. Here's something that might cause trouble, but I promised people I'd inject some chaos. In your opinion, if 2 parents have a child depending on them, is it negligent for both of them to go to an ICE protest and then obstruct the ICE officers?
Yes.
In my opinion, yeah. I mean, again, I just don't like the precedent that we're talking about here, where it's like, well, you know, if you're gonna show up at an ICE protest and you get in the way, you are risking your life. You know, I don't know.
Arrest, though.
I don't.
Yeah. What about
like that?
But can't we agree that there's a difference between like lawful protest and civil disobedience, and she was engaged in civil disobedience?
I don't know. I mean, explain to me what you think the distinction is.
So for instance, like I think that the right to lawfully assemble is like recognized nationwide, and there are like ICE protests that people schedule. They schedule marches, they schedule protests, they show up with billboards, they do this, they do that, and that's a protest, right? Whereas I think civil disobedience is typically you're committing some kind of like lawful infraction, baiting the law enforcement to arrest you so you can draw attention to a specific like moral or legal issue. And I feel like if she had engaged in protest, we would have no idea who she was. She was engaged in civil disobedience. And I do think it's a risk because, like we just mentioned, engaging in unlawful civil disobedience can result in arrest. And if you got kids, you got dogs, you got responsibilities, yeah, it's kind of risky.
$10?
Yeah, but is it like life or death risky? You know what I mean? Like, I don't like the assumption that goes into this in the wake of this incident that like, well, it's not just that you could be arrested and be away from your kids for a time. It's like you could die. You know, there's a reasonable possibility that you could die doing civil disobedience. And I do think, like, the reason I asked for the distinction, obviously, there's like a clear difference. I do think a lot of like peaceful legal protest kind of hovers on that line a little bit of civil disobedience. You know, like having participated in protests myself, police will show up and it'll be very clear, like boundaries of what you can do, where you can go, what you can't say, what you can't say. And when protests attract enough people, it just gets out of hand, like any big group of people tends to. And I'm not saying that that gives people the right to do all sorts of crazy shit, but I also think that, like, I don't know, like we're setting up this weird precedent in my view where it's like, well, if you're obstructing and you're in the way and daddy and mommy said you can't do that, then you're going to die. And that's a reasonable risk.
No.
Let's take
So
that away.
I'm
Let's
saying
assume
if daddy and mommy should have a plan. So if mommy's going to the protest, then daddy should know that maybe mommy is going to get hit with some pepper balls and he's going to be on daddy daycare for the next 48 hours until he's able to bail mommy out of jail, and vice versa. If daddy's going to the protest and they know that it might get a little bit raucous, then you need to know that mommy or grandma and grandpa are going to need to watch the kids. That's all I'm saying. If you want to engage in protest or civil disobedience, go for it. I just think that you need to have a plan. That way you're taking care of your kids. And by the way, this is a real consideration. I don't like Trump, and my wife has participated in anti-Trump protests. We had conversations before where we were like, there's car attacks, there's jihadists, there's criminals, there's hundreds of thousands of people downtown all at the same time. This is a 99.9% safe thing to do, but there's an element of risk that we're taking on. So
yeah,
I
and
think you just need to be aware of that.
Even if we take death out of it, even if we're in non-smokers' ideal world, which is also mine, that there is no threat of death for officers or protesters in civil disobedience or otherwise, even just the expected potentiality for arrest, I don't think we want mommy and daddy to both be in jail either. So I think, yeah, you should probably, if you're going to both be activists, the activists want, alternate activism so that you can line up, discharge dates
On this,
so
on
that the
this
kids got a
note,
guardian.
DHS, Homeland Security's official Twitter account, has condemned people bringing their babies to protest, calling them human shields. Do we think that's appropriate to A, for DHS to call them human shields, and B, for people, moms in the day, to just bring their kids to the
I
protest?
wonder where they got the human
Yeah,
shield rhetoric
moms
from.
should 100% in protests like this one that are about an officer-involved shooting. You know how those protests tend to evolve. If you bring a baby to a protest over an officer-involved shooting, you're negligent, 100%. And it is a human shield because you are bringing that baby so that you don't get pepper sprayed or tear gas, blah, blah, blah. And then you're going to go and post about they threw tear gas in the crowd to disperse, and I had a baby with me. And it's like,
look, I'm against
off.
like bringing a baby to a protest. I don't know if human shield's a little ridiculous, but Jeb, just for the sake of argument,
wait, don't concede that. What the fuck?
No,
human shield is, like a human shield. Obviously,
it's ridiculous.
But a human shield is obviously implying that you're engaging in like hostilities, and that's why you're using the shield.
Sure, yeah. I'm not using the international law definition.
Doesn't mean that these mothers are bringing their babies to avoid getting hurt. It could be that they want to go to a protest and they have a baby. They don't have enough with the baby.
Colloquially, I think there are at least some people who are bringing a kid because it would make it seem a lot grosser if the police tear gassed a crowd and then there happened to be a kid in it.
Yeah, but if you're protesting within the confines of the law,
yeah,
I mean, if you brought your kids, they shouldn't have to be at risk of being pepper sprayed.
Maybe, but like you said, there's the understanding that you can't control everyone else at the protest, and the same reason I wouldn't bring my kid to a paintball arena, even outside of the paintball course, because I don't know if a rogue paintball is going to go and hit my kid.
Do you see where this is going then? Then it basically means any form of protest potentially should be treated as something that could be met with violent resistance from police.
Not should, but as a parent, you can't be worried about shoulds, because if you only think about what should happen to your kid would never be in danger. You need to be worried about what may happen.
I want to get to the rest of these real quick. Then what we're going to do is we're going to go to the closings, and then you're welcome to stay because there's people who want on to jump and to question you guys. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. $10 from Death to Billionaires. MAGA is a death cult to destroy the country that wronged them. The buzz around this is a celebration and encouragement of unaliving of their political enemies and eventually their own loved ones. Thank you for the $10. $5 from Overload TV. If the cop was able to shoot and get out of the way with no bodily harm, couldn't the officer have gotten out of the way quicker without shooting?
Maybe, but again, when the situation is evolving under like 2 or 3 seconds, like he doesn't know that he's going to clear the vehicle by the time that he gets there, and that's like again, go back to our earlier arguments about action reaction.
Okay. $10 from Doobie to say, if Trump is actually doing all the terrible things the Honorable Dr. Lucas warned us of, when is it time to use the Second Amendment for that thing conservatives are always saying they need it for?
When he goes for a third term.
Okay. $20 from Doobie. Quick reminder that Yeb is a beautiful soul and I appreciate him, even if he's a filthy shill. Also, Connor is a head ass. Thank you for the $20.
Hi, Doobie. I miss you.
$5 from Alishness. Where's the line? We were content with ICE only going after criminals originally. Now we're making excuses for them going after citizens. $10 from Doobie to say, absolute worst case scenario, she accidentally brushed him as she was pulling away. Does minor contact with the car really justify an execution? How did
Yeah, come on over, Doobie. We'll do an IRL
super
example
chat.
for you.
Okay. How did
Yeah.
shooting her prevent any harm to anyone? Go ahead.
So I'll touch
Well-
it, but I'll reference my other touching upon the second half. One, this isn't a trial. The judge, jury, executioner argument I don't like because she is not on trial. It is just about the officer's perception of a threat to his life, and I think it was an accurate one, and he fired. How does it prevent harm? I already touched on that. If accelerating a live driver is 100% likely to be accelerating, shooting them necessarily reduces that likelihood. And also, if you're not taking for granted that the officers or that the driver's intent is to protect you, the officer, which they don't have obligation to do, then you also reduce the threat by eliminating their ability to turn that wheel back over and hit you.
Okay, and with that,
yeah, and by the way, like this is the stupidest shit ever. Obviously, if I have a 2,000 or 3,000 pound vehicle and I run over your fucking foot, it's going to be great bodily harm. So we're already at the great bodily harm threshold, and I don't have to be doing a fast speed to do it. And then all I have to do is I have to pull up BLM footage of cop cars and civilian cars doing 2 to 3 miles an hour through a crowd, and then running over people's foot, legs, ankles, all that shit, and those people suffering great bodily harm. So once again, like
those people have been allowed
I
to
don't
pull
know
out
why
the guns and shoot the
thinking.
driver?
Hey, come on, it's a fucking show. I want to talk. Jesus Christ, you're making more money than me tonight. Relax. The argument from fucking libs that like vehicles are suddenly not dangerous is arslerd. Thank you.
With that, we are now at the closing statement portion of the show. And then after closing statements, we will pull on people. I know there's some people in the backstage who want to get in and have questions for the panelists. So please, if you have questions for the panelists, jump backstage now. Link to the Discord. I'll put it in the chat while they're giving their closing statements. But please also, these people have taken their time of their day to come here and give us content. Reward them. I have links to their YouTube channels, to their Twitters, all that in my YouTube description. Give them a follow. Do it now. Let's start with non-smoker, and then we'll let Counterpoints have the last word. Go ahead, non-smoker.
Twitch.tv/non_smoker, nonsmoker.substack.com. Check out the struggle session every 2 weeks on WUSB Stony Brook, Tuesdays, 8 to 10 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I feel bad. I feel like, I don't know, this never really got going for me. I apologize to everyone in the audience. Usually I'm not this boring on panels. I'm generally far more engaged and combative. I almost felt like we were having, a super chatter mentioned this, I almost feel like we're having two different conversations. I do appreciate the level of research that Jeb put into this. I mean, good on you. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not interested in engaging in like a really ultra specific legal debate. I think the broader social, political context is really what matters here. What this means for the country moving forward, I think that's what really affects all of us. I mean, in this country, for sure. And, I was hoping to have a conversation really based on that. And honestly, it seems like I agree with these guys on a lot of the really important things in the case anyway. That she shouldn't have been murdered. The cop shouldn't have been engaged to the level he was. I mean, Connor kind of said that. He put it better than I could have, honestly. So, I don't know. I mean, in terms of how this turns out in court, the officer being fired or, you know, I'm not saying it's irrelevant, but I almost feel like it's a much bigger story than that. And so if anybody in the audience would like to debate this in a more hostile way, you know, please come through afterward, because
Do it.
I'm still waiting.
Yeah. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. And, you know, there are so many threads to pull on in this discussion that we can only do what you guys are willing to engage with. So here we are. Thank you for coming. Lonerbox, please.
What if Trump was in front of the car?
Bam, bam,
Hit
bam,
the
bam,
gas,
bam, bam.
baby.
Reload. Bam, bam. No, I'm kidding.
Anyway, hey, listen. No, no,
Disavow. Okay.
seriously, yeah, no. It's just like, yeah, obviously the Asmongold's of the world have a very different position. They just seem to think that it was okay to shoot it or just for non-compliance. But yeah, it's good to see the two in the panel have a slightly different interpretation. Don't agree with it, but you know, thanks for the discussion. Is what it is. Fucking hell.
Okay. Please, Jebtan.
Yeah, no, I mean, both of their points credit. I think all four of us are having a different conversation that's been taking place generally over the past half a week. I can't give enough credit to Non-Smoker and Lonerbox for being like by far the most honest and sane people I've talked to about this. My suspicion has been consistently, and I sung Lonerbox's praise, or Lonerbox's and Non-Smoker's praises before this, is that a lot of the people I've argued with have Lonerbox's opinion, that ICE didn't have a right to be there in the first place, that they set up the situation and everything emerging from that is their fault. But none of the people I talked to made that argument. They all died on the hill that also, you know, it was a legally unjustified shooting and overextended their knowledge of the situation and made dog shit arguments. And I just really appreciate Non-Smoker and Lonerbox for both being genuinely 100% honest in their arguments and having like an argument where we can all like verbally have some combat on the same level and not be hiding our power level or anything. I really appreciated this conversation. I can't say it enough. So major props to Lonerbox and Non-Smoker and Connor for being a good partner as always.
Okay, thank you for being here. Really appreciate you. Counterpoints, last word, then we'll start bringing people on.
Yeah, absolutely. So the main thing that I want everyone, libs and soy people and right wingers, to take away is officer involved jeopardy. Like I've said, it's a newer concept. It's law enforcement officers putting themselves in trouble on purpose so they have an excuse to use force. I think that the use of force doctrine needs to be rewritten in order to consider this. However, when we're looking at the micro, if a law enforcement officer is approximately in front of a low-speed vehicle that seems to be traveling in his general direction, then that is a deadly force scenario, and cops should be able to use deadly force. However, if there's surrounding context that puts the officer into that situation in the first place, then not only do I think cops need to be trained better, but I think citizens need to be trained better. On top of which, okay, when it comes to civil disobedience, the United States has a long, proud, patriotic history of civil disobedience, but civil disobedience involves committing crimes. And so if you're willing to commit crimes, like, I don't know, impeding a lawful law enforcement operation, then you need to be ready to get detained, maybe get incarcerated, maybe you have to post bail, maybe you have to go talk to a judge, maybe get a lawyer. And if you're not ready to do all that shit, then you shouldn't be antagonizing law enforcement officers. And then when they try to detain you, you put your foot on the accelerator and then you get domed. So realistically, I don't think this law enforcement officer is going to be charged. I doubt he'll even be hit with the policy. He might be charged at the state level, at which point I still expect him to get off. And I need libs to stop being soy and move their arguments over to officer involved jeopardy. Otherwise, I think they're soy and lame and deserve to lose. And thank you, Zanya, for the oil tonight.
Well,
like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them.
Thank you, all of you, actually, for coming in and engaging. I enjoyed it. I hope my audience did as well. So 2 things before we bring people in. 1, if you like this content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. I will still be reading super chats throughout, so please give me more money and continue to oil me up and make my body shiny with your money. I would appreciate that very, very much. 2, Jebtan here is trying to beat Destiny's money that he made me tonight. So
I'm trying to prove to him he doesn't need to interact with that fucking gross midget gremlin, dude. Come on.
burying me in money. No, I appreciate that. And the second thing I'll say, just as my own little closing statement, maybe I have a stronger opinion than Lonerbox and Non-Smoker do on the necessity. For me, I think that
I
whether
do
or
have a
not
strong
this was
position, to be clear. I'm just too ill to shout.
it's okay. It's okay. For me, I think it's very clear from the videos we see that he was never in any real peril. Again, legality probably goes to him because there's reasonable doubt that could be in, and I don't think there's enough for a conviction. I could be wrong on that. I'm not a lawyer, but what I see is someone who was overarmed and undertrained, who put himself in jeopardy when he should not have, and a woman who isn't trained in any of this, nor should we expect her to be, actively trying to avoid hitting him. And he should have seen that because we saw that in his point of view, right? From his point of view, we see her hard turning the wheel 3 or 4 times before he even shoots. And I think that is yeah, that's my opinion, but we'll argue about it in opens. So let's bring on some people and we'll see what they have to say. Hello, you're welcome. Welcome to the stream, gang. Hello.
Hello.
You're really low, Zonia. But anyway,
Oh, just a heads up. I'm going to
Sorry if
stick
I'm really
around
low.
as long as I can. My hard out was for a Steelers football game. So if I'm going to be here, but if I'm looking this way, it's because the Steelers are in the playoffs. So I have to keep tabs.
Okay. How do I sound now?
you sound fine, but go ahead, someone. Who we got?
Hello, me. Hello. So in earlier we were talking with Mr. Jeb Tan. I mentioned that he mentioned that if the officer had approached the windshield with his gun in his hand, it would have spoken to some degree of intent. I think we were speaking about officer. Or was that you said, Connor? It was officer induced jeopardy.
No, that's
Yeah.
not what we were talking about. But yeah, we were talking about what the narrative that the ICE agents were bloodthirsty. I said I would give marginally more credit to that narrative if the ICE agents approached with their guns out. But to me, it seemed like there were multiple different things about that interaction that proved to me that the ICE agents were not bloodthirsty or looking to kill anyone in that interaction.
Okay, and then you remember I mentioned that he swapped his phone to his left hand to free up his gun hand when he was approaching the gun, and then you said, can you remember what you said?
What I said was he swapped hands when the car backed up and positioned itself with him essentially in the middle of the bumper, which I think was a very smart thing to do because, as Lonerbox said, him having a phone in his hand isn't the most intelligent idea to begin with. But the moment a car angles itself toward you, you should probably switch hands so that you are ready if it moves toward you.
Yeah, so we can see there's if you watch the video when he swaps his phone to his hand, like the woman's wife is still like outside of the car talking to him. So I'm not really sure what you're talking about with like she's pointing the car at him when he gets his gun hand ready.
Because it's as he's stepping across the bow of the car, right? He's stepping across the bow of the car, and the wife gets in as the car is moving. I don't think you are acknowledging that, which is the wife doesn't jump in and then the car moves. The car starts backing up and angling while he swaps his hand. It all happens within a second.
He swaps the phone to. We can pull up the video if you want to. He swaps his hand. He swaps the phone to his hand while he's still like directly speaking to the woman, and then positions himself in front of the car when the woman's getting back in the.
Yeah.
So
while he's swapping his hand, the car is also moving backward though, and the wife is preparing to turn and get into the car. Either way, him swapping the hand, I'm conceding to you from the start to be good faith again that swapping his hand is evidence of intent to eventually pull out a firearm. He could also very easily just be swapping his hand because as he moves farther to the right, the subject of his video, which is currently the wife, is now on his left side as opposed to his right because he was rotating around the car from the rear bumper of the car. So it could very also easily be that he switched the phone hand because the subject of his video at that time was now on his left side as opposed to his right. I'm not granting you that. I was conceding you that in that given conversation. But the idea that the moment he switched his hand, he decided he was going to kill a bitch, I think you need more evidence than that to make that
I just
determination.
when I made that point earlier, you basically stated that like he didn't do that until he was already like being squared up by the vehicle. And if you watch the vehicle, the video, that's clearly not happening. Wick, I I don't want to like overstate my like position here, but I would love to just watch this video in real time. Is that something we can do?
Send me what you want to watch, and we can watch it real quick on stream if no one else has a objection. DM it to me.
Maybe while you look it up, we can have someone ask, and then we can jump back and forth.
Yeah, while he's looking that up, the other people on the panel, do you have questions, please?
Yeah, I was wondering mostly about the how do you defend the officer leaning into the car to fire the first shot while saying that he was in danger?
So
Mostly
when
to jab.
so the danger of a car, if you think about it, right? A low-speed vehicle isn't going to kill you through the sheer force of it touching your body. A low-speed car is going to kill you by you getting pulled under the vehicle and it rolling over you. If you're going to defend yourself against that, your first instinct is going to be to lean your upper body forward so that instead of your lower body being pulled under the car, your upper body can go over the car, allowing your legs to leave the ground so that they don't get trampled over by the car. When he puts his hand out, you see him lean forward and start to lean the weight near his hand, and you see one of his feet leave the ground. That is because the car hits him, in my opinion. But even if you're going to say the car doesn't hit him, if it were to hit him, it allows him to let his feet leave the ground without him worrying about the car ending up on top of him. He can now be on top of the car, which gives him a lot better chance of surviving a situation where that gas pedal continues to accelerate versus him backing up and then getting pushed backward by the car, and now he's underneath the car.
Yes, sir. And anyone who honestly thinks they're about to get hit by a car is moving backwards, is leaning backwards, is trying to get away.
No, they're moving laterally, which he was doing.
No, that's the natural reaction to you thinking you're going to get hit by a car is to move away, is to lean away.
If you're an idiot and you want to die, sure.
You're going to get out of the way. You're not going to stay in the same path.
Yeah, he moved to the side and leaned forward. To be clear, he was moving to the side.
No one would be
leaning. You're saying instinct, okay? Maybe I'm a retard. I had no idea that there was like leaning backwards is more likely to get you dragged under than leaning forward. I never even thought about that. Most people are going to think I'm going to move to the side, right? Because that's what he does.
I mean, no, you see in a lot of situations, I'm not going to do the thing of every situation. You notice in a lot of situations when people, even protesters in that recent Cam Higbee video, they realized he was hitting the gas. So what did they do? They jumped on top of the hood. So instead of being run over by the car, they were just moving with the car. That is a lot of people's first instinct is to jump on the hood of a car.
When he was going,
that's if it's like that's if you can't step to the side. If it's coming at you like,
right? Are they justified in shooting him? Yeah, there's no lawful detention happening there, so no, they would not be justified in shooting him. They are just surrounding his car.
They're being assaulted with a lethal weapon. Correct?
Yeah, but I think he has the right to defend himself with a lethal weapon when a giant crowd is completely surrounding his car and there's no even potential legal detention happening.
This is my problem, right? The crowd cannot ever fire back because they're not in any danger. However,
because they're not a cop who can detain you.
In danger because it's a lethal weapon when it's pointed at ICE, but it's not a lethal weapon when ICE is running over protesters.
You can't commit a further criminal act to defend a criminal act, Wick. What the
criminal act of standing near a car?
Of surrounding a car in traffic.
Yeah, you're not supposed to be standing in the fucking roadway, Wick.
They're not in the roadway. We have plenty of video of ICE purposely targeting and running over people, right? I can bring
plenty of video. Like that would mean.
Do you think that they are justified in pulling out a gun and bam, bam, bam?
You mean
no? I think they're justified in detaining someone.
This is why your position
their base of operations
is just falls apart because you don't apply equal standards to the same situation.
In their lawful operations, and they're allowed to do so. You're not allowed to obstruct.
Can ICE legally detain that woman in that circumstance?
Sure, why not? I'll just grant you.
Can a crowd legally entrap me in my vehicle and not allow me to pass?
But they weren't legally entrapping any of these ICE officers in the videos that I'm going to show you. I haven't even showed you the videos.
No, Wick, you're comparing
gonna
Cam
show us
Higbee.
videos of an
Cam
entire
Higbee was
crowd
being
outside of an
trapped
ice
illegally
installation?
in the middle of the road.
No, there's no ice installation. These people are in the streets of Minnesota. They aren't in the road. ICE purposely goes in front of them and then pulls forward. Are they allowed to pull out their guns and shoot those officers?
Show me the video.
Okay, let me find it. Yeah, but here's the one that
Yeah, but
anyway,
Mr.
you-
Puppet Master
you
wanted
took-
to see
Cowboy
first.
R slurs is
Oh,
not
sure,
exactly
sure.
something I'm going to
So
defend.
the reason why I mentioned the can a crowd legally entrap someone in the middle of the road is you said I'm using a different standard for an ICE officer than that crowd, and I'm explaining to you exactly why, and that you actually
I'm
agree with me, is that there is a different standard between an officer who can legally detain me and keep me in position versus a crowd who cannot legally entrap me
think
and keep me in
If
position.
should the penalty for legally entrapping an officer, illegally entrapping an
Nope,
officer,
no
should
trial.
it be
That's a
death?
bullshit argument, and
Death?
I've said
Should
why.
it be death?
Nope. What did
Okay,
I say
then
the
great.
last time, Wick?
Should-
Did you listen?
Should they be
Did
able
you listen
to use
to what
a
I
lethal
said last
weapon
time?
to potentially endanger those lives? Correct?
So I've answered this. Did you listen, and do you remember what I said?
Okay, answer it again.
Okay. So what I said was, she's not on trial. There is no
Okay,
penalty
you haven't
for her
answered
actions.
the question. You're not answering
It
the
is
question. That's why
just
you didn't. There is no
simply
answer to the
whether
question.
or not
the question
the
is,
officer
even
felt
if
his
they are
life was in danger.
illegally
That is the only
blocking the guy
determination.
in,
Yeah,
right?
and then he talks
Should
over
be
every
able-
time I make the
should
point
he
that
be
Kill
able
says
to
he
use
talks
lethal
over.
force
That's
to
fine.
kill those
Just
people?
continue to the video.
Yeah, let's keep watching.
It's the same
Here's the
strategy
video, but
every
you-
time, Wick.
You're not responsive
Your audience
to the question.
understands the
And my,
strategy.
my
Jab, I
audience can
do
absolutely
wanna
see
watch
this.
the video.
You don't answer these questions
No, I
because
do
you know
too.
they kill your argument.
No,
They
that's not
absolutely
at
do.
all.
That's why you
talked
never
over
answer
me
one.
every time.
Not once
Okay,
tonight.
sure.
I asked you
I
what
just
direction does the car
answered
go
it.
when they go right. You refuse to answer
I
that
just
one.
answered
I
it, and
asked
then you interrupted.
just now, right? Because you don't answer the question. It's non-responsive.
I answered the question
It is
and you
not
interrupted.
answered.
I
The question
said
is responsive to the question. But
she
let's
is
watch the
not
video.
on trial. There is no penalty for her actions here. There is whether or not the officer had an objectively reasonable
Okay,
fear
he's
for his
switching
life,
now.
and that is the justification.
Just real quick, if we're watching the video, he switched right there.
Yep.
He's
Did he
not
do
in
it
front of the
slow-mo?
car. It's not moving.
Yep.
He switches.
As she is now on his left side.
That's not what you said. You said that he was in
Yeah.
front of the vehicle when he switched his
Okay,
hand.
sure. So what is the material
So
difference
can you acknowledge
here?
you
So
were
do you
wrong
think
in what you said?
I did earlier. I said even if I was
Mhm.
wrong, I can concede that if the video shows that, but that doesn't mean that he decided to kill her the moment he switched his hands. You guys are
So the
searching for an
material
optical W here that is completely immaterial to the point of the
Material
issue.
difference is that the material difference is that we are having to drag out every single detail of these 3-minute videos out of you
Because they
like
matter.
nail, right? So
Here-
when I
no,
tell you
We're
he
not. You
approaches
asked
the
one
car,
question.
we
You
can't
said,
even let him
did
finish
you
his statement.
mention?
Let him finish
Sorry,
his statement.
I'm sorry. I'm following the moderator's strategy of debate. It's my fault.
Hold on. I asked you a question. You refused to answer. I'm going to ask you again.
I answered the
you
question
do not.
directly,
You
and
have
you weren't
not
happy
answered
with
the
my
question
answer
whatsoever.
So anyway, if you're gonna do it, I'm gonna do it now. So Puffin, you're not dragging out all these details. You said, would it change my opinion if he was carrying a gun? And then you equated that to him switching the hand that his phone was in, which is retarded. It is looking for an optical W where there isn't
I
one.
am making one small point.
Did he pull out a gun?
I am
he
making
pull
one
out a
small
gun?
point in the direction. No, he did not. I'm making one small point. in the
Then
direction.
what part of what I said about my evaluation of the circumstance regarding him coming up to the car with a gun is it relevant to?
You're just going to keep talking over me, so there's no conversation to be had.
No, I'm
right?
asking a question. What part of my evaluation that if he approached with a gun, my opinion would change, is him
So-
switching the phone hand relevant to?
What do you think?
I think
Steel man
exactly
it
what I
for him.
just said, which is that you are pretending that him switching the hand of the phone is basically him deciding to pull his gun out and shoot her right then and there.
Okay, when you look at when you're trying to like look into someone's state of mind, you need a lot of separate individual points that all coalesce to the state of mind. So I was talking about him approaching the vehicle. I was talking about him putting himself in front of the vehicle. I was talking about
He
him
has to approach the
stopping
vehicle. They're detaining her. They're detaining
I'm talking
her.
about approaching the front of the vehicle. I'm sorry, I didn't retard-proof my statement. Him approaching the front of the vehicle. Okay, is that better, Jeb?
Yeah, how does that show he wants to kill her?
Because okay, he put himself in
He
front of the
could
vehicle.
kill her from the side. If he wanted
Sure.
to kill her, he could do it from the passenger side.
Shooting in the direction of his other officers, though.
No,
He
all
wants
you
to
have to do is
obviously
walk
make
2 steps
Yeah,
to
my
your
problem-
right. You don't have to get in front of the
Just-
car.
my
You can
problem-
be
my
aiming at the
problem-
rear seat.
My problem, Jeb Tan, with this is right. Like when we actually look at the video and look at the evidence, it turns out that you get a lot wrong, just as we saw now.
That's
like you
a
were getting
lot. Name
details
one other
wrong,
thing. Name one other.
which
Name one other thing.
changes how these
Sure.
things look.
Name one other thing.
Name
I
one
would,
other
I would
thing,
like to,
right?
I would
Yeah.
like to answer Jeb.
No, Puffin,
Can I-
stop. He just said I got a lot wrong about the details of the
keep getting
video. I want you to have at
details
least
wrong, yes.
2 other things.
Sure. Earlier in the discussion, this wasn't today, but you said that she was purposely targeting him.
Okay, so where no one heard it or saw it, you got something
I
wrong.
heard it. I saw it. I can use those past instances and bring them into my current context because it shows a pattern of behavior.
No, but you're just declaring they're the case, and then I'm going to say no, and
You
you're going to
also
say
said
yes,
that he
and no
got
one's
hit
going to
by the
know
vehicle.
be the
Well,
wiser.
the
You also
people
said that
can
he
just
got
look
hit by
at.
the vehicle.
Huh? He did get hit by the vehicle, but that's
He
not
did.
been proven wrong at all. You guys are just
It hasn't
saying
been proven positively either, though, has it?
Sure, but to say that I'm getting so many things wrong because
Okay.
I'm saying he got probably hit by the vehicle and it hasn't been proven correct yet does not mean I got it wrong. That would be an affirmative claim. So Wick, what are at least 2 or 3 other things I got wrong? If I just
Once you answer
because Connor,
Puffin's
have you
question,
noticed
hold on.
anything that I've gotten wrong so far about the details of this case?
Every time we say
You're
one,
talking
ask
into a
for who.
pillow, Puffin.
What are you saying?
Like we can't hear you.
Did you
half
keep
the time.
talking over him?
No,
Yes,
like he's
you're
talking
making it
over-
impossible. This is Jebtan induced bad audio. Okay,
I can't change
Yeah,
his
because-
audio input.
you
What's
can
happening?
give him
what-
space to talk.
What's happening is that you are prioritized in the voice chat because I'm a normie and you've got a color, right? So
I don't think
when you talk,
that's true, but
No.
I'm pretty sure this works because I played video games a lot. When like there's a tiered
Name 2 or
audio.
3 other things I got wrong so we can defend this claim I've gotten details wrong because no one yet
Well, you
here
got one,
has
at least.
commented
You
this
acknowledge
entire
that? You got
debate
one?
about me getting several things wrong about the details of this case.
What are we trying to accomplish right now? Are we trying to accomplish Jeb is wrong
We're
about
trying to
things
avoid the
sometimes?
conversation.
Like, can we
Yeah.
focus on something a little bit more substantive?
Okay, can I answer Jeb's question from earlier?
go ahead.
So, Wick
you
is-
asked me
oh,
what my
sorry.
point. You're going to immediately start talking. So you asked me what my point was with the cell phone thing. When we look at the fact that he approaches the front of the vehicle, when we look at the fact that he changes his phone to his left hand, when we look at the fact that he stops walking in the path of the vehicle when the vehicle is cutting to the right, when we look at the fact that he calls her a fucking bitch afterwards, when we look at the fact that he follows the vehicle after shooting the gun to get two extra shots into the driver's side window,
He does
I think
not
all of
chase-
that
He does not
together.
follow the car down to do that. That is not true.
Okay, to what end? What are we trying to argue here? So you're saying that you're using
He's trying to argue there's
inferences.
clear
Jab,
lethal intent
please,
from the beginning of the
let me-
interaction.
I don't want to listen to you just talk over fucking shitters for the next hour. Okay, so I'm asking, to what end are you trying to establish that not only was this officer caused jeopardy, but this was like officer caused malevolence? Do you think you're going to prove this in a court of law? Do you think this is going to result in conviction? Do you think this is going to result in like rewritten policy? Because you're using a lot of inferences that I don't think will stand up to scrutiny, and they're all like speculative.
So my goal with pointing these out is basically just to rub people's nose in the carpet and get them to acknowledge what they're looking at, right? And even if we have to end to the point where he can't read his mind and all these things could be a coincidence, I want people to at least acknowledge that, for example, he swapped his hand when he wasn't in front of the vehicle. That, for example, he did follow the vehicle after the first shot and continue shooting into the passenger side vehicle.
Okay,
right?
so hold on. I want to give you something, and then I want to take something away from it. Okay, so
can I just? Sorry, you go first. Then I'll go after.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. So from a law enforcement perspective, I did 4 years in law enforcement. I think that walking up, getting a videotape of her and a videotape of the license plate, that could serve a law enforcement purpose, because that'll give you evidence that you could refer to later when you're writing a warrant. Okay, so him walking to the side of the vehicle, documenting those 2 things, I got no problems with. Him walking back around the vehicle and then walking back in front of the vehicle when this is a guy who has allegedly been drugged by a vehicle 6 months ago and he got 12 stitches as a result, that seems like horrible officer safety to the point of negligence, right? So I'm going to give that to you. However,
Well, no, hold on. He's not arguing negligence. He's arguing they wanted to kill her from the moment he walked up. Yeah.
Yeah, he's arguing malevolence. Okay, but at the same time, like what you're suggesting is that this guy put himself in front of a 3,000-pound vehicle so he could shoot a lady in the face and get away with it for fun. That's what you're saying. And I don't think that you have anywhere near enough evidence to substantiate that.
Just to clarify, is that what you're saying, Puffin?
Yeah, I mean, like, I acknowledge that, like, some of that is mind reading, and I can't prove the mind reading, but I at least want
to back
like
you up
the
a little
people that
bit.
are,
To back you up a little bit, Border Patrol had a huge issue with this, with agents purposely putting themselves in front of the car in order to justify being able to shot. There was a whole report on this back in 2013. That was a huge issue. They had to change their policy because of it, because too many Border Patrol agents were actively putting themselves in harm's way in order to justify lethal force, because they wanted to kill these fuckers. Now, I don't know if that's the case here, but that was a big problem back in the day.
Then pointing to the solution, though, at this point, if we actually go to DHS policy or whatever, then they have like a policy about shooting into vehicles that has already been tightened up a lot, where it talks about like, you know, it should only be a last resort, and you know, this, that, the other. There's like a few caveats on top of it. But I think within this policy, he gets two, like, as far as like green lights, he gets 2 green lights and he gets 1 yellow light that's arguable. And so my point is that if you actually want to change these things going forward, then I think, you know, this is what I've been advocating for all night, is that people adopt the rhetoric of officer caused jeopardy, where part of what the calculation is are officers, they should execute their lawful duties, 100%. Their job is to go into danger and detain people lawfully. But are they creating risks that then justify them using force against people? And that's what we need to analyze, break down, and prohibit.
What I have up on the screen right now, if you watch the stream, this is from the Use of Force Policy Handbook that all ICE has to follow. And this is in page 6, section 3 or subsection 3 or something. It says authorized officers and agents should avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions in which they have no alternative to using deadly force. And the argument is that's what he did. Is he put himself, even though I don't think he had no alternative.
Can you keep that up for a second just so I can read it?
He had plenty of alternatives to deadly force, but
well, that kind of is necessary for the argument that he should lose his job then, right? That he had no alternative.
And 2,
so you either have to agree with us or he shouldn't lose his job.
No, he absolutely did not have no alternative.
Okay, then he didn't violate policy.
But he violated section 2 as well. Except where otherwise required by inspections or other operations, authorized officers and agents should avoid standing directly in front of or behind a subject vehicle. Officer agents should not place themselves in the path of a moving vehicle or use their body to block a vehicle's path. He absolutely violated
Are you saying this is like active ICE policy, active DHS policy?
This is from the Use of Force. I can link it to you. Hold on.
Well, I'm just asking. Okay,
and this is something that Connor. This is something
active. If this is active, then I think this would be a policy violation, and therefore he would be subject to some kind of disciplinary action from the law enforcement agency.
The one thing I think might end up getting in the way of it, though, is the required by inspections, because if they're arguing you need to have the camera out at all times to survey the crime scene, and he needed to get the camera over to the side of the car that the detention was happening, there's potential that they would say, we put you in a no-win situation in that we told you to film any interactions, and so you were walking over to film the detention, and it ended up in a position where you were
honestly, from my perspective, I think that you could, from officer safety standpoint, and of course I'm talking from my personal experience, is like, they tell you walking from car to car, don't go in between the cars because of how many times a patrol car has been hit from the rear and crushed an officer between the vehicles. Same thing with choosing a driver side approach versus a passenger side approach. They basically say, whenever possible, do the approach that is not towards the roadway so you don't get clipped by an oncoming vehicle, because that happens all the time too. And so that's what I'm saying is like, with that level of situational awareness, and with like, I think there's like around 120, 150 cops who are killed every single year. 1/3 of them are from heart attack. 1/3 of them are from vehicle accidents. 1/3 of them are from gunfire. And so if it's a full third of the statistic, then in my opinion, this guy acted recklessly. I don't think he should go to jail or prison, but I do think that he potentially violated policy, providing that he signed that policy and was trained on that policy, and therefore he would be open to disciplinary action. And in an ideal world, the federal government would be open to civil suit.
Okay.
This is why the body cam thing is so important to me, though.
I just want to come back to something from earlier, though, because
go ahead,
when
Loner.
you
Loner
were,
first.
okay, so I don't drive, so I need to ask this with 3-point turns. But if you're doing a 3-point turn and you turn obviously the other way, so this would be her turning right, would she be steering the wheel after the lights got off, like the rear lights, or?
So you can steer the wheel, and the car won't turn in itself. But if the rear
wheel,
lights aren't on, then you're not moving backward actively at that point.
Yeah, so that probably is the time when she starts to steer the wheel, right? Because I can see the wheel moving. I don't even know why I'm asking.
She steers the wheels to the right to move it, the nose left to go backward, and then steers the wheel straight, and then steers the wheel to the right. Or sorry, so she turns it left first, then the right.
I'm saying this because I can see from the angle behind the car when the wheel is actually moving from left to right. The wheel is like, it's basically made most of the turn right by the time the officer has his gun out and pointing. So this idea that he didn't see her doing that, you can even see in the angle, he's staring her right at her. He's chosen to plant himself right there at him actively.
That's where we talked about the perception reaction gap. So she hits the gas, then starts turning the wheel. He has made that. He has begun that reaction from that point.
The wheel is turned. Yeah, the wheel is starting to turn.
Not from the moment she hits the gas. No, before his hand goes, he makes the determination, right? This is the order it has to happen in necessarily. He can't pull the gun out without deciding. He decides to pull the gun out, pulls the gun out, shoots, right? Okay, he makes a determination before the wheel is turned over to the right.
Though, but he's made the determination as the car's reversing. We agree?
No, right after it stops, and then she's about to hit the gas. He's made the determination.
Well, I'm not. His maybe because like he goes for the gun at this exact same frame that the light goes off. I think. So
no, it's right. It's the frame just before the gas is hit that he pulls the gun out.
Hang on.
The gun's out of the holster right before the gas gets hit. Him moving his hand down is not the same as pulling the gun.
That doesn't but going for the gun, like he's
going for the gun's different because a lot of times cops will put their hand over their firearm before they're prepared to fire it. They will pull it out only when they are prepared to fire it. That's a difference.
I can see. Yeah, I can see. So the frame that his arm actually moves, pulling the gun out, is after just as the light's gone off in the car. That's when. So the car is completely stopped as you can see his hand starting to move out. So he's made the decision as he's watched the car reversing, or just before it stopped. That's when he's made the decision.
Not just before it stopped.
Which tells me the problem is that what's happened is that this guy what's happened is this guy has watched this car he's watched this car with the engine on. It's reversed. It does seem like he can see her because the wheel is turning. He's looking at her as she's turning the wheel.
You can see her.
He's seen her turning the wheel, and he has. So the decision he's made is this car is reversing. It's got the engine on, and I am standing right in front of it, and I'm going to need to defend myself against this car that is like 2 feet away from me. So I'm going to pull my gun out. Why not make the decision to just step aside again?
Because here's the thing that you're taking for granted.
Stepping aside while he's doing this, you guys are acting like he's not doing two things simultaneously.
No, he is stepping aside.
Okay, I'm going to link you guys the video, and you can just drag this slow motion video back and forth.
Link it to me, and I'll stream it, and we'll watch it.
Let me explain something to you as well, Loner. That might be the reason why you're so confused why the hand on the steering wheel thing isn't a good argument.
I'm not confused, but okay.
When you're driving, well, you said I don't like. You are confused. So my hand can be here in the middle of my wheel while my car's wheels are completely turned to the left, and so I can move my hand all the way almost underneath, and my car is moving directly straight in front of me. Her hand on the steering wheel position is not informative of what direction the wheels of the car are pointing. Because on most vehicles, you need to make a complete revolution.
She does it 3 or 4 times.
He's not constantly eyeing her hand on the wheel the entire interaction. He's eyeing the person's eyes who he's about to shoot. He shot her in the head.
Staring at her. What are you talking about? Her eyes are. Where are her eyes? They're at the wheel.
So you think a reasonable person?
All y'all need to stop. No. All y'all need to stop.
Yeah, it's
okay?
just ridiculous.
Send me the video though,
it's-
Loner, and
okay.
we'll watch it on stream.
Hold on.
I'm sorry,
I
like
wanna say
he's
this.
in this moment where the engine is on, the car is reversing. He's got two choices: it's pull your gun out or step aside. Which
He
of these
doesn't have
things
two
do you think is
choices. He
better
does
for that
both.
regarded-
He does
No,
both.
okay. He has stopped.
Hold on.
The moment he picks his gun out, he has gone into a squat position where he's standing square in front of the car. It seems like he wants to stand in the car to stop her from moving. It seems like he thinks that his body
Yeah.
is going to disincentivize her from moving.
Yes,
forwards.
that's the
And
more
then he goes,
reasonable
"Whoa."
explanation. Is he
Well,
thinks
for a
he's the
rational
Incredible
person,
Hulk
it
and can
would.
stop a car?
No, he thinks. Are you? Wait. Give me no. I need you to use your imagination for a second. What other thing do you think someone might be saying if they think if I stop in front of the car, maybe she won't move forward? Why else do you think
He
would
is
think
stepping
that?
aside, but I just explained why he might establish his base before a car's about to run into him when it hits the gas, is because he needs to be ready, not just to step to the side, but also to accommodate for the fact that he might get pulled underneath a vehicle.
No,
He
wait.
could
I
have just
need
kept
to-
moving.
That's why you would
is
step
making-
away from the vehicle.
He was
with
moving, but
100% of your-
the standard
he's
is not to
pacing.
make the
Being
perfect
in
step
one
at every second of the interaction.
Isn't
He's
even
It's whether or
pacing
not he had an
out of the
objectively
way.
reasonable perception that he
Yeah,
was
that's
hurt.
we're
2C
saying
verse
unreasonable.
billion says,
he
even
was
if you can step
unreasonable.
completely clear of the car, you are not out of danger. Case law says this.
I don't
But
care
you
what
can
the
pacing
case law
completely
Completely
says.
step out of the way of the car. You're not
You
in danger.
should care what case law says.
Why? We're
don't
not
you
in
care
court.
Because that's what they're trained on.
Because
Officers
we're not
learn case
arguing simply
law.
from a legal perspective, but from a moral
telling me
perspective
he's-
as well.
The legality is informed by morality, and the
Not in this
officers are
case.
trained on legality. Officers
in
are
this
trained on
case.
case law. Yes,
Also,
they are.
here's one
Officers
of
are
the
trained on
problems,
case law. You dumb fuck. They are.
The problem, Swick, is that
thing.
officers also are going to be assessing the situation from their perspective. And a lot of that is going to be based on training that they've been drilled on. A lot of that is going to be instinctive.
And
So
informed by case law. They
that
are
does
trained
matter,
on case
right?
law.
So if they're
He wasn't
trained
doing
based
this
on,
from the-
if their training has been evolved based on things that have been ruled in the past, then that's going to be drilled into them and it's going to be instinctive for them.
Not just the training is informed. Officers literally study case law.
Which one are we watching, Lonerbox?
Just the one I sent
I want to
you,
watch
wasn't it?
whichever one
Yeah,
you
you
guys are
sent me.
saying
You
that
sent
he
me, but
stops
you
in
sent
front
me
of
a
the vehicle.
tweet, and it has all
Yeah.
these four here.
Well, I would probably
There's
assume the
before.
top
Okay,
top
it's
left
probably the one
video.
that's- Oh shit! Yeah, the top left. Yeah.
The top
Sure,
left.
yeah.
Okay.
And it's like, especially at
He turns the car toward him. He
you
takes
see him
one
pacing,
step
and then
toward the car.
and then he makes this decision to stay still at about 9 seconds.
He's
That's when he
moving
goes
to
for
the
his
right
car.
right now. He's moving out of the way of the car right now.
his feet
Yeah,
are-
guys,
he's planted
if your
himself.
argumentation boils down to a quarter
Do you have a
second, you're not
timestamp
gonna
you want
win.
me to pause at?
Yeah, if it's frame by frame, of course, again, we're not going to be able to accommodate for frame by frame. The standard is never that a cop has to frame by frame make the perfect decision at every millisecond.
No,
He
we're not
is
talking about
actively
frame by
moving
frame,
to
though.
the right,
We're talking
though,
about-
by
he's
the
moved
time the
to
car
the-
starts
He's
moving
moved to the
past
right.
him.
When he gets the gun out, he is standing. That step is not like leading to another step, is it? He's standing there as if he seems to think like.
And then what
I'm
happens?
looking at it right now. Like, what does
And
this
then he
say
starts
if-
to move. What does his foot do right there where Wick is showing right
Okay,
now?
people
He
have
jumped.
not
He, like,
drawn a
panic
gun
jumped. What are you
before
talking
in their
about?
lives. Shut up. Okay? I got something for you. Okay? Your gun is attached to your belt in your thigh. So when you take a lateral step, then what you're doing is you're angling the gun that you're grabbing towards your hip, which makes it more difficult to draw. So if this total elapsed time frame is less than a quarter of a second, then what he said is, I'm going to draw as I'm continuing to maneuver out of the way. So saying, oh, his posture is temporarily vertical for a quarter of a second before he continued to move laterally to the right, good fucking luck.
Right
trying to
before he
say
murdered her.
anyone
Yes,
based
he
off of
wasn't
that
moving out of the
quarter
way.
second.
That's what's
The
important. He
presumption
wasn't moving out of
inhibited
the
his
way.
ability
See the way
to move
that,
out
like,
of the
you
way.
can see the way that he literally
Seconds before he
turned from
murdered
moving
her.
like from moving in a direction to stopping. Like his entire body shifts, like he's ready to just sit there. It looks
Yeah,
like he
because
wants.
you're a fucking
Tell me,
brickcock. You want your cops to turn
Thank you.
fully away from the people attacking them and run in an opposite direction. I
We're
understand
not
that.
talking
but that's
running
not
in
how
an
we
opposite
train
direction.
cops
We're
in the
taking
United
making a
America.
small step,
I'm
like the
saying
time
you have
fucking
to-
warp. Do the time warp again.
I'm saying you
Just
have
a
to-
step
you
to
have
the
to
left.
take that
and
small
then a
step.
jump to
He's
the right.
Wick, that's not the standard because Loner is saying it's not enough that he took that small step. If at any point in his pace he stopped, he's saying because at one point he stopped, the fact that he continued then to move out of the way of the car doesn't matter. That's the point he's making, not that he needed to take a small
Can you just
step.
tell me that this isn't like, so from 9 to 10 seconds, can you tell me this isn't just the most reasonable assumption based on what the way he's designed to move? He's moving and then he stops in front of the car when he pulls the gun out.
He
and then he's not
only
pacing
stops to
at that
pull the
point.
gun out and then immediately
looks like-
continues moving to his right.
Because it's
There-
more.
No,
Yes,
he doesn't
he has to
immediately-
pull the
he
gun out.
jolts. He jolts after the gun's out. What are you talking about?
He's what? Look at where his
Trying to
foot's
get out of the
going.
way
He's
of
going
the
to the
fucking
right.
car.
Does anyone
Yes,
remember
but
what
before
they
that,
said
he
after
wasn't.
before he pulled up the video?
Before that, he
I don't
was.
know, like,
Before that, he was
Again,
moving across, which we've agreed
again,
is not the best
I'm
strategy,
very-
but it does
No,
not
I'm very-
justify.
No, he
It
stopped.
does not
he
justify
stopped to
gassing the
pull out
car
his
at
gun.
him.
He said, "I'm
Dude,
going to kill this
you
woman
guys are
instead of
missing the
moving out of the
point.
way."
Thank you.
We're
Yeah,
talking about
Casey's
Casey's
rage
rage
bait.
bait.
Not even responding to
Okay,
that.
I want to hear. Hold on.
in
Hold on.
less
Hold
than
on. Hold on.
seconds.
This is
I want to
the
hear from
problem
Reshi.
here.
Reshi paid me like $100 today, so Reshi gets the floor for a moment. And I see Azonia. We're gonna give you the
True.
floor in a second. But Reshi, what you come on to say, sir?
Yeah, I've got a few things written down here. Jeb, I know you
Yeah.
said one point that you had you don't think the ICE agents were intending to kill them from the get-go, which I
Yeah.
would at first agree with, but would you also then agree to that they were still incredibly aggressive from the moment they stepped out of their truck?
Incredibly aggressive, no. Were they kind of yes? And let me give you the reason why. An incredibly aggressive cop, we've seen many times, even in local police, they pull their guns out, they walk up guns drawn. That is super common for aggressive cops. I think in order to meet the incredibly aggressive threshold, you have to at least have drawn your weapon, or at least a less lethal weapon. They have
So the
both.
fact that
They
they-
didn't draw either.
So the fact that the other guys ran up to the car door, started pulling and yanking at it, and then reaching into the
Well,
car windows
that's called
with their other
yeah. He
hand,
was
too.
He's attempting to detain her. So taking for granted they are lawfully attempting to detain her. That is about the least aggressive way you can do it, because they didn't even pull out a weapon. And generally,
Could
you
they
would
not
pull
have
out a
asked her
weapon
to just
detain
step out of the
someone.
car?
They did before they got to the car door. He was yelling, "Get out of the car!" And then she didn't.
Security
And then
was
he ran
saying,
up
get
to
out
the
of the
car
fucking
door.
car. He was like, get out of the fucking car.
Oh, sure. Sorry. He said
And
the
he was
F word.
continuing
You're
to
right.
run
They
as you
should have
said
You
that.
driven
all
the
know
car.
if cops are rude, you're allowed to disobey lawful orders.
Yeah, thank you. Like,
Well,
they
hold on.
were
If you're
they were a
allowed-
little
never said that.
aggressive.
Rude.
They were
you're
not
allowed to shoot them, apparently. I guess I don't know, but
Reshi,
Yeah, if you try to
no,
hit a cop
yes,
with a
because
car, cops
driving
can
a
shoot
car
you,
at
that's
someone is
correct.
just rude.
okay, $10.
Wait, when did
let
I
me
say
get through.
that?
Oh, let me get through some super
That
chats.
Wick did.
Yeah, let me get through some super
Sorry,
chats.
I didn't finish what I was saying earlier as well. Just
finish what you were saying
again,
then, Lonerbox,
I know
please.
I understand the whole like frame by frame thing doesn't apply in the moment, but you can tell like you can make a pretty reasonable assumption, like but the most reasonable assumption from his language before the car moves forward. It looks like he's made the decision to stand in front of the car and point the gun at her and say, "Don't fucking move." Like that seems to be what he's going for. But I don't know, whatever.
So listen, if the cops were the reason why I'm saying the cops were not looking to kill her and look for an excuse is one of the two cops would approach the vehicle with a weapon drawn. If they were just waiting for an excuse to shoot, what happens if your excuse to shoot happens and you don't have your gun out? Obviously, you would have your gun out. Also, you probably wouldn't film the interaction if you were itching to shoot a
No
woman
one
in the
is
fucking
saying it's a
face.
conspiracy.
lied about it.
You're
Yeah, I know.
strawmanning it.
Well,
No one is
lied about it.
This is a
It can even go
sick
the other way.
strawman.
Like it can even go the other way because like there have been other cases where more than one cop took their gun out and fired at a car that was doing a 3-point turn towards them. It was from like 15 feet away in Villanueva, Cleveland. But then obviously the ruling then was that even though a few cops, more than one, took their gun out and shot, they said that they didn't have the objectively reasonable basis because they could have simply stepped back or to the side to avoid being injured. I think in this one, with the fact that the other officers didn't think it was worthy of pulling their guns out, kind of suggests that they didn't really perceive the same threat. But but again, here,
let me get into some. Hold on.
pause to take your
different
gun
threat
out or just keep walking to the side.
Hold on. I do want to make a little more money today, okay? So let me get through these super chats. I'll be real quick. Doobie for $10. There was no reason to believe she was attempting to harm anyone. Connor, you keep saying you can pull up that footage, but when you tried to, you found people speeding through a dense crowd.
Attempting is not the standard.
$10.
Potentiality for the danger is the standard, not
the point of what I
intention.
was arguing in reference to pulling up that footage is that a fucking vehicle is a potentially deadly weapon. What's the fucking, what point are you missing?
We'll ask him and maybe he'll super chat the answer. $10 from Doobie. If Wick thinks a car inching along at 1 to 2 miles per hour might accidentally brush him while pulling out of a parking spot at the grocery store, would he be justified in killing the driver?
Great question.
No.
That's my name.
Is a person turning towards him and wants to hit him? Would he be justified in being worried that his foot or his ankle or his leg might get trapped under the vehicle and he might be seriously injured or killed? Yes. You fucking
And
dumbass.
I would like to say that while my moral argument for self-defense and objective reasonableness are similar, the legal standard for a citizen's self-defense is higher than the legal standard for justified use of lethal force with police.
All of the
That is
people
just
who
the
think
case.
that a car going 3 miles an hour is not like a threat of death or imminent bodily harm, you're welcome to come over. I'll just come at you at 3 miles an hour and we'll see what happens. Maybe we can do a scientific
that Star Trek
probably
actor
step out
killed
of the way.
himself with his car that he wasn't in, and it was moving about 3 to 5 miles
We'll
an hour.
line up 100 people on my little roadway. I'll just bump into all of you at 3 miles an hour, and we'll see who gets hurt and who doesn't. And,
Okay.
and we'll tabulate it. It'll be scientific.
Yeah, 5 pounds from Riz. What the fuck? In states with open and concealed carry laws, would a civilian be justified in shooting a driver in the same position as good?
Sorry, run that by again. I was
States
shitting
with
on my
open
brother
and
because the
concealed- hold on.
Steelers did something
States
good.
with open and concealed carry laws, would a civilian be justified in shooting a driver in the same position as good?
Oh, I just answered that.
No, hold up. If somebody is trying to flee and elude from you, and you have a concealed weapons permit, you obviously do not have law enforcement detention powers. You are not authorized to shoot that person.
Yep.
However, in an identical situation, if somebody was trying to hit you with your car, you 100% would be justified in pulling out your firearm and killing that person. So that's just fucking code right there.
Connor, if we want to do your, Connor, if we want to do your 3 to 5 mile per hour experiment, can we do it? But it might be unethical. But like, have 2 sample groups. Have one that has to jump out of the way from 2 feet away, and the other one that has to defend themselves with a firearm against the car.
No, that's why I have the ODST helmet. I don't know if you've seen me wearing it.
Yeah. No, so what I think
we've seen
Puffin
it.
was just saying, what if the person put themselves in front of your car? If I say no, then you can't, that means anytime I walk in front of a car in the parking lot, someone can try to hit me and I don't have the right to shoot them because I put myself in front of their car and they're not
If
moving
the
that
car's
fast. So
going
I
to
guess they
leave,
just get to try to hit me.
Car's going to leave and you put yourself
Was he
in
trying to
front
hit
of
the
it.
cop?
It doesn't matter. It allows for
No.
someone to
Well,
try
no,
to hit the
because what
answer-
you're doing
answer
is
the
you're
question.
allowing, if I
Answer the
just
question.
think that someone might be trying to hit me, that I can unload on them.
That's the standard for
If you're in
self-defense.
imminent
No,
threat
it's
of death
not.
or great bodily
It is
harm,
not.
yes.
It is
Yes.
not just that. It is also, are there
is.
any other reasonable steps one could take that would avoid the necessity of
Yeah.
having to use lethal force? And in
And
that
if-
case,
and what
there
we're saying
absolutely
is
is. You know
in-
what it is?
No.
Stepping lightly to the side.
Unless
I live
they
in
turn it
Florida.
to the
you can back up the
side.
car if you wanted to.
Yes, and
Nope,
Florida has
not
the
true.
right
You live
state,
in, you
has
live
the
in
right
blue
laws
ass,
on it.
pussy ass fucking
But this is also,
Pennsylvania.
but to be clear, we are throwing out the earlier claim that his gun was obscuring the wheel. That's just impossible. The wheels were turning.
No,
before
it's
the
not
gun was out
impossible
with
that his gun was
no,
obscuring
the
the
wheels
at all.
were turned before the gun was doing that. Like, objectively, you can
The
go and,
wheels, he
track
can't see the
video.
wheels at any point.
No, the
actual
steering
wheels of
wheel.
the
How do the
vehicle,
wheels?
he can't
How
see
do
it.
the wheels turn?
The steering wheel is
Jeb,
not informative of the direction of the wheels of the car because my hand
Hold
can
on.
be here
When you
and my wheels
turn
can
the
be
steering
pointing
wheel
here.
right,
So
what
why did you
car,
say that?
what
Why did you just say that he
direction
was
does the
obscuring
car
the wheel?
go
If
in?
it doesn't matter.
I said even if the argument, it's still stupid because his gun is obscuring the steering wheel anyway.
You won't
But
answer
that
that
doesn't
simple
mean that
question
if it
because
wasn't,
destroys
it's a
his
sufficient
whole
argument for your side.
Wick,
Turned
I want to
before-
intervene because I think I can make peace between the races of Scots and fucking Americans, okay? Jeb,
Italians.
it doesn't fucking matter because we're
I know.
talking about inches and we're talking about less than a second. So
No,
it doesn't
I know
matter
that.
if he
I got
saw
some
her
inches
cranking
for
the
him.
wheel.
Okay.
It doesn't
Yeah.
matter if he saw the angle of the wheel. None of that shit
Yep.
matters because we're talking about inches and seconds. And because of the action reaction gap that Jeb Tan told you very early in this conversation, because of the fraught nature of law enforcement, when it comes to inches and seconds, the courts give a broad latitude to law enforcement officers lawfully executing their duties.
Yes,
Okay.
I know.
But
But
I-
yet again,
True.
as I've pointed out like 6 times, being good faith to these fucking people is the worst thing you can do, because the only things I've gotten pinned on is when I gave credit to a creditless argument and
No,
still
all of our
gave a
arguments
defense of
have
it.
destroyed yours. You haven't brought forth a good
Oh my-
argument
yes,
for why
yes.
he couldn't have
I-
just stepped out of the way.
I haven't brought a good
All right.
argument, but
Yes,
like half
you
of your
have
chat
not.
is
Or why
saying
you needed
Jeb's
to be in
right,
front
Jeb
of the
makes
vehicle.
sense.
Hold on,
I don't
just
agree
because a
with
lot of
what
people
Let me
are
get a
wrong
shot at
doesn't
this.
mean you're right.
Let
A
me-
lot of
oh
people
my
are saying you're
God.
dog
This-
shit.
Wick,
Wick,
ahead.
you're a
Wick, let me get a
dumbass.
shot
You
at
haven't
this.
given anything that's worth crediting.
So-
He couldn't
We
just
all
step out of
saw
the way
He
of
could
the car
step
unless
out
you
of the
take
We
way.
all
for
It's the
saw
granted
easiest shit
that
in
the
the world.
person is turning
And the fact
right.
that he didn't do that
No,
makes him
because if
having
she
an
can turn the
unnecessary
wheel
shoot.
to the left,
if he
she can
hadn't
still hit
shot,
him.
no one would have
If she can
died.
turn the
He
wheel,
is
she can
going
still
to
hit
stand
him.
before his maker, and he will be judged by that, and he will burn in
Oh
hell.
God! Now, yes. Oh
He
my
will
gosh! Now
burn
the
in
Lord is
hell.
going to strike him down. Oh
you
boy!
see,
Get
do
him,
you see
Jesus!
how him?
let
Do
me
you
take a
see
shot
how
at
he
this.
keep
So-
getting
Go ahead,
you to
Zonia.
like acknowledge it?
Zonia, I want
let me
Zonia
take a
to
shot at this.
give it a shot. Zonia, please.
So I'm going to use Connor to try to back me up on some of this if he can, or at least confirm or deny things that I'm saying, because I'm a little out of date on some of this stuff. But the big problem that I see with this whole situation is it kind of needs to be broken into 2 separate things. You've got the situation leading up to the use of force, and then the use of force and onward. So the behaviors that led up to the use of force, in my opinion, are very bad. It's all problematic. They're not following protocol. They're not following procedure, doing all the wrong things. The officer who fired off the shots, he had a bunch of problems there. He was walking between 2 vehicles, one of which was running with a driver in it, and that was the person they were going to detain. They weren't approaching from safe positions. They didn't have the vehicle under control. And so he was creating a very risky situation there. And so he then placed himself in front of a vehicle that wasn't under control. It wasn't boxed in, engine running, driver behind the wheel. And that created what was going to be effectively, it's an officer created jeopardy, right? And this is, as Connor pointed out earlier, this is a newer kind of thing that they're talking about a lot more. There's been a lot of talk about this because they're trying to rein in on this problem of officer created jeopardies. But if you remove all of that, because currently as things stand, that isn't necessarily even going to create a problem for him. Everything from that point onward, he's still justified in his use of force at that point, even if he could step aside to keep himself safe at that point, because there are a couple of scenarios there that he has to think about really quickly in a short period of time. Is that he has commanded someone to get out of their vehicle to detain them, and they're ignoring them. They're in the vehicle. They're starting to step on the gas to move away from them and potentially flee the scene, possibly through him in his path. His calculation has to be really quick, and it has to be, okay, if they're willing to go in my direction and not stop, what does that mean? That means that they're willing to potentially run over an officer, even if I can step out of the way. And that means that if they get through me, what happens next? They're a risk to other people behind me, to people down the street. And so that officer has to make a quick calculation and take care of the situation. That's a deadly weapon. That's the way it has to be considered. There are 4 different types of uses of force, and deadly weapon is met with deadly weapon. It is met with deadly force.
Okay, but
So that's what he has to do.
don't have to meet
just
force
to
with
respond
force.
to Zonia real quick, we know that she had no intent, and the officer had reason to believe she had no intent because the officer could clearly see her turning away from him. And why
Yeah,
would he
but
assume
Wick, that
that
has-
she would have?
hold on,
Let me finish. Why would she assume that he would have? What actions to this point did she take, which would lead the officer to assume that she would be a danger to others in the community? If she's like-
Hitting the gas while an officer's in front of her car.
again.
And Wick, by the way, this is not.
Doesn't
hold on,
matter.
this is not
There's
a
still an officer in
It
front of your car and
absolutely
she hit the
matters.
gas.
You have to think of the totality of circumstances.
C versus Billiot says it doesn't matter.
Okay, Felix disagrees with you, motherfucker. And
No, Felix, he was
decision
still.
by Felix,
no,
right?
You're wrong.
They mentioned
Felix,
that they
the
have
officer
to
was found.
engage
No,
with
the
the
officer got
totality of
immunity.
circumstances.
You're
But
wrong.
you conveniently
Yes,
ignore the
but
Supreme
what
Court
did they
precedent
decide?
that bodies your argument.
Wick. No, it doesn't. Wick.
It absolutely does.
In Felix versus
because with the totality of
shut up.
circumstances, there is no way
The
a reasonable
officer was
person could
acquitted.
assume that
The officer
good
was acquitted.
a threat to
The
this
officer was
community.
acquitted.
Or a
The
threat to
officer was
him.
acquitted. The officer was acquitted.
It doesn't matter. We're
not
talking
talking about
about not the
It
results,
does
but
matter.
the
It was the worst case,
incident.
and the officer
that,
was found
again,
to be
you don't
reasonable.
understand case law and how it works, nor do you understand
I
precedent.
do.
Under
It
the
was
precedent that was
applied.
created in this is that they have to engage with the totality of circumstances.
Yes,
and in
that
this
same
case,
precedent was
Sure,
that
but in that
same
case, the totality
doctrine
of
was used in
circumstances
2C versus Billiot.
apparently acquitted the officer, but in this case, it would not.
Yes, it would.
It would
2C
not.
versus Billiot
But it will
had
never
the
go to
same
court
doctrine.
because Trump and his
Wick.
corrupt cronies
Shut
would
up,
never
Casey.
bring
I'm
the
responding to
charges
this.
against him, unfortunately.
2C versus Billiot used the same
You
exact
just don't
doctrine and said
understand
yes.
the law. And this is why
Yeah,
when you have
what's your-
dumbasses
2C
who've
versus
already
Billiot.
decided
2C
before they
versus
looked up a
Billiot. What's your
single case
response?
law should not
Oh
be
my God.
involved in citing case
2C
law.
versus
Because we
Billiot.
can
What
look
is your
at
response?
I've been
Felix's
listening to you
case,
guys all
we
night. I
can
wanted an
look
opportunity to
at
speak.
what
Thank
they
you.
decided and the precedent that they set.
2C
and we
versus
can look
Billiot.
at the totality
What's
of
your
circumstances
response?
in this incident, and we can
What's your
see
response
that no
to 2C
reasonable
versus
person
Billiot?
would consider her a threat to the community.
What's
it's
your
just not
response to 2C
possible.
versus Billiot? What's your response to 2C versus Billiot?
It's a reasonable. It's
Different
about what
set
a
of
reasonable person
circumstances.
would assume.
He wasn't reversing.
Yes, so in 2C versus Billiot, the wheel was turned all the way to the right. The cop was 25 feet away.
What had
and
he
they
been
still
stopped?
said,
What had he been stopped for, motherfucker?
Still said.
What had he been stopped for?
He had been stopped
What
for
had he been stopped for?
speeding.
For
He
what?
was speeding.
For speeding
in
how
a
much?
stolen car,
How
I
much
think.
was he going? How fast? 100 miles?
Oh, stolen car.
It doesn't
In a
matter. They were
stolen car?
talking
Yes,
about
it
the
does, because
whether it
goes
presented a
into
danger
matter.
to the
totality of circumstances.
officer.
And the fact that you don't understand this shows that you're a fucking midwit
But
who
the
should be
fleeing
involved in
wasn't
court
why. The
discussions.
fleeing was not why he was allowed
Jesus
to shoot.
Christ,
It was
you're
the
just
danger to
stupid,
the officer.
And you're confidently
You didn't
stupid,
read
and this
the
is why you're
case.
annoying. Because you can look at the
Wick,
totality
you
of
didn't read the
circumstances
case.
where, one, it is clear that she was turning away from
He
him.
wasn't
She was
shot
not
for
going
fleeing.
at gross speed. She was going about 2 to 3 miles per hour.
2C
It's
versus Billiot was
clear
also
that
not
she had
going
no
gross
intent
speed.
to hurt him in her
2C
heart
versus
based on the
Billiot was
dialogue
moving at
that
a
they
low
had,
speed.
where he said, and I
You
quote,
haven't read the
"Fine,"
case.
and second quote, "I'm not mad at you,
I'm gonna get
dude,"
alcohol. I'll be
but
right
he
back.
decided because
good.
he's trigger happy to blast her in the head for 3 times.
Sorry,
and if he hadn't
in
decided
2C
that,
versus
no one would
Billiot
be
was the
hurt,
car
no one
moving
would
at a
be
high
dead.
speed.
And he'll have to live with that
If
for the rest of
2C
his
versus-
fucking life.
If 2C versus Billiot, was he moving at a high speed or a low speed?
Okay, what was he pulled over for?
Sorry. Was he
What was
moving
he
at a
pulled
high
over
speed
for?
or
I'm
a
going to
low
keep asking
speed?
the question because you won't answer it.
Okay.
What was he pulled
So
over
then-
for?
If the officer didn't shoot in 2C versus Billiot, would anyone be dead?
It's possible because he was going at 100 miles per hour when he was pulled over, right?
That's not the
and
justification
that
the
is a
court used.
danger to the community.
Is that why the court said it was reasonable?
It might have been.
Oh, he doesn't know because he didn't read the fucking case. No.
Hey, but it
They
doesn't
said
matter
the
because
officer
it's a
still
different
had
set
a
of
reasonable fear for
circumstances.
threat to his
It's a
own
different set of
life.
circumstances.
If we can't apply precedent to different sets of circumstances, precedent doesn't exist.
Yes, it does because you
Precedent
can
is
look at the totality of
always applied to different
circumstances.
sets of circumstances.
We can
That's
look
why
and
it
apply
exists.
precedent to different circumstances in the same way, but that
Yup.
the circumstances will change how the precedent is applied.
So what
Do you disagree with that
let's
statement?
Make that
the
let's do
circumstances
that
of a
test.
case will change how precedent is applied, correct?
Of course.
Of
so
course.
was
Excellent.
in
Then
2C
you
versus
agree with
Billiot,
me
was the
that
driver
because the
driving at a high
circumstances
speed or a low
in this
speed?
case are different than the cases you are citing, that you can come to the courts can come to a different conclusion than the
They
cases
can,
you are
based
citing.
on
correct.
how different the circumstances were.
Correct.
So was
Correct.
2C. Wick, you interrupted me
Yes.
saying yes. So
Okay,
was
great.
2C
So,
versus Billiot?
in this case,
was
we
the
can look at
driver
the
moving at a low
circumstances. What are
speed
the
or a high
circumstances?
speed?
Let's go through just the facts here.
What-
Just the facts.
Sure.
He got out of the
Car
car,
moving at a
he
low
went
speed,
through, and he
wheel was
circled
turned to the
twice,
right.
putting himself in a precarious position where where it's possible.
So did the officer in
it's a good
2C
hit.
versus Billiot.
Okay.
So did the officer in 2C versus
Okay.
Billiot.
again, you can't just go through one and say, oh,
Can I
they
talk
have
yet?
one thing in common,
Keep
therefore it's entirely
going.
correct.
I'm just
Okay.
answering your
In
questions
this
because you
case,
haven't read the
how
case
far
that I
away
have.
was he from the vehicle when he stopped?
25
No,
feet.
in this case, was he 25 feet away?
He was like 3
he was less
feet,
than
which
a
is
foot
even more
away.
dangerous.
Okay, different circumstances.
Yeah.
You see how this goes?
Yeah, even
And
more
it
dangerous
changes the
circumstances.
calculations. Okay, great.
Oh, the car
awesome.
is closer, so he has even less time to respond.
Because
yes,
there's less.
I agree.
Force equals acceleration plus mass. If she has less time to accelerate, he's in less danger.
Again,
Obviously, you moron.
That's vehicle kills.
Hold on,
Vehicle
that's
kills
just
cannot only be
fucking
done
physics.
through high force. Yeah, but you can
Jesus
be pulled under a
Christ,
slow-moving
you're
car.
Stupid. Okay.
2C versus Billiot had the same miles per
25 feet
hour on
away.
the car, the same speed, the same acceleration, and a lower mass. There was less potential momentum from a physics perspective in 2C versus Billiot, you
Jesus
dumb
Christ,
fuck.
you
But
are
you
a
didn't read
dumbass,
the case, you
and this has
fucking
been-
idiot.
You know what?
You don't
I do
know
appreciate
the
you coming
case.
here because I've been able to demonstrate how much of a fucking idiot you are.
You've been wrong about everything about 2C versus Billiot.
As
and
Sandra
you're
says,
so, like,
Jeb, because we're not talking about 2C versus Billiot. We're talking about this
Jeb
situation.
is right about everything about the case,
Jeb,
you
and
are
I haven't
right.
read it.
You are incorrect.
I don't think. First of all, there's
From
other
Connor.
case law that goes in the
I'd
opposite
like to hear
direction.
from Connor.
So like Villanueva, Cleveland. That was when the car was about 15 feet away, and several officers perceived the threat and fired. And then they were not acquitted. They were not given immunity. So
What
they were
case was
denied
this?
immunity.
What
This
case
is
was this?
Villanueva v. Cleveland, 2020.
Yeah, so they had the similar determination to Starks v. Black, correct? That the officer provided jeopardy or whatever happened in a way that took agency away from the victim, and they didn't have
said
time
that
to make a
They
decision.
said that the officers could have avoided being injured by stepping to the side. That was why they couldn't. That's why
Yeah.
they said literally they lacked an objectively reasonable
Black
basis for
as
fear of their
well.
own safety,
And
as
so-
they could have simply stepped back or avoid decide to avoid being
yes,
injured.
so
In any case,
2C versus
I-
Billiot
I- I-
evaluated.
I'm going to cycle
they're
some of you,
saying-
by
and
the
also,
way.
I know that
Okay, I
they're
love
saying
you
that
all,
they
but we're going to
considered
cycle
the
some of you.
immediate threat.
Okay.
I know they're saying they admit the immediate threat, but obviously the fact is that that Tusi was someone who had previously been speeding, like not even just a few minutes before the interaction. But I think
Yeah.
what Wake's saying is that he's arguing on a moral basis, not on just because.
Yes,
well,
I
we have to go
agree
by the
that
Holy Grail of
legally he
Tusi
might get
versus
away with
Billiot,
it,
right?
but
That's
on
why
a
I've said
moral
I
basis
agree
is
morally
entirely
with
unjustified
the
and
basis of 2C versus
unnecessary.
Billiot. Yeah, and so do
Oh.
you disagree with the moral basis of 2C versus Billiot then?
I might, given it's a different set
But
of
you haven't read the
circumstances.
case,
I
so
don't
it's hard to know,
But it
huh?
doesn't matter. You keep retreating to this position, but it doesn't give you strength in your argument.
I'm
because
not
we're not
retreating
arguing
to
about
it.
this case. We're
You
at that case. We're
confidently
arguing about this
said
case,
I
which
was
has a
wrong
different set
about
of
2C
circumstances,
despite never
which we
reading
can
it.
look at and come to different
And now he's
conclusions.
gonna
Both of
ramble
these
again.
things you
Okay.
have ceded to me already. So your precedent, while informative, it might give us things to look at, does not win you the argument, especially when
I'm
there's
not saying it does,
circumstances which are
But you went on
substantively different.
you went on this
which are
crazy diatribe
substantively
about how
change the calculations
everything
that
about
should be
2C versus
made,
Billiot
and
I
in the
was wrong about,
substantive
and then you hadn't read
decisions
it.
that are made by the officer
You're just
and by the courts.
Bro, you're just repeating yourself. It's we can
because
tell
it
you're just trying to
continues to be
extend the talking
correct.
time. I get it.
continue to be correct.
wanna
It's
hear
a
from
winning position.
I want to hear Connor's position. He's been waiting to get in since we've
Counterpoints,
started
go
this whole
ahead, and then we'll
discussion.
get the new guys in. But fuck off.
Thank
man.
you. I would also like to address a Wick and Lonerbox simp in my chat after I do it. So, Zonia, trying to respond to what you said. Yeah, you almost like perfectly described officer caused jeopardy, which once again, it's like a novel concept. It's past 5 or 10 years. It hasn't been fully implemented. It hasn't revolutionized policy. But I do think it's something that law enforcement officers need to consider. And it's something that I saw on the force. I saw a guy antagonize a homeless person on purpose in order to start a fight so he could arrest him. Now, the homeless guy obviously lost his mind and fought the officer, which is bad. But also, if there's an approach that we want our law enforcement officers to take, is it antagonizing people so they commit crimes so they can be arrested? Or do we want cops who actually try to protect and serve the community as, done in best practices, I suppose? Now, the other part that you said, though, which I think is the challenge, is that bear in mind, I went to a 13-week academy. I did 6 months of field training. I also did like monthly and sometimes quarterly use of force trainings. And what we heard consistently is deadly force, deadly force, deadly force, deadly force. When can you use deadly force? When can you use deadly force? And it was always imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. And when you're talking about seconds and you're talking about inches, The courts almost always side with the cops. And so we can sit on this panel and argue about, well, if he didn't pull his gun and he just kept going to the right, he would have been fine. Or there's no way that he could have known that shooting the driver would have ended the threat. Or, realistically, he put himself in front of the car twice. Therefore, he's the person who started the incident. But the truth is, when a law enforcement officer is conducting lawful operations, even if they violate policy, it's incumbent on the law enforcement officer to act properly, but it's also incumbent upon the detainee to not resist in a violent way. And this gets to, or like a dangerous way, I think is more appropriate, which gets to the thing that I wanted to address with my chatter. My chatter said, lol, you're saying intention doesn't matter? That's crazy. But that's true. Schizophrenics and type 1 diabetics who are experiencing medical emergencies will oftentimes become dangerous to themselves or others to the point that sometimes they will use improvised weapons against themselves or others. And if you have a schizophrenic or if you have a type 1 diabetic, they might be attacking someone with a weapon, including a vehicle that can cause serious threat of death or great bodily harm, and you can use deadly force to stop them. Quick example before I wrap it up. A type 1 diabetic was using a leash as a whip in order to beat his family and beat law enforcement officers. And he was using the metal side as the tip of the whip. And so he was beating the fuck out of people. Now, luckily, my officers aren't so stupid that they didn't kill that guy. They just tackled him. But I'm just saying, like, intent, especially when it comes to like medical emergencies in which people become like hostile or violent, intent actually does not, like, it's not as important to imminent threat of death or great bodily harm as you guys think it is.
Okay. We want to give the mic.
You can't really make assumptions
Out
when
of
it comes
interest,
to those heightened situations.
Okay,
I just
Loner,
wanted to ask
then I want to get the new guys in here. But Loner, go ahead.
I'm just because it's like 19 pages. I'm just kind of skimming through Tusi versus Billy and now. You're saying that they say in this case that he that they basically argued that regardless of Tusi's behavior before that, the joyriding at 100 miles an hour or whatever, it still would have been reasonable use of force. Where I just can't see that.
So
in the
not
thing.
that. What I'm saying
Are
is
you
the
asking
fact
me?
that. So no,
yeah,
no,
I'm asking you where it is in the case, because it seems to be what they're saying here is that they're saying.
Real quick, but I've listened to you.
Well,
I thought he was asking me.
Let
an excellent
Lonerbox
job,
finish,
but I want
please.
to talk. So real quick, Lonerbox, I can't refer specifically in case law with the case that you're talking about, but I will tell you that part of the academy training was in reference to and we could probably look up the case law for this one. It was a pit maneuver on from a Georgia State Highway patrolman that went to the Supreme Court of the United States that resulted in a quadriplegic outcome for the person who was pitted. And so the intent of the joyrider, the intent of the speeder was probably not homicide or, some like nefarious purpose. It was just to speed. But still, because they were imminent threat of death or great bodily harm to themselves and others, law enforcement was able to do a pit, which was seen as something that might cause death, might cause great injury. And the Supreme Court ruled in favor of law enforcement conducting that move.
Okay. I love you, but that was completely irrelevant. I'm just trying to ask about this specific case.
No, it's not.
So Billy,
you just asked me where does intent come down into the use of deadly
not what
force.
I said.
That's not what
that's
he's
not what
asking.
that's not what I said. He's
I think he was
claiming that in
asking me
Tusi
about
versus Billiot,
Tusi.
they said that
Did I
the
hear someone
previous
else?
behavior of Billiot didn't absent that the cop would have still been justified to fire. But
Yeah,
it seems to be like when they're talking about what the officer knew, they are very much stressing. Billiot knew that Tusi had already fled law enforcement once, only minutes earlier, reckless speeds.
Well, so it's not about
that's why I'm asking. Yeah.
It's not just so. Yes, totality of circumstances definitely matters, and it incorporated with this. The idea that the issue was him potentially fleeing was not the problem. They address that, and they say that would also have been sufficient for the officer, but that even just the vehicle being pointed in his direction, regardless of where the wheel is turned, and you can see this in the decision, that vehicle still posed a reasonable danger to the officer. In that circumstance, he also was informed by the potential that the guy could flee, but they even said independent of that, he still the vehicle could still pose a danger to him. So the idea that if he was mere
that's why I'm
feet
asking.
away
That's
from the
all I'm
vehicle,
asking. So what I'm that's why what I'm asking is where that bit is, because obviously there is other case law from Cleveland that's different from that. So that's why I'm just asking where that bit is. That's all I'm asking.
I'll have to pull it up and I'll send this snippet to you later. I don't have
You
the quote on my
mentioned
prep
that
docs, but-
specific bit has been referenced in later case law.
Me?
I think you mentioned that. Yeah, I think you mentioned that at one point when you and I were talking earlier today.
The part that had been referenced in later case law, I believe, was 2C and another case in the case law I looked over. Both agreed there is essentially no legal precedent that tells an officer that they cannot fire in that situation. In two similar situations with a low-speed vehicle driving kind of even in a direction toward a cop, as long as the cop didn't move in front of that car before it started forward, two different cases that I found the courts addressed, there is no legal precedent to tell this officer, and some of them I think are as recent as 2023, that they cannot fire in this circumstance.
Hold on, the precedent we would
So
be referring
the idea
to
that there is
hold on,
precedent that
you'd have to
shows that
refer
doesn't
to
exist.
how this set of
is this just because like
Go
is this just because of district courts or like the Ninth Circuit? Because obviously this case with Cleveland is like the Ninth Circuit, or like is it just because district courts are they just allowed to do things differently then, or what?
No, it wasn't that they said it's only lower court precedent. It was the idea that there was no precedent, and they understand that officers are trained and informed by case law. Like it's not this idea that case law changes training and then training goes to the cops. Cops literally have to look at case law for a lot of their training, and they addressed there is no on any court level precedent that tells officers they cannot fire in this circumstance. And so we cannot dictate it unreasonable just by virtue of the fact that we don't think that car really posed a danger.
Well, we
the
know,
idea that the car,
just to be clear,
and then they say,
so am I just no. So should this
2020
not exist
hindsight
then?
is not allowed. That's Supreme Court precedent.
Yes.
You can't do 2020 hindsight.
View on the
So
totality
should
of
this not exist then?
circumstances?
Hang on. Should this not exist then? Should this like this case that I'm reading right now from maybe I'm reading it wrong. I completely admit that, but like
So
is
I
it
haven't. I'll have
Well,
to
let him finish his case.
I'll have to look over.
Lonerbox, go
I'll have
ahead,
to look
please.
over that case.
Yeah, but
the
let him
court
cite it.
seemed to think
Let him-
that
let
was
him
not
finish.
relevant.
Loner, go ahead.
Because it's saying
He
it's saying
already
the
did
civil,
cite
it's saying
it.
it's saying the civil rights the panel affirmed the district court's order denying qualified immunity to police officers in this action. And yeah, they say the panel held that because it found at the summary judgment stage that the car was slow moving and the officers could have simply moved away to avoid injury, their use of deadly force was clearly established as unreasonable as of 1996 by Acosta v. City of Cincinnati and whatever
so
else.
both of
Accordingly,
these
the officers
cases
were not entitled
after
to
that.
qualified immunity.
Yeah,
So
so
this is
both of these
from
cases were after
2020.
that. So 2C rejects the idea that the agent created danger by moving toward the front of the car.
Hold on, can you
Court,
address his
they
point
held
at
that
all?
existing precedent. That's what I'm doing, you dumb
you're not.
fuck.
Go
Stop
ahead.
interrupting
Address
people's
his point.
responses. They also held that existing precedent did not clearly
Yeah, you can't
establish. So there
address his
must have
point.
been
Got it.
something about that court case. I'm not going to pull a wick and pretend I've read it. I don't know if
Could it
maybe
be
the
fact that the guy
proximity was
a
an
joyrider
issue.
and that was in the driver's head at the time, and the cops head at the time?
Well, because they said even independent of that the car still posed a
Yeah, okay,
danger.
but
That's
yeah,
why they
that's
went
the-
into.
That's what I'm still looking for. Yeah.
If you hit Control F, look up maybe the word arc, because I know part of the
Arc.
reasoning is they talk about how vehicles move in an arc. They don't move straight from where they are to where they're turned,
Oh yeah.
and
no,
they
no, I
talk
saw
about
this,
even
but yeah,
independent
yeah.
of that. Even
where
so
is
they're
that from?
saying even based on they're
but
not
I
saying that
don't see-
they're.
I don't see even independent. That's the bit I'm missing. I'm trying to. Where the fuck is
no.
Control F not working here?
Well, yeah, but if the reasoning for the car being danger, it would say that would suggest that reasoning is independent of his thought. I'm not saying the ruling was 100% independent. Like I said, precedent is going to be applied on different circumstances, but they held that there's no existing precedent that clearly establishes he couldn't get qualified immunity. So there's something about that Cleveland case that you're talking about that told them that it does not inform this case. I don't know what it is because I haven't
Yeah,
read
but
that
that's
case.
why my
He
guess.
just
So
read
what
Two
they're saying
courts
here
have
is
held
that.
that.
He just read
So the
exactly
bit with
what
the
they
arc
said.
says, so what they're saying here is that the wheels, so obviously they're affirming one thing that you're saying, that the wheels were turned to
Yeah.
the right does not change the calculus. First, in a very small space, even a car maneuvering to the right poses a serious danger to the person standing in front of it. Cars making turns do not proceed horizontally, they fall follow an arc. The undisputed evidence establishes that Billiot was standing very close to the front end of Tusi's car when it began to move forward to the right. Indeed, Aaliyah repeatedly faults Billiot for placing himself in the zone of danger. Second, Billiot had no way of knowing whether Tusi would have changed direction or accelerate. And obviously, accelerating is not going to have as much bearing if you're 5 feet away because you can't really accelerate. But as in Tolliver, the reasonable officer in those circumstances would be in fear of being hit by the moving vehicle. Tusi is convinced that her father, this is Tusi's daughter, convinced that her father did not intend to hit the officer, was simply trying to evade. Even if we assume the speculation is correct, Billiot had no way of knowing intentions, and then they mentioned, they're elaborating, Billiot knew that Tusi had already fled law enforcement once, only minutes earlier at reckless speeds. Maybe the bit about independent of that is still there, but that's why I'm not finding.
So what I'm saying isn't that the case itself was done in a vacuum of that circumstance. Obviously, it wasn't. What I'm saying is they said even on its own, it doesn't even change the calculus that the wheels were turned to the right.
That's the bit I'm missing. That's the bit I'm missing. So like I'm at
No. What I'm saying is if they say his wheels being turned to the right doesn't change the calculus, they didn't say it doesn't change the calculus because the guy had fled earlier. They said it doesn't change the calculus because he doesn't know if they're going to turn the wheel the other way or accelerate.
Okay, maybe.
Let's not be
even like the driest legal. Like how would you ever disconnect that? Because obviously they're trying to say what the cop was thinking at the time. How are they? Like, it doesn't seem like they're disconnecting the fact that he realized that the guy was a joyrider.
Yes, these
they're
definitely chemicals, they make a different reaction than if you have one chemical alone or one chemical alone. You have to have both,
I got it.
or else neither has reaction.
Anyway, so the way they disconnect it is by specifically saying
you can't address
he doesn't know. I'm addressing the other debate panelists right now, and then I can address you petulant fucking child. Let me talk.
No, notice he can't address the arguments. He can only use.
I just said I will. Shut the fuck up, you child. Good God.
Again, ad hom's not addressing the argument. Got it.
I would say they directly disconnect it by saying the because, right? They're saying the wheels being turned to the right doesn't change the calculus, as the officer cannot determine the intent of the driver as to whether they're going to turn the wheel or accelerate. To me, that is making clear the reason why A doesn't matter is because of B. C is relevant to our eventual decision, but that's not why A doesn't change the calculus. We explained why A doesn't change the calculus. A doesn't change the calculus because of B. And then in addition, he also knew of this, which even better supports. They're not necessarily saying that without that, that would have changed the calculus. What they're saying is this is a total case, and we're not going to neglect to mention C. As far as what you're saying,
absolutely combining the two, and they're saying that both are necessary.
There's no language in there that combines the two.
Totality of circumstances, which we
where do they say that?
They're looking at, and they're using as their reason. So
at what point?
Their way of determining reasoning, and because both of these ingredients were in the cake, right?
I'm just
therefore it's easy. Like you haven't answered a single fucking one of my questions almost all night.
I was about to, but you interrupted me before I could answer yours.
You ramble. You don't actually understand the points that I'm trying to make because your IQ is below that of my room's temperature right now.
Holy shit. Where in the 2C decision do they say that C is inexorably tied to the A and B relationship?
They don't say it's inexorably tied, but because we know
you don't know
that they're going after the totality of circumstances. Hold on. What do you think totality means? What do you think the word totality means?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Does it mean all?
They don't at any point
Does it mean all? Yes or no? Does it mean all? Yes. So they are incredibly, intrinsically, absolutely
the first question or
all
the most annoying
these things, and you are trying to take out one ingredient and say it applies to all, which it does not.
Okay. So anyway, to answer your question, Lonerbox, because Wick didn't answer. At no point do they say that in order for the rightward turn to not change the calculus, the understanding of his previous flight has to be there. They do mention that as an additional supporting argument for the final verdict, but they do not at any point, even kind of around it, say, in order for that rightward turn to not be a part of the calculus, he has to have known that. They specifically explain why the rightward turn was not part of the calculus, and it's because he does not know the intent of the driver as to whether or not they're going to accelerate or turn. I think that's a pretty good faith interpretation of this. decision.
That's just the bit I'm not saying. That's the bit I'm not seeing, right? Because like obviously accompanying the idea of the car like making the turn and the right turn, not changing the calculus. Within the same paragraph, they're saying that there's the fear of him accelerating towards him, and obviously, like obviously that's being. And then the next 2 pages are talking about similar cases of joyriders going at 100 miles an hour, but then even after they've stopped, them trying to escape again, even at a slow pace, suggests they're going to go and endanger the community, and that's what it's in his head. But then, like the bit after that, they go on to the case with Starks. So that's I'm just not seeing the even
Starks is another really good one.
I just don't see them saying that like independent of that. I'm not seeing that like being stated.
Yeah, so anywhere. Starks. The reason why they bring up Starks is because in Starks, I don't believe the person was a previous joyrider. He had just stolen a cab, but he hadn't driven recklessly. I don't believe in Starks. I might be wrong, but in Starks v. Black, did he drive reckllessly prior? I'm pretty sure
because that's what
he stole.
I haven't read Starks v. Black. I'm just reading about it now from here.
And I don't want to. I don't want to put you on again. I don't want to make it like you haven't read it and so I win. But my understanding of Starks, I did a reference doc, so they're not direct quotes. But he had a stolen cab. He was parked in a Taco Bell parking lot. He had not fled prior. The cops approached him. He locked the doors and said, "I'm not fucking messing around." And then he drove forward. Black jumped in front of his car and then killed. And then the 3 officers fired. Black was found like not to be immune. I don't remember what the inevitable consequence was, but he was found not to be immune specifically because he jumped while the car was moving. But they said, despite the fact that he had not, they had no prior flight to reference. They said if he jumped in front of the car and then the car moved forward, all 3 officers would be fully justified in shooting, even though they were not informed by a prior flight, because even though it was at a low speed, it was at a close proximity, and they were in front of the car. The only point of issue was the officer created final jeopardy, essentially, in the sense that he created jeopardy in a way where the driver couldn't stop the car.
So again, that's why with this case here, Starks is being invoked by the person trying to sue the cop, right? By the daughter. She's bringing it up to say that the officer put himself in harm's way because he got out of his car.
Yeah,
right?
And I'm saying the reason why they didn't find
that
convincing was because of what I just mentioned.
Well, it's also because they're saying her contention is missing an important word that distinguishes Starks from this case. Starks hints only that an officer may not step into the path of a moving vehicle and then justify the use of deadly force by claiming to be threatened by the use of the car as a deadly weapon.
That's what
in
I
this
just
instance,
said.
Billy exited his car to stand before a stationary vehicle.
But notice how they didn't mention. Notice how they didn't mention that the issue was the prior flight and that Starks didn't include a prior flight. What they mentioned was just that he created his own jeopardy. They didn't say, well, Starks hadn't fled and so it wasn't justified. That wasn't what they mentioned was the issue with Starks. It was just the fact that he jumped in front of the car while it was already moving.
So what happened with Starks was did the cops get immunity or no?
No, they didn't.
Why not?
Because he jumped in front of the car while the car was already moving.
Okay.
Forward,
and I guess
specifically.
Okay.
I can read the quote. I have the quote here.
There's not really any case law with reversing cars.
No, it's tough. But let me touch on that. So I had the quote.
Fuck indeed.
Basically, they specified a car.
Unless you assumed the car was going to reverse off the roads because it was. Yeah, I don't know.
Let's give
they specified car
maybe he
moving
thought the car was going to reverse off the roads.
I want to get Aaron in here. I want to get Magtard in here, and Reshi as well. So, sure. Aaron, what do you got? You're muted, buddy. You missed your. Okay, there he is. Great.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just making sure I wasn't hot micing. So I get where Jeb is going for here, especially trying to do a really quick overlook on the case laws. I see the point that he's getting at. I think ultimately this is a jeopardy situation where the officer mostly put himself in harm's way by trying to box off a vehicle with his own body. But I think ultimately the shooter is justified since he can't fully gauge out the driver's intent in that moment, like in that split second moment. It's just going to be way too hard to figure that out. And that's where it may just end up with the courts deciding that the shooting was justified. It's like, even if we may say, like, yeah, in the end, we might feel this is morally unjustified, where, and especially in the macro of he shouldn't have put himself in that situation where he could have been in harm's way or any danger. In the micro of just the split second, you have a moving vehicle that may be headed towards you, you are in the path, you might be in danger, the courts may just rule in his favor.
Hey, Magtard, what do you got?
And that's, yeah.
So yeah, I think that the officer. Well, I think that the officer. We don't know if he's going to be if he's legally responsible. We haven't seen the investigation yet, so it's good that we have all this case law. But in the end of the day, it's going to come down to what the investigation proves or doesn't prove, or whether or not the fact that the state of Minneapolis or the state of Minnesota get the chance to actually conduct an investigation that isn't hindered by the Trump administration. I kind of wish Connor had stayed because I think that we could have had a discussion about the climate that was put into there by the president, forcing ICE to go there and act in the way that it has been acting over the past couple of months. I think that that led to a lot of distrust from the general public about ICE in general, and I think that this officer's actions were overly aggressive for very little reason, and I think that ultimately, morally, he's responsible for the shooting. Legally, I can't take a determination on that because, again, I'm not an investigator. I'm not a lawyer. I haven't seen any investigation. But morally, he's 100% culpable. And factually,
We definitely had that conversation earlier.
Well, anyway, we're having a conversation now. But yeah, no, he is a murderer. I'll say it right now because he shot her unnecessarily.
Very cool.
Based. I want to hear from Kafkaesque and Esquire, and I want to hear from Powder Dusty. So go ahead, please.
Hi everybody. I'm sorry, Jeb. I came into this debate a little bit late, and I heard you were referencing 2C. I'm going to say right now I haven't read that case. I just want to ask you about it real quick.
Yeah.
In 2C, is that a case regarding civil or criminal liability?
I believe it's I believe it's civil. It's regarding qualified immunity, but the main point of issue is reasonable use of force, which would be the same point of issue in a criminal evaluation. So while it was about civil, it's making the same evaluation that a criminal one would.
Okay.
Which is reasonable use of force.
What reasonable use of force definition is it using? Is it using the Minnesota one or is it using a federal one?
It's an app. I think it's 2C was a federal agent, and I believe this was federal. It was 7th Circuit. Oh, so maybe not. I don't know 100%.
Okay. Because I would recommend you read a case called State v. Knorr. It's out of 2021 out of Minnesota. And it just stayed in the state courts. And it's not about a federal agent, and it's not about a car hitting, or like avoiding a car hitting. It's about a cop just using unauthorized use of deadly force. And the analysis there, and also the statute that's there, is a bit different, I think, than what you're looking at in 2C. I haven't read 2C, so I need to see exactly what the word is there. But the Minnesota one seems to be a little bit more limited in that it seems to have a much narrower authorization of deadly force, and a deviation from policy can be pretty damning when it comes to determining unauthorized use of deadly force. So in the State v. Knorr, the reason I bring it up is more from a procedural angle. I am an attorney, by the way. Is that in that one, they relied heavily on expert testimony regarding the actual use of unauthorized deadly force and the training that the person received. I don't know if y'all have talked about the training that ICE has received. I'm not fully aware of it. I know there's a discussion around the DHS policy, things like that. And I think there's some stuff that's been coming out recently. I haven't seen things verified about the kind of truncated training that ICE officers are receiving. We don't know what this guy's received, but if they were able to put up in a Minnesota court expert witness testimony saying, look, the way that he did these things leading up to the shooting and for the shooting itself were not within the training, and were not within a reasonable officer's training, it is possible that they could convict him on a third-degree murder in Minnesota. So
two things to touch on. So 2C, I can confirm now, it was a federal definition of objectively reasonable. Regarding Minnesota's, I looked at theirs, and one of the ways that it can be found objectively reasonable in isolation of procedure, there are two that I think this is actually sufficient for, and I looked at the Minnesota specific law. One is if they're obviously in reasonable fear for their life, and then 4 different conditions are met. And all 4 of those conditions were met in this, and none of them involve police policy. They're all kind of the same conditions you see in the federal application of objectively reasonable force. The second is if they, and this one I almost disagree with and told Loner I wasn't making an argument based on, but if we're going into Minnesota's specific law, it becomes relevant. The second is if the officer reasonably believes the person is fleeing after being suspected of committing a felony. If the officer believes his life was in danger, resisting arrest in a way that threatens someone's life in Minnesota is a felony. And so on 2 different levels that are both sufficient independently,
but
he used reasonable force in Minnesota.
Yeah, the disagreement here is, did she threaten his life? And I think that's where we disagree.
Did he? No. It's did he believe that she threatened his life?
Yeah, I don't think he had a reasonable belief to. I thought he had.
And that's where the other case law
evidence
comes.
Right, reasonable evidence to see that it was not a threat to his life. But I want to.
So
that's where that's where other case law comes in.
So within the Minnesota statute regarding the authorized use of deadly force, well, it is an officer's reasonable belief of the officer being harmed. You know, that is an element that is one of multiple. One of which is that it's that the harm must be addressed through the use of deadly force without unreasonable delay.
Yep.
I think that the issue that we're having here, and that sounds like in this debate, is that the word "must" is the kind of the crux of that specific line, right? Is it would he have had to? Would he have to have used deadly force there?
Yeah.
And how the Minnesota courts have reviewed that is a bit tighter and is a bit more difficult than a federal one.
Sure, but
that's where I'm coming in with Nor, because like in Nor, the man, like, just to give you like an example, and it's different fact, but like just to give you the example, a man thought he saw a woman going for a gun to shoot his partner, right? So, you know, he thought a reasonable person could look at that and say, hey, that person's reaching for a gun and going to shoot my partner. But in the totality of the circumstances, they saw here are these other things that came in. And, you know, part of that is, you know, is recklessness. And I think that's something that I don't know if I've heard you guys talk about. If y'all did, I'm sorry I didn't hear it. But recklessness is a really big part of the determination of these kinds of this kind of unauthorized use of deadly force. And when it comes to murder 3. And so whenever you're looking at the officer's behavior and his recklessness in here, right? Because I think there's been discussion of like what his intent is, what her intent is. I think we can talk about her intent, and you know, I think the question really is she? Well, 1 second. I think there's the question there is not did she intend to kill him. I think is she being so reckless that he needed to stop her from doing what she's doing, and then his intent. Not necessarily is he intending to kill her. Is he knowingly being reckless? Is he recklessly acting such that her death could result from it, right? And I think in her case, it's hard to see the recklessness that could lead to his, because whenever I watch the video, and I could be wrong, this could be my subjective belief, it looks like she's being distracted by the officer on the side, talking to that person, and is pulling away from him, and maybe doesn't even know that guy is there. She saw that guy walk behind her car that shot her. I don't know if she saw him come back around. Maybe she did. I don't know.
When she backed up, she was looking right at him.
Okay, maybe so. But then she's being distracted by this other officer to her side who's talking at her and grabbing her window. So she could be looking at him thinking maybe that guy's already moved on. Okay. But what I don't see from her is her acting recklessly in a way that's like, oh my God, she's going to kill somebody. Right?
Yeah,
maybe that is what resulted. But that's not what I see in her intent. I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I would like to finish. I will let you respond.
Sorry. It's been a lot of different points, so I'm trying to touch on some of them.
That's fine. And the last one, when I look at his behavior, I see some recklessness in there. I don't know if it necessarily rises to the level of going to kill somebody, right, or going to result in someone dying, but he is going outside of his policy in a reckless way, not only for himself, but for potentially other people. Okay, you can address the points that I brought up.
Okay, so I mean, kind of the reason why I wanted to address them piece by piece is because there's a lot. One, so all of these end up, I won't even really nitpick. Basically, all of your points rely on the same deliberation, which is, did he have a reasonable fear for his life? Because if he had a reasonable fear for his life, that obviously makes the decision for, was she acting so recklessly she was putting people in danger? It settles that, because if he believes that he was in danger, then the answer is yes, necessarily. So what I'm saying is, when they make that determination, that is not, they don't only look to state courts. No state only looks to state courts when determining objective reasonableness in that regard. They all use precedent. So sure, if this gets elevated to a circuit court, they technically aren't bound to the Seventh Circuit precedent. It is persuasive precedent, and if there's not other precedent, they are supposed to use it. But generally, the federal precedent is still precedent for the objective reasonableness as it relates to his fear, his objectively reasonable fear for his own life. And
if he was charged
federally, no. Even being charged, it's simply the legal concept. I don't see where you're getting that if he's being charged by the state, they just get to ignore higher courts' views on objectively reasonable fear for safety.
Federal
Where
courts
are you
aren't higher than state courts. That's not how that works.
The appellate courts are.
Of Minnesota.
Yeah, but
not of federal courts.
Sure. So the Seventh Circuit is still an appellate court, though.
Of federal courts,
they
not
do
of state
have
courts.
precedence.
A state
So you're
court
saying the
does
state
not have
court
to
should just
follow-
the state court should just
does
ignore
not have to follow what an appellate court of the federal circuit says. They often do. They can choose to, but that's not technically controlling there.
Okay,
And
sure.
often,
So do you think they
these
should
courts
ignore it?
If you go and read Knorr, they are referring almost entirely to Minnesota state courts, and Minnesota appellate courts, and the Minnesota Supreme Court. I'm
Do
not
you
saying
think they should
can't.
ignore
I'm
it?
saying that they. I think that they should go by whatever their precedent is. If the state courts are able to determine that what they need to do to get through a case without looking to federal courts, they should do that, in my opinion, unless there's a novel reason or better reason to use those federal determinations. Whenever the Minnesota courts do it, they generally stick with their own definitions, their own analysis to find ways to, because murder 3 isn't a federal crime. As far as I understand it, the U.S. government, federal government, does not have a murder 3 charge. Minnesota, in a somewhat unique way, does. That's why, like, that was a part of the Chauvin trial, where Derek Chauvin trial, where he had these kind of different kinds of murder that maybe people aren't really familiar with. And murder 3 is kind of it's a reckless. It's a form of like
sure. So
where
I get the
acting almost
procedural.
recklessly.
Yeah, I get the procedural argument. Are you saying, though, let's actually, I'm going to ask you to actually make an argument, because every time I bring up case law, I preface it with, I morally and factually agree with this. Are you saying that you don't morally or factually agree with the objective reasonableness standard used by the circuit courts, by the appellate courts? And that states should morally disregard it?
I don't know. This is a weird question. What do you mean by morally? The states aren't required to follow. If the state has its own definition if the state has its own standard, it should use its own standard. If you think that this man should be charged in a federal court, you can make that argument, and then we can talk about that.
I just said I understand. I just said I understand the procedural argument. Every time I brought up case law, someone here has said, "Yeah, but morals," and I have confirmed to them, I morally and factually agree with the case law here. I am asking you, I understand the procedural argument in the same way that Wick and Loner and Non-Smoker and everyone else understood my procedural argument. I'm asking you, do you think the morally right thing to do, do you think the morally right objective reasonableness standard is Minnesota's, or do you think the morally correct one is the federal one?
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know if I would place moral weight on either one. I think they're both moral. I don't have.
Well, then, if you wouldn't, if they're
one.
equal, then I would just say it would be wrong to use the Minnesota one, and you should use the federal one. If you're not going to make an argument and we can't deliberate
what the Minnesota one is? Just
I don't need to make a moral
argument. Stop. Jebtown, do you know what the Minnesota standard is?
Did you not just listen to Kafka? Yeah, he said there's an additional condition where you look at the reckless actions, but the potential reckless actions of both the victim and of the officer in the case. And he is arguing that in cases where you don't see an obvious
reasonable standard in Minnesota,
I'm telling you yes, because I'm explaining what Kafka just explained to me. It is
the reasonable standard to us.
That's what I'm doing.
No, you're not.
Like, what are you? Holy shit!
You haven't done that.
Kafka,
hold on. Does
am I
anyone here
explaining
understand
exactly
what
how
you
you
just said to be the Minnesota's reasonable standard law?
You didn't let me finish.
No, you're just talking about knowing what you finish, and then you're going on about knowing what you finish, and then knowing what you
Kafka,
finish.
am I crazy or was I repeating what you said?
Oh my God, knowing what you finished.
Oh, Magtard. Now you're not letting me finish.
Well, I didn't see you start. Sorry.
That's okay. I think that you were giving a summation of my argument that kind of incorporated the deadly force in there. I think that the argument's kind of a little bit bigger than just the definition of the deadly force that you were giving just now. But I mean, it's fine. I don't think there's a moral deliberation here about which definition to use. I think you need to make a moral argument for why you should use one or the other. The moral argument would be the procedural argument. You should follow the procedure.
I can give a moral argument as to why you would use one or the other. That's kind of the point I'm trying to make, but Wick was trying to derail it.
Sorry.
What I'm saying is, like, if you think they're neutral, I'll make the moral argument. I morally and factually agree with the idea that if an officer has an objectively reasonable fear, considering things like the perception reaction gap and totality of circumstances, as every single circuit court used, even when the fifth wasn't, every single other one did, and all of the case law I've referenced did. I think that's a perfectly good standard to use to protect officers from cases like this, is that they have the objectively reasonable fear for their life, as applied by the federal courts.
Sure.
No,
one second.
No,
I would like to respond real quick to your moral argument.
What's the record, Lonerbox?
Go ahead. Oh, just for the record, I'm as for case law, I'm kind of like in this case where they say you're safer to move out of the way of the car rather than to shoot at the driver.
Yeah. Okay. And that's what I like, is we actually got to have that deliberation. Is the reason I think that's not the case is because I factually and morally agree with Tusi that since he can't determine that the intent of the driver is to glue that wheel to the right in that split second, he has no obligation to surrender his safety in that way, because even if he stepped to his right, her left, he could, if she whipped her wheel to the left from the moment she hit the gas when he pulled the gun out, she still could have run him over.
No, that's physical.
I didn't.
That's impossible physics based on.
I didn't.
From the moment she moved
have
forward,
to,
that's the case.
Wait, did I imagine this, or did Connor say earlier that you kind of have to stand still a little bit to draw your gun for a second because of the way your leg is?
If you're drawing it with the intention that you might need to immediately fire, yeah. Because if you're off base,
it's like you've got a decision: keep moving away from the car, or get your gun out and hope the gun does a better job of saving you against the giant.
Yeah, but the issue is when you're moving out of the way, you're essentially in that moment surrendering your safety to the driver, because you're assuming they will continue with the wheel pointed exactly where it is. Pulling the gun protects you in the case that they decide to correct the course of the car to forward or to the left.
Do you understand that? Well, that makes the 15, 20 feet thing actually more in my favor then, because that's actually true if a car is a bit further away. But when you're when you're at the corner of the car, once you're at the side of it, what's you going to do? Do a fucking donut and spin and kick you in the back of the car?
The issue is he didn't draw the gun when the car was past him. He drew the gun the moment it started moving forward, even the moment before it started moving forward. From that point, she absolutely could have turned it to the left and run right over him.
When did he
He's like
fire?
in front of the corner of the car, so it's like it's an extra step versus bang.
Well, he's in front of the corner of the car because it's increasing the angle to the right. If she moved the wheel to the left and continued moving even an inch forward, he would have been in front of the middle of the car, and then maybe even the right corner of the car. Like, she very easily could have turned it, and it's not his job to do the perfect
spin to the wheel, but then he's got, like, in the time it takes him to do a step,
literally,
do another 3 spins
do you
back.
know what you need to do to straighten out a car? When you do 3 turns of the wheel, you let go of the wheel, and it turns straight. It's magic. It's like magic.
Impressive sleight of hand. All right, no,
it's not sleight of. You let go of the wheel. What
I'm
do
just
you
going to the bathroom. I'm sorry. I'm fucking pissing myself.
Yeah, no worries.
Go ahead. I want to hear from
the idea,
you guys, Dusty and CS there.
Sure.
The cop surrendered safety when he by stepping in front of the car. That was a challenge, right? Cops may not have a ton of training, but they all know that you don't get to shoot unless you have reasonable fear for yourself. So, by putting himself right in front of the car of a woman who is not complying, that was a challenge, basically.
Okay, yeah, I don't agree, and no case law agrees, but sure.
The other thing is, what were they doing enforcing traffic laws anyways? ICE is not supposed to be enforcing traffic laws.
They weren't enforcing traffic laws. They thought she was obstructing their operation, and they're fully in their legal right to detain someone.
There were other cars that went around her. They could have gone around her.
Sure, they argued she was selectively, and again, you have no right to flee even in illegal detention, but even so, she was wading through cars that weren't ICE's. Yes, you have no right to flee in illegal. That's what Connor explained earlier. You
I
can
just got here.
you can beat the rap, you can't beat the ride. You have to comply in the moment, and then you can win your money and your recompense after the fact. You don't get to flee, and this is why.
They had stepped outside of their jurisdiction. They chose
Not
to
true.
enforce
I mean, that's
traffic
not
law
been
on a
found.
woman that they could have gone around like everybody else was.
According to 0 people, was ICE trying to enforce traffic law that day.
Well, what were they doing?
They thought she was obstructing her operation. She had apparently been, according to Connor, she had been moving in and out of lanes of traffic that ICE is trying to move through in order to perform an operation down the street in order to obstruct. According to her own wife, they came to both observe and obstruct the officers, apparently. So these are all facts that went undisputed earlier in the debate. So unless someone wants to suddenly disagree with them
earlier.
now,
I just got here, like I said, but I'm disputing them now. I think that I saw several cars go around her with no issue. Maybe I'm missing part of it, but
sure.
I mean,
at the point that they tell her to get out of the car, right, she is being given a lawful order of detention. And you do not have the right to flee, even an illegal one. And again, this isn't just a legal argument. I morally and factually agree with this, because if you do give that right, then you give the right to an individual to decide whether or not they believe that they're being illegally detained. And then you open a can of worms where a lot of things get super dangerous and squirrely. And that's the reason why the legal tradition does not protect your legal right to flee. You get your recompense after the fact, because we generally see American prisons as a safe and fair place to exist.
Wait, what?
Not to mention,
like you're not going to die in prison before you get your recompense.
not just to mention Pennsylvania versus Mims. The moment you're given the lawful order to step out of the vehicle by a law enforcement officer, you are by law obligated to step out.
Right. I'm not saying that she wasn't wrong for some things, but when you have cops, and maybe I may be wrong. Maybe she was moving back and forth just to block them. I didn't see it, but from what it looked like to me, they were choosing to enforce something, and that this was an ego enforcement. They were mad because she wasn't cooperating, and so they were going to get her. And then and it further illustrates that by the guy choosing to walk in front and stand in front of the vehicle, which is just obviously bad.
Yeah. And we totally have agreed with the fact that it wasn't the best procedure in terms of them walking in front of the vehicle. With the detention part, I don't think it was an ego thing. I think there's a lot of good reasons to detain somebody. We also need to acknowledge that detention is a lot less of an impediment on your liberty than an arrest, right? A detention is inherently temporary. They did not say you're under arrest.
They're the same thing functionally, aren't they?
No. Because an arrest is you are getting taken to a police station. You are going to go to jail at least until you bail out and you get your arraignment and all that stuff. A detention can be as quick as 10 seconds. And so they have the right to detain someone because if you have someone actively or you perceive as actively obstructing you here, you're doing an op down the line. There's a lot of potential exigencies of you moving down the line, trying to perform that operation. And then there's someone who is trying to obstruct you not far away. I totally understand having someone detained so that they cannot further obstruct the operation as you continue to try to do your job.
So how is it justifiable for the cop to go in front of the car?
So I don't think it's the best procedure. The reason why it's justifiable is because throughout multiple case law, in terms of relative to the shooting, it says that essentially as long as the final decision was made by not the officer, it doesn't strip his justification for shooting. So I guess I wonder your definition of justified. I don't think it was a good idea, but does it strip him of any future potential justification for a use of force? I don't think so, and the courts also don't think.
And this is a question just for you as a person, not a legal question.
Yep.
You think, how would you justify ethically his actions, and how are his actions just a challenge to the driver?
Do you want best case or like most likely case? In my
Either
eyes.
one. Yeah, either one.
So the best case from his point of view, and I think this isn't far from the most likely, the best case from his point of view is, I don't think this woman's violent. I think she's just some white chick fucking protesting.
Carelessness.
I think if she sees someone in front of her car, she's going to realize, okay, there's no getting out of this situation. It's a bad strategic move, but morally, I don't think it's unjustified. And I think it signals that he didn't see her as a threat or want to kill her initially. Most likely case, it looked like he the video that I saw of the phone started from the back of the car, and he just sort of slowly rotates around the car. I genuinely just think his path of trying to film this interaction was he was going to start filming from the side, and then he was going to work his way around to where his buddy was detaining the woman to make sure that if she tried to cry out illegal detention, he had video evidence of that not being the case.
You think that if he had not walked in front of the car, there would have been anything in this scenario that came close to warranting deadly force?
I think potentially. So if he didn't, so the way Connor and I both think they should have behaved is essentially you have car here, officer detaining her here. He should have stood about here so that he could point his firearm at the driver while not pointing it at the opposing officer, but that puts him here.
Well,
if she still attempted to flee and she had to turn up the road to the right, she still kind of would have been pointing the car toward
What
him,
had she
and it
done?
still could have potentially been lethal
what
force
had
situation.
she done? Like, even if he was never in front of the vehicle, what had she done that would justify them pulling their firearms to point at her?
Kind of what I just explained. So if he has to stand here in order to train the gun on her, because the detention...
Why does he have to train a gun on her?
Because generally, when someone is equipped with a deadly weapon, so even sitting in a car, cops will at least have one lethal weapon pointed at them.
I've been pulled over lots of times. No one's ever pointed a gun at me.
Yeah, I mean, traffic stops are a little bit different than someone actively obstructing an ICE operation. But if he didn't point his gun, the same rule applies, right? You're still going to position yourself wherein if you did need to apply lethal force, you're not aiming right at your partner. So the best possible thing for him to do, even if you don't think it's point a gun, he's still stepping right about here. And if he's stepping right about here and she decides to flee up the road that is only open this direction, she's still going to have to drive and turn toward him, which then would probably have caused him to pull out his weapon and may have ended in the same exact circumstance. Like, this didn't happen in a vacuum of space. There's a road where she can only go one way, and even the best place for him to stand would have been the direction she ended up driving anyway. And I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but there's still a circumstance and a not unlikely one where lethal force would have been applied anyway.
I mean,
and if not, explain to me exactly
go ahead.
what
I want to
about
hear
those
from
details
I want
is
to hear
wrong.
from C here. Go ahead, please.
Hi, guys. I have a bit of a tangent, if that's okay.
Depends.
It's somewhat
Go
related.
ahead.
Okay, cool. So earlier there was like a dono asking Connor about the Second Amendment, and he was saying that like you shouldn't worry about that unless like Donald Trump's going to get a third term. I guess my question would be, how do we feel about if Donald Trump puts ICE at voting booths in the 2026 midterms? How should we be interacting with ICE in this case? They just ask us like, hey, what's your ID? And you say no, you're going to get detained. It's a bunch of people losing their ability to vote.
So that's the thing, right? It's like, if ICE is standing at voting booths, I think you can perform some civil disobedience, whatever you want. But no, you definitely don't get to bring a gun and fire at ICE. If ICE is using that as an excuse to mass detain American citizens until the time in which they cannot vote and thereby robbing a bunch of people of their votes, I still don't think it's a bona fide excuse, but it's certainly a better one. And I would lean toward that being a bona fide excuse, because I think what Connor was getting at with his answer was once Trump is starting to do things that can never be reversed. Once someone's vote has been stolen, they can never... No, if they just are standing there, the only person that they're implicitly threatening are non-citizens. If they do what you said and then continue to detain people until the voting period is over and they permanently steal a vote in an election, I told you, yeah, I would lean toward that being a justification for sure. But if they're just sitting there, the only people they implicitly threaten are non-citizens who can't vote anyway.
Okay, I wanna take this moment. I did get some other super chats, and I'll feel bad if I don't read them. So here we go. $5. Please tell Connor to stop being a pussy and say the R word with his chest. I can't because this donor won't accept it, but he's being one. Okay. $10 from Doobie. A moving car is a deadly weapon in any context. Why does lawful detention matter? Why can't we do the same to cars coming in my general direction?
Because you don't have the right to impede their movement.
But if they're
so the only reason...
Do I not have the right to self-defense?
I mean, if they're coming at you in a way where that is illegitimate, where you have the legitimate right to be where you are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, so if you, in the same
The parking
standard,
lot.
right? Yeah, so if I'm in a parking lot and somebody just is pointing at me with their car and they just hit the gas looking at me walking right in front of them, I absolutely have the right to self-defense there.
If you were in a parking lot and another driver made that same motion, like out of a parking spot, and you shot her in the head, you would be in trouble.
No, almost certainly you would have the right to self-defense
Probably
there.
go to jail, bro.
Almost certainly.
Okay, $5 from Audacity to say, Jeb, how dare you argue the only evidence available? What the fuck, bro? Thank you for the $5.
Thank you.
$20 from Will from Texas. I support Jebtan's movement to stop platforming Destiny. Sorry, no matter what money we get, that's not going to be the determination on whether I platform someone. Also, protesters were able to get out of the way of the Marxist MEK terrorist U-Haul yesterday, so the ICE agent could have moved last week. Go Texans. Thank you for the $20. And gang, if you do want to beat Destiny's total, you're about 300 away. So if you want to meet it, you're about 400 away if you want to beat it. So just FYI. $10 from Dirty Deeds. Still love you, Wick, but this entire conversation is cancer. I hope you don't get cancer. $5, I should say, for Zephyr Hash. Is there an argument that the ICE officer can get away if he wasn't trained? Doesn't it incentivize the admin to not train new recruits for deniability? I don't know if that was an argument.
The argument that he couldn't get away wasn't about training. It was literally just about proximity to the vehicle, and that there is no way to guarantee that they're not a threat just by stepping from the moment that he makes the force determination, because from the moment that she hits the gas, if she cranked the wheel to the left from the moment she hit the gas, he would have been a pancake on the ground.
Okay.
Well, 1 second on that. Whenever you're doing a reasonable officer standard, objectively reasonable officer standard, you're looking at the totality of the circumstances. So you can't just you can't take like any slice of it and say this is where we're going to do the analysis, right? We have to look at the totality of the circumstances.
I'm looking at the totality of the circumstances. So did 2C versus Billiot. So did Starks versus Black that agree with me. They both looked at the totality of circumstances because only the Fifth Circuit wasn't doing that. And it's very clear that if you can't determine the intent of a driver and you're that close to a vehicle, that it's not that you're only using that slice of time. It's that slice of time still ultimately matters. And the fact that the force determination was made at that point in time and he couldn't determine, we are not allowed to view this with the 2020 benefit of hindsight. We have to view it from the perspective of the officer. From the perspective of the officer, the moment she hit the gas, there was absolutely an opportunity for her to turn it left and hit him. From the moment a couple seconds after she hit the gas, or a second and a half after she hit the gas, that may not have been the case. But he pulls that gun out went right before she hits the gas. So from the moment he has his gun pointed at her, she could absolutely have turned the wheel over or even let go of the wheel, and he would have been a pancake.
Wait, what about her actions? Why would a reasonable officer believe that she was going to turn the wheel to hit him? I don't understand where you're.
That's not what the standard that 2C versus Billiot establishes. It establishes you can't determine their intent at all.
But
you don't need to believe
that's
she's
not
going to
true.
do that.
That's not true. In the 2C decision,
didn't read
they
the case.
mention, again, the prior circumstances of the actions of the person pulled over beforehand. But you keep leaving that out for a reason that we can only infer, but we can all probably guess.
No, Wick, because that's not relevant to what he's asking.
It absolutely
not every
is
case...
relevant to the totality of circumstances. It is directly relevant to the question he just asked you.
That's not what I'm responding to. I'm responding to how he asked, how could they determine she had the intent to turn into him?
To what he's asking.
2C versus Billiot. Holy shit. 2C versus Billiot says you don't have to have evidence that they're going to turn into you. It's just that you can't be expected to assume they won't, and you don't have the obligation to surrender your safety to their whims.
I still need to see that in the case law, by the way, because I can't see it.
One second on that.
You read it.
It's not there.
You read it. It is there. You dumb fuck, Wick. You haven't read the case ever.
Quote it.
Quote
it, then, motherfucker.
He has no way of determining whether she is going to accelerate.
I'll put it up on stream. Show us the clip where it says what you said.
Did you or did you not read the phrase when they say he has no way of determining whether she is going to turn the wheel or accelerate?
That's all you have to do.
Yeah, but in the same paragraph, they say he knew that this person had been joyriding minutes earlier at 100 miles an hour. So it's like...
No, I get it. And I'm not, again, I am not saying that didn't matter to that case. What I'm saying is when he asks...
That's your entire
how
argument.
do they... Oh my God. I'm just going to, so I can keep going. When he asks, how do they know she is going to turn the wheel? What I'm saying is they don't have to know. Nowhere in 2C versus Billiot do they say they have to know she's going to turn the wheel. They just say he cannot determine whether or not she is going to turn the wheel or accelerate. If you can find a part of 2C versus Billiot that necessarily says that only matters if they were fleeing before, which most of the decision
I don't have to
hints
find
against,
that. The burden
then
and onus is on
I
you
will
to find
absolutely accept
his
it.
Private,
But
previous
until
action
then,
does
there is
not
no
matter.
evidence that
That's the
it
onus that you
is
have
necessarily
to do,
the
that you have
case
yet to meet.
that they have to have had a prior flight for it to matter that they can't determine the driver's intent. Otherwise, you have
Hold
to give
on.
me that evidence.
Jeb, can I ask you a question, a clarifying question?
It's actually, I'm sorry. I was actually going on a line of questioning. I really wanted to ask one follow up. I'll let you take it over if that's okay.
Sure.
Just to it, because again, when I watched it before I came on the stream, just to make sure I understood, looking at the video of that he was taking himself, it seems like things were going on there, where there were facts within that situation where a reasonable officer could determine her intent. All right. That's the thing to me, is like, I didn't look at that and say there's no way to determine her intent. She could have provided intent that was like, you could incorrectly maybe, right? Like say, oh, she doesn't intend to hit me, and then he gets hit. I guess that's true. But it seemed like it was very clear. You could hear her say, I'm turning, I'm going to pull out over here, or something along those lines. And then her hands are moving that way, and she's talking. So
hold on,
you could say that he wasn't able to perfectly do so, but it seems like you could have found a way to find her intent there. A reasonable officer.
Necessary to my response would be a video of her audibly saying, I am going to turn over here and not hit you. Because that would change my calculus. That would change my calculus, but I never heard that in the clips.
I thought that was what she said whenever she, like in the clip of her doing either the camera or one of the clips was her. I thought
she said, "I'm not mad at you," as he rotated around the back of the car, but she did not. She did not state, "Oh, I'm going to just drive over here."
She snapped. Okay, changed her mind and decided to plow into him.
What I'm saying,
I could be wrong. I'm not saying this is 100% sure. I'm saying that I'm still trying to figure out all the facts of it too. So I thought that someone had said that I'd heard her say, like, I'm pulling out over here. Maybe I heard her say something wrong there. That's totally fair.
No,
but
that never
even
happened,
still, even if someone says,
knowledge.
I'm not mad at you, this could still be part of an analysis to determine someone's intent.
It can.
Do you disagree?
I just wish people would listen to my arguments before arguing with them. I said, I believe the ICE officer didn't think she was trying to run him over until she hit the gas while he was in front of the car. I think his analysis fundamentally flipped once he was in front of her car and she hit the gas. Hold on.
But why your argument doesn't work, motherfucker?
Oh, he knew I was going to make it.
Right. Mute you till I'm done. Okay, great. So why your analysis does not work is because he also had information that showed definitively that he was not in any danger because she was not coming at him. And that evidence is her turning the wheel not just once, not just twice, not just thrice, but 4 times away from him. And you still haven't answered this question. When you turn to the wheel to the right, what does one reasonably expect? What direction does one reasonably expect the car to go in? Okay, I'm unmuting you.
I'm going to wait until that officer fully moves to the left, and then I'm going to flee. But someone who is fully not intending to hit an officer would wait and not hit the gas. Once she hits the gas while he's still in front, he can no longer work under the illusion that she has the ultimate goal not to drive with the cop in front of her car.
Before he pulled his gun out and before he fired, she was in the process of turning her car to the right. And that is undeniable.
Okay,
fact.
again, it just doesn't matter because once he's in front of the car and she hits the gas, it doesn't matter. 2Z versus Billy, it says it doesn't matter.
Okay, so that's not what it says.
You don't know that. You never read it, you dumb
then
fucking
show
retard.
us.
You've not seen it. It said the wheels being turned to the right is not part of the calculus. He cannot intend the intent of the driver as to whether or not they're going to accelerate
connected
or
to that
turn
like
the
a
wheel.
necessary ingredient in
It doesn't say because.
He also was pulled over for recklessly endangering people around him.
Okay.
It
never says because.
Just to be clear as well.
It never says because. It never inexorably ties the two that you're trying to inexorably tie.
It does
you're
because
making an affirmative claim that they're inexorably tied.
It is understood that they're looking at the totality of circumstances which necessarily ties up together.
It does not necessarily tie together. People put things in court cases all the time that aren't inexorably tied together. Kavanaugh went on a whole diatribe in Barnes versus Felix about things that aren't inexorably tied to the decision. Sometimes you mention something in a decision, and if you want it to be inexorably tied, you say because or as a result. It never once does that to these two
It does
points of
because
fact.
it's understood in the text. If you could read
You've
beyond a
never
fourth grade level,
Show
you
me
would
how.
understand that these things are
Show me
necessarily
how.
connected.
Show me how. What word did
I
they
am
use to inexorably
actually
connect
showing
them?
you how. It's because they are
What
going
word
through the
do they
totality of
use?
circumstances, and then they list those circumstances,
God.
meaning that
What
under all
word?
these circumstances
Cite it.
put
I
together,
gave
it
you a
necessarily
quote.
means that
Quote
he had,
it.
again,
Quote
reasonable
it.
cause to draw his gun and use lethal force, right? But
Quote it.
without
What word did
one
they
of those
use? What
being
word did they use that
missing, their
inexorably tied
calculus
it?
changes.
What word did they use that inexorably
Guys, I
tied
think I can
those
bridge
two?
the gap here.
Okay, bridge the gap for me.
All right.
God,
So if we
everybody
look at
keeps
this,
saying
You're just wrong, and you keep
All right.
getting bodied on this.
What
again
word
and
did they
again.
use, you dumb fuck? What word did they use to inexorably tie the two? Just say
It's
it. Just say it. It's so
understood
easy.
As the totality
It's not understood unless they use
of
a
the
word to do it.
circumstances.
Oh my god. It's understood by me because it helps my
They have
argument.
to
If you
understand
can't
that
give
there is
me
a
okay,
reasonable
so I can hear myself.
means
If you
to fear
can't
that
give
this
me a word
person
that
would
inexorably
run
ties
me
the
over
two,
or hurt
argument is
other
done,
people.
and I will not give any credit to that argument. I'm sorry. Unless you can give me a
You're just
citation that
wrong.
ties
It's
them,
just so
I will
hard.
not accept
Like
it.
it's like I'm arguing 2 + 2 is
Jeb.
4, and you're like, it's 5, it's 5, it's 5.
Sorry.
Motherfucker, show me where it's 4, it's 5.
Show me the
And
2 plus
it's
2.
really hard to
Cite
deal with.
where they tie them, and I will agree with it. Otherwise, it's done. There's just
Okay,
we're
whatever.
circling
Jeb, I
Go
might be
ahead,
able to help you out
bridge the
here.
gap, brother.
Yeah, go ahead.
all right. So if we look at this through the lens of Graham v. Connor, does the intent of either the officer or the subject matter?
Hold on. Let me look up Graham v. Connor. I got to look up the details.
So basically what I'm getting at is if I'm reading Graham versus Connor correctly, the intent doesn't matter either on the officer's part or the subject's part. And so when we look at the totality of the circumstances, we have to look if the fact from the totality of the circumstances contributes to either somebody's intent or the reasonableness of the force used.
Sure. And thereby?
Well, I think that would, if you guys could sort that out, if we could sort it out, what does Graham versus Connor say regarding intent? Then you guys could figure out whether whatever fact pattern you're going over with that other case, whether one piece of fact in the totality of the circumstances that Wick is pointing out can be attributed to the driver's intent or the reasonableness of the force. Because if what Wick is saying is his previous actions is tied to the driver's intent, well, if we look at it through a Graham versus Connor lens, it doesn't matter.
Sure. I would agree. And Starks versus Black supports that, right? The idea that there was no prior reckless action or flight from Starks did not change the calculus for that court that was informed by Graham v. Connor, because they said just the fact that the car was moving forward and the cop was in front of it was enough for the cop to have the reasonable fear for his life. The only issue with that case was the cop decided to jump in front of the car after it was already moving. But they specifically went out of their way
Was
to
the person
say
in
the
Stark
court
a
and
criminal?
the plaintiff agree. Holy
Was
shit,
this-
he can
was the person
the
in
court
Stark
and
this
the
matters,
plaintiff
like who they
agree
are and
that
why the
if
reason
he
they're being
had
pulled
not
over
jumped out
and what
before
they
the car
did
started moving
puts
and
into
instead
the
had
calculus
jumped
of
out
what
or after
might
it,
a person
and instead
do
had jumped
in
out
this
before
situation.
it, then they would all have been justified to shoot. And I'm
It's
making
like-
a great
let me
point,
let me
which
try to
is
explain
why
it this
Wick is
way.
still talking,
If we have,
and
I
that's
don't,
why
I
I
don't give a
muted
shit.
him.
I'll just mute you. Okay. So if we understand that different people, because of their past actions, can be expected to perhaps, under certain circumstances, reasonably take other actions, and I can easily demonstrate this to you. If I know someone who has voted Republican all their life, they voted for Trump 3 times, I can reasonably expect, bar any other information, that without any other information, it's a reasonable guess that later on they will vote Republican. When we have a criminal who's being pulled over, who's done criminal action, we can reasonably expect them to do criminal action later. When we have a soccer mom, right, who has, again, engaged, and we can hear the conversation saying things like, fine, I'm not mad at you, bro. It's all right. It's all good. And then we can look at her, again, turning the wheel away from him, not just once, not just twice, not just 3 times, but 4 times, right? We can reasonably infer that he was in no real danger, and he should have known that. And his lack of training and his trigger-happy behavior caused him to lash out and shoot her when it was unnecessary to do so. That's my argument.
Yeah, so no 2020 hindsight, and
I'm not going from anything 2020 hindsight.
You
I'm
just said
going
we
exactly
could
from
reasonably.
as he
Okay,
was
I'm gonna mute
going
you
on the
because you want me to
ground
talk.
and watching.
Okay. Anyway, so the intent. I agree that prior to her moving forward with him in front of the car, that he had the understanding that she probably wasn't going to try to hit him. Unfortunately, when you're in front of someone's car and then they hit the gas, you can only assume one thing, which is that they are at least willing to hit you. It's not that hard of a thing to let go through. Like, you don't have to interrupt every time.
In front of a car where they've moved forward and I've gotten brushed even.
Were you lawfully detaining them?
I never knew. I never
were you
suspected
detaining them?
the person was going to hit me.
Were you detaining them? Did they have no right to move in the circumstance you were in?
Real quick.
No, hold on. Wick, were you detaining them? Did they have no right to move at all? Oh, so there were other reasons why they would have moved other than fleeing you through your body. Weird.
Sure, but again,
there is no other reason in this circumstance.
She had no criminal history that they knew of.
By doing it in a way that endangers the officer, she is a criminal at that point. She is actively resisting detainment. She is resisting. She was a criminal at the point that she tried to flee.
That's not
true. She was actively resisting a detention. Yes, she was. Resisting detention. Resisting detention.
Innocent until proven guilty. She has due process.
Tolliver. Hold on. Tolliver also wasn't a convicted criminal when it happened. All the things they were talking about in Tolliver that went toward that case were things that hadn't been convicted yet. It was reckless driving that had happened while the officer was looking. So obviously you can put in your mind crimes that have not been convicted yet as they were doing. She was actively resisting arrest at the time. And then she resisted an arrest in a way that threatened the life of an officer, or at least the
safety
safety
of
of
an
an
officer,
officer,
his life,
which is
and
a felony.
Reason to believe it would not threaten his life because of the actions he was taking,
several
which you can
bits
clearly
of case
see.
law, she threatened
you keep
the life.
lying about the circumstances, and we can see it on video.
I'm not lying about the circumstance. According to 2C versus Billiot, Starks versus
Bro, this isn't 2C versus Billiot, bitch.
It doesn't matter. You
Good versus whatever the fuck his
president.
name was. Different circumstances.
Yes, so we can't use precedent for any new circumstances.
To be clear, one thing they say about 2C versus Billiot, which is maybe why it's different from the Cleveland case, is that they're saying that because there's 20 odd feet of distance, that the cop can't know whether this person's going to change direction or accelerate, i.e. accelerate from their slow speed. But I guess in the case where the car is like right there in front of him and he's only at an angle, then it doesn't really, the car literally can't change direction that quickly.
Yes, there was no physically possible. Physics denies.
Wick is saying yes, he's never read the case. So 2C versus Billiot.
That's why there were cops who were not given qualified immunity when a car was moving slowly to them in a 3-point turn from 15 feet.
Let me explain the detail. 2C versus Billiot started at 20 to 25 feet away. He then ran closer to the front of the car, and that final low-speed turn happened while he was in close proximity, which is why the 2C versus Billiot decision discusses low-speed, close proximity. And it's also why the created danger doesn't really matter, because 2C versus Billiot actually rejected the idea that by running from 20 to 25 feet away of the front of the car up to close proximity to the front of the car created the danger, because they said at any point Tolliver could have eliminated that danger by not moving forward in the car. And the same thing applies here. It's the same thing as what is it? Settle versus Collier. They had justification to shoot a guy just for putting his truck in gear, because
what had he done beforehand?
What do you mean? What had he done before?
What was he pulled over for?
He had
what
only
were they suspected
fled.
him?
None of these people had ever tried to attack someone with a vehicle.
Okay,
not one of them.
So hold on, that's not true. One person was acting recklessly endangering
You're
people by
saying
going
it was
100 miles
okay
per
if
hour.
they fled.
So whether he was intended to or not, he was using a moving vehicle in a way that absolutely was a direct threat to the community.
Yeah, here's the issue. Settle versus Collier, the vehicle wasn't even moving. He put it in gear.
See, you understand how that's not responsive to a fucking thing I said?
No, it is responsive, because what I'm saying is
that is entirely missing the point of my whole point. I don't think your peanut brain can understand
that a close proximity vevehicle can be dangerous even before.
Go ahead.
I can't trust you guys to talk over each other. Okay, look. So absent the case law, do you believe that morally that putting a car in gear can be enough reason for a cop to feel like he's in danger?
Yeah, in some cases for sure.
Okay. I haven't had a proper engagement with this question then. If the car's reversing, is that not a good reason to just get out of the way? Move to the side of the car?
Well, the car reversed and pointed closer to him. So did you want him to move closer? Because here's the issue in his circumstance, and please don't interrupt me so I can explain this. He had two directions he could move. If he moved toward the back of the car where he was coming from, he was actually moving more in the direction the car was turning. If he moved the direction he actually moved, he was moving away from where the car was turning. No matter what way the officer moved, I'm going to have fucking Lonerbox and Wick arguing to me that he moved in the path of the car because the car was turning one way and moving the other way. No matter what way he moved, whether or if he stayed in place, he was going to end up in the path of where that car was or where it was going.
That would be a much more convincing argument if he hadn't stopped a good second before the...
We explained why he stopped, which was why at that point he needs control of the situation, and he doesn't get control of the situation by moving out of the way, because if she turns the wheel, she just moves where he is moving and he has to pull the gun anyway.
No, the car's not, it's not moving that fast. It is like, you're telling me this guy couldn't just move to the side of the car.
The fact that it's not moving,
and he's moving in that direction means he's closer to the left corner of the car.
The fact that it's not moving that fast, as you guys mentioned, the fact that it's not moving that fast is why it's still a danger to him, because the fact that it's moving not that fast means she could still turn the wheel over and get to where he would have to be moving to. I don't know if you guys watched how fast that car went from pointed this way to pointed this way, but it happens really quickly. Like, come on, can we treat officers like humans just fucking time?
And because I am a human and I know what reaction times are, I know he had plenty of time to get out of the fucking way.
Yeah.
He didn't. It was like 2 seconds.
Him like a human and holding him responsible for the dangerous situation that he created.
Yes.
I'm looking right now.
He didn't create it.
NPCs.
He absolutely
Can
created
I ask you a question, Dusty? Can I ask you a question?
It's also demonstrated by the fact that he's like casually pacing with his phone in his hand, and he stops to pull his gun out, and he still gets out of the way. So obviously, it's time to get out of the way.
Dusty, would it have been a dangerous situation if she never hit the gas pedal?
Yes, probably it would have still. She was surrounded by cops with hands on guns, and then he stepped in front
dangerous
of
for
the
him.
car.
Dangerous for him.
He stepped in front of the car.
Sure. How would it have been dangerous for him if she never hit the gas pedal?
He has the obligation to exercise some self-preservation and not create and not manufacture a deadly situation so that he can use deadly force.
I'm not trying to preempt anything. Just answer the question.
Just to let me point out just real quick.
He put the
community. Just let me point this out real quick. He put the
wait until this is answered.
He put the community in more danger. Because we saw the result of him shooting him, shooting her.
I'm going to wait until my question's answered so that we
into a parked car and then hit a pole. If someone was in that parked car, they could have been injured and hurt. His actions jeopardized the people around him.
But Wick also doesn't care for the debate panel.
Real quick,
would it have been a dangerous situation for the officer if the gas pedal was never pressed down?
Okay, he's not going to address any of my points, gang. He's not going to even engage.
Well, then, if we're not going to address that fundamental question, then I'm going to bow out. It is past halftime in this game. But if we can't address even that she had a part in making the dangerous situation,
no, we already agreed. She's
so
retarded.
I love you guys.
I agree.
Enjoy it. I don't care about retarded. That's immaterial, but I appreciate it.
Infractions.
Okay, just if I may, before we're about to, because we're about to end, guys. But my frustration with all of this, gang, okay, is that there are facts of the matter that we know, that we can see, and that do not require interpretation. We know for a fact the dialogue between her and the other officers, which we know he heard because they were directed at him, and we know that because of his recording that was dropped. We know that the dialogue was not combative, not from her, right? We also know, as a fact of the matter, that he twice put himself in unreasonable positions of danger against his own policy. He violated his own policy, not once, but twice. And we know
after he had already been dragged a month before.
Yeah, well, again, that's also he had PTSD. Like I'm setting that aside for now.
No, I mean,
right?
like he keeps doing the same wrong.
But
thing.
let me run through these. Okay, third, right? We know that he could see her steering wheel. We know he can't see the tires. That's fine. But we know he saw her steering wheel, and we know that when someone turns hard to the right, that the reasonable expectation is for the car to go to the right. We also know that he had plenty of time to get out of the way because he indeed, in fact, did get out of the way. He was never in any real danger. We know that. And a reasonable person should have also known that. He acted unnecessarily. He put the lives of the other people who were around him in more danger by shooting her. And we know that, again, as a fact, because the car lead-footed, careened, smashed into another car. Thank God it was unoccupied. These are all facts of the matter. They have to play these games and cite case law and precedent from other situations with a different set of facts and a different set of circumstances to sound reasonable, but do not mistake, my dear viewer. These points are not reasonable. They never made a good point during all of this. Sorry, rant over. Anyway.
Yeah, it was a good rant.
Real quick,
quick,
I gotta hop out in a
Yeah,
little
we
bit in a sec here, but I want to just Lonerbox DM'd me the 2C verse billet, or how we say it. And I actually was reading through it. That's why I was kind of quiet for a little while there. I don't think it's as applicable as the as I didn't catch his name. I'm sorry, as the other caller or the other panelist was here. Specifically around Starks, where we're talking about the stepping in the path of a moving vehicle. Looking back at the cell phone video, it seems like he steps in front of her car as she's backing up, so the car is moving while he steps in front of it. Also, I would say that like her backing up definitely informs the person's intent as to what she's doing. And I think you pointed it out too, that a lot of the both in 2C and in the cases within here, there's a lot of discussion around the person's behavior before it, the other things they're doing that would show recklessness, that would show intent to harm or a disregard for harming other people and things. And then I think finally, then there's the question of kind of the officer's inability to determine the person's intent and things like that. And I went back and watched the video again. I was wrong. I didn't hear her say she was pulling out. I thought that I'd seen a video where she said she was pulling out, but it seems to me like it's hard to see an intent there that's equal to those in these cases that he was citing to of the people that were shot and killed. So yeah, I don't think that this case law is necessarily like 100% against him. I think there's some stuff in here that maybe is used in the analysis, but I would have to agree with you that look at the totality of the circumstances, it really isn't aligned with these other cases that would provide the officer, show an authorized use of lethal force. So I just wanted to go over that real quick.
Thank you. Okay, gang. We're just going to call it a day. I love you all, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.